what's up? I'm gonna get ready now. Okay, just make it on, most likely not. Maybe Hawks to it. It's Hawks to it here. Yeah, that's Hawks to it. It's a pickup truck. Well, as the name says, you know. Okay, not finished in 5 minutes. We need to test while we are charging completed. Good. We've been charging completed at 99%. No, are you sure about that? Maybe I stopped charging on accident. May not be. Start charging. This is strange. A bit more. This is starting completed. Let me check something here. If you go to vehicle to load, it cannot start vehicle to load while we are plugged in. Man, that kind of messes up everything. But I need to test if it works on DC. We got the outside vehicle to load, and inside none of that works. Ah, shit. Maybe the whole plan will fail. Okay, whatever. But are we gonna start with 99%? What happened to 100%? Let me try to plug in again. Okay, I don't know what's wrong, but the car decides that 99% is charging completed. No matter what I do, I re-plug in, I press the start charging, nothing happens. Okay, we start with 99% then. Alright, doesn't matter, right? We can't drive too far before we need to charge anyway. So if we go here, I navigated towards Hogstorp. That's 243 kilometers away. Can we make it there? Well, let's find out. Gonna do all the preparation and we start right before 11 actually, Saturday night. Exterior before drive. Well, you can see it on one of the many charging stops. How about that? Well, actually, I managed to get 125 kilowatts when I did the charging test, so they must have bumped up the speed. Okay, for some reason we will start with 99%, no problem. There, power data. Okay, after start, the reset. When I start at 22:45. No. There, that 22:45 has been reached. Okay, off we go. Then I need to disable a bunch of shit. Driving, lane assist off. Yeah, stop bugging me. Right, and then type in 260 from off. Okay, right, all good. That's it. So, yep, now we are off. Okay, guys, I measured 100.7 kilowatt hour net capacity here, and then it actually goes flat 125 kilowatt until around 62%. And the best deal is to charge to 60 to 65%. And then the consumption and the range test I did in around 10 degrees Celsius was, why the heck is the screen so damn bright? But it consumed around 200, at 90 test it was around 260 watt hour per kilometer. And surprisingly at the 120 test it was only around 360 watt hour per kilometer. The brightness, it is already an automatic brightness. Okay, but how long do you guys think this is gonna take? The 1,000 kilometer challenge. Spam now. You can answer in number of hours or in number of days. Yeah. $11:30. Okay. 12 hours, 11:30. $12.30. Half day. Well, it's 12 hours. But dude, like, how did you guys know it was roughly 11, 12 hours? I thought I would get some 16-hour or something. Well, according to my spreadsheet, it's supposed to be 11:20. But how did you guys guess 11 something? You must have been watching way too many 1,000 kilometer challenges. Roughly what to expect. Okay, there. I need to set that. Alright, I need to set some stuff. Get the phone there. I need to set. Let me see. Okay. Move this stuff over there. Okay. I always check GPS speed. I don't know if you're gonna be pulled over by some Polizei again today. Somehow I feel like that might happen. Okay, now we're good. All right. So starting time is 22:45. Well, it will take around half an hour to charge from 10 to 65%. So at least we will have some chill time. But this is actually a quite big improvement over the old Maxus. And it goes like a rocket. It's the poor man's F-150. Just rub the fogs on the roof, yeah. Oh, shit. But I mean, it is fairly quiet in here. Unlike that ET90 we tested 2 years ago. Now we just need to hammer it. 6 minutes, yeah, okay. So I'm actually quite surprised with the the comfort here. Yeah, we are only at 402 watt-hour per kilometer. Suspension, no, it is slightly bouncy, but remarkably good comfort. I mean, we have 3.3 meter wheelbase here, and the car is 5 air suspension. And it's not as bouncy as the ET90. The ET90 was freaking horrible, man. But this resembles the F-150 Lightning. It is remarkably good. Fairly quiet in here, quite good comfort. All-wheel drive, plenty of oomph. You can tow 3.5 tons. So, yeah, it costs 750k NOK. But for people who just want a workhorse and they actually want all-wheel drive and that towing capacity, this is, sounds like a way better deal. Okay, the interior is kind of sparse compared to the F-150 Lightning, but it's way, way better than the ET90. The ET90 was just so shitty in many ways. Yeah. Alnabru, yeah. Lindeberg, they are waiting there at Lindeberg, Alnabru. $386 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, it's not too bad. So I made a charging test video. I prepared a charging test video, and I compared it against the F-150, but also against the ET90, and actually another 100 kilowatt hour battery. I was like, which battery should I take? Well, the MG IM6. You know, this car would really benefit the IM6 battery because it charges so fast, right? 100 kilowatt hour, but takes almost 400 kilowatts. So if there is a car that needs that 400 kilowatt charging speed, it's the pickup truck. It would shave off the charging stop to only around 15 minutes rather than half an hour or 25 minutes, especially when you're towing something. What? Snowstorm, right? Huh? Where are you going? With car? 400 kilometers, just peanuts. Especially if driving on the Autobahn. It takes 2 hours, right? Well, the consumption dropped to 368 watt-hour per kilometer only. This car doesn't show me it doesn't show me state of charge on the instrument clusters. I have to look at the charging screen. It's kind of silly, man. It's like being in an I-Pace or fat eTerron from 2019. But I have 93. I'm down to 93% already. But we started with 10%. So sorry, we started with 99%. So I don't know why it wouldn't charge 100%. It was charging when I was in the garage, and then it started charging from 98%, and then suddenly it just decided to stop at 99%. Those Toyota drivers are kind of annoying. been camping in the left lane for the longest time, and then once you move to the right lane, then it speeds up. ADAS, yes, I have auto steer that works up until 120 kilometers per hour on the speedo, which is 115 GPS speed. Typical Chinese car, but the weird thing is that as long as you activate it below 120, if you increase the speed while auto steer is active, then you still keep it on. But if you try to activate it past 120, then it doesn't work. So I was like, okay. Chinese cars for the win, man. Chinese software there. But I mean, slightly better. It has a trip meter. It shows you, kilowatt hour per 100 kilometer, and then it shows AVS. Do you guys know what AVS is? And then distance and time. So it has some stats there. And I have actually since after reset, and I have after start. And can you guess how you reset the after start counter? If you watch my videos, you should know how to operate this Chinese car. Well, the consumption dropped to only 354 watt-hour per kilometer. Normal speed or use, huh? No, I'm gonna go, no, but I don't know if you heard me, but you can activate auto steer. Wait. You can activate auto steer at 120 speedo speed, and then you can increase the speed afterwards, and the auto steer stays on. But I haven't tried how high it goes until it turns off, regardless. I guess we'll find out at the Pawel bike where I'm gonna drive 120 legally, right? And never go over the speed limit. You know how I roll. I'm always doing legal drives. Never doing anything illegal. But man, it slows down in the curves like a Toyota driver. I'm gonna lose so much hair on my head on the tandem stretch. No, Maxus used to be quite trash. I tested some Unique 5 or something. They were total trash. Also, the E-Deliver 3 was so bad. And then what else was it again? Yeah, and also the ET9, the ET90 was quite trashy. But this eTerron 9 is a big improvement. It's possibly the best Maxus I ever tried. And I'm usually not that easily impressed by the Chinese car. Oh, I mean cars altogether. And I have nothing against Chinese cars or French cars, but in general, French and Chinese cars, they just tend to be bad in many ways. Some of them, well, not all of them. Neos are quite good, right? Xpeng also awesome. Also, the Seeker 7X was awesome. Yeah, well, the consumption has dropped to only 360 watt-hour per kilometer now. That ain't too bad, in it. Damn. I measured 100 plus 100.7 kilowatt hour net capacity. So they claim 102 kilowatt hour net capacity. Sounds like it's true when you Google about this. And then I'm guessing maybe the gross capacity is around 105. But man, this battery, I mean, this car would really need the IM5, IM6 battery. That would be awesome, man. Then I could kick some serious ass for the Lord. Man, I brought the microwave oven with me in the frunk, in the motorized frunk. But it seems that as long as you are plugged in, then vehicle to load doesn't work. The internal or the external vehicle to load doesn't work. Well, obviously the external doesn't work because, yeah, plug is occupied. But how the heck I'm gonna? I brought hot dogs with me, fried onions and ketchup or sennep. I'm supposed to have a good time. This is the limitation with vehicle to load, that it doesn't work while you're charging. This is usually when the prime time when you want to use vehicle to load. Well, we'll see about that. But you know, the F-150 Lightning was done in quite cold weather, -3 or something at the lowest temp. So this is a warmer run than the F-150. So according to my spreadsheet now, estimation, we're supposed to beat the F-150. Well, yeah, that's the problem with vehicle to load. But the strange thing is that vehicle to load doesn't. Well, at least I know it doesn't work on the Korean cars when you're DC fast charging. But wouldn't it work? I mean, why? The onboard charger is not in use when you fast charge or DC charge, right? In it. Watch out for Polizei. Achtung, Polizei. It was over here they pulled me over last time. But maybe a pickup truck is not that intimidating. They're looking for Geländewagen. So yeah, fortunately it's going to be a dry run. It's quite wet nowadays. Wait, is this the first live stream after the Croatia trip? I think so. I did the 500 kilometer challenge without live streaming. I was like, because the car didn't have any ADAS, didn't even have adaptive cruise control, you know, unlike the e-Golf. So it's not a pimp wagon, yeah. But I mean, trust me, in Thailand, this would be a pimp wagon. But this ain't Thailand, so nobody cares. Well, yes, welcome back to my live stream then. It's getting close to the Thailand trip now, and also the China trip. Wow, 325 watt-hour per kilometer only. It's like a fat eTerron, isn't it? Or Hongqi EHS9. Yeah, but to my big surprise, this all-wheel drive eTerron 9
actually weighs a lot more than the old ET90, but it's more efficient than the ET90. So the ET90, even at 17 degrees Celsius, consume more than this eTerron 9 at 11 degrees, or around 10 degrees, yeah. Quite interesting. Oh, hey, was it always like this? They have 70 here now. Normally it's 80. No, normally it's 60 during winter. This is new. I could have sworn that it was permanently 60 here, but it seems like they go 70 in weekends. Oh, that makes sense. But is that no? That's only 60 here. Oh, okay. No, we are in the winter consumption stretch now. Yeah. Well, outside temperature. Well, can you guess how I can see the outside temperature in this Chinese car? I have to go to HVAC settings, and then suddenly I see ambient temperature 8 degrees Celsius, but it's not shown anywhere else. I have tested so many Chinese cars, so I tend to know how they operate. Seriously? Oh, that auto steer suddenly stopped working. But I mean, seriously, this is overall a nice car, nice interior. It has handles to enter and exit the car. It's overdrive. It has air suspension. Why can't they just get why can't they get the software right? Just show the outside temperature somewhere else, right? And then make the software less annoying. It's an F-150 Lightning. No, it's a Fossil. What the? Okay. So much noise, so little movements. That's what she said. Oh yeah, we are on winter tires now. Yeah, Nokian hakka på litt R5 SUV. No, don't phantom brake there. Shit, go. It's fine. Oh yeah. It's gonna be a nice ride in my mother trucker, huh? Let's go trucking. And of course, yeah. Well, yeah, and guess what? When we go downhill and we use cruise control, we don't regen. The car will use friction brake. So when I go downhill, well, it depends. If it's significant, like down Hallandsåsen, what do you guys think? Should I drive manually or use cruise control? Could be losing several kilowatt hour there. So this is the pickup truck I was hammering. Can I see the license plate? Oh, it's too hard to see it. It's some Fossil manual, but isn't it kind of cheating? Oh, okay, maybe I'll do it then. Yeah, some of the significant downhills. But yeah, we have 3 people who want to use my parking service now, and actually all of them are coming in December. So yeah, unattended parking service. I was like, and then some guy said, yeah, he's gonna use Bolt as recommended. But I was like, wait, do I have a Bolt invite code? And I searched, but I couldn't find it. That's a bummer. Could maybe make some referrals, Bolt referrals. But yeah, whatever. 3 cars. I should be able to fit closer to 10 cars, especially if there's no snow. Yeah, once the snow comes, then I don't know what the heck's gonna happen. People need to kind of dig out a little slot for them, or they could just roll in and then yeah, whatever. I don't care. Eventually, that shit's gonna melt anyway. Regen down Hollandsåsen. Okay, yeah, let's do that. But I mean, I'm not gonna regen on every small hill I go down. You know, then I just keep cruise control on. Actually, when I did the range test, when you cruise 120 kilometers per hour, the car is so thirsty that you can't. It actually consumes power. It needs power to go downhill. You know what I'm saying? So you might actually not regen that much down Hollandsåsen. We'll see. But Hollandsåsen is kind of steep and long. Wait, there's some fireworks there? What the heck is going on there? It's not New Year already, is it? Someone is having a party over there, burning money. Oh yeah, it's it's my followers, the fans. It's fan firework. Well, wow, the consumption has dropped to only 322 watt-hour per kilometer. I think that's lower than fat eTerron. We don't have that much wind today. Man, are you guys are gonna camp? You will stay until we pass Falkenberg, right? You want to see the consumption between Varberg and Falkenberg. And also, by the way, the consumption display caps at 600 watt-hour per kilometer. Yeah, that doesn't come as a big surprise. In it like, this Maxus just ticks every annoying quirk with Chinese cars, you know? It just follows all the typical Chinese car stereotype behavior. Wow, we're down to 83%. I don't even know where the heck I'm supposed to stop now. But if you have around 100 kilowatt hour, Well, I'm gonna go 250 kilometers at least. That's roughly at Hogstorp. Yeah, I mean, charging is gonna be expensive with this thirsty beast, so I wanna go for Ionity and Tesla. Don't wanna pay 6-7 NOK per kilowatt hour. And then, I don't know, one sec is probably 1.3 NOK nowadays. Norwegian krone is so weak. No, actually, I think Norwegian krone has strengthened a little bit. But nowadays, 1 euro is worth almost 12 NOK. Man, that's crazy. It used to be 1 to 10. Well, this car, when I measured it on the scale, it was 3,040 or 60 kilograms, so a little bit over 3 tons. I think it was actually slightly heavier than the F-150, which is quite surprising. What the heck, man? Like, and F-150 is 2.9. No, F-150 is 5.9 meters long. This is only 5.5 meter. So maybe Chinese steel is heavier than American steel. Yeah, I went here earlier last week. No, I went this again. No, it was earlier this week. Yeah, we came back home last Saturday, and then on a weekday earlier this week I did the 500 kilometer challenge on a weekday. Unfortunately, no road works. But it was a bit disappointing. And interesting, I look on Finn, and those 30 kilowatt hour souls, they go for 70 to 100k NOK. It's waste of money. Don't get those. Try to get a 30, get a 27 soul with a replaced battery. They are actually worth a lot. Just people don't know it. Wow. Consumption is 314 watt hour per kilometer. Simply amazing how efficient this car is. Yeah, eventually I should test the Suzuki D-Max. And then also I'm testing the Musso in a couple of weeks. Next week it will be the EV, the Ioniq 9 finally, and then the Musso EV, which is also a pickup truck. It's based on the same thing, whatever again, the Korean. No, you cannot see dashboard. Yeah, KGM Touareg. Yeah, it's based on that drivetrain. So yeah. Of course, I'm going to do 1,000 kilometer challenge with that, and also the Ioniq 9. And the KGM, the Musso EV will be the last car I test before I go to Thailand. And then, okay, if I can, I could squeeze in an IM5. Because I don't need a whole week to test those cars, since, well, actually it depends. Maybe with the Ioniq 9 I will spend a little bit more time, since it's the Korean, they tend to be overhyped. But I just get it so damn late, man. Yeah. I don't know how the heck it's possible. Because they had it available, or they said that it was available around August already. And then I said, hey, yeah, me, I want this. And then, I don't know, they just dig around too long, and then they replied really late. And then suddenly when they replied, they said, no, it's not available on that time slot you want. I was like, huh? But dude, I already requested freaking months ago. And then, so that's why the EV9 is so damn late. No, not the EV9, the Ioniq 9 is so late. All the other guys, they tested it already. I'm like, how is it possible? Ich weiß nicht. But yeah, the EV, the IM5 is supposed to do 1,000 kilometer challenge in around 9.5 hours. Well, the consumption is 313 watt-hour per kilometer. It's simply amazing. That's low for a truck. Yeah, so the range test of this car will come tomorrow morning. And it must be the shittiest sound system I've ever heard. It is just so bad. Not sure how to explain it. It's like they have the codec can only process 11 kilohertz sample rate, 8-bit mono. And there was only a 5-watt amplifier. It's like a Temu sound system would sound way better. I can actually try to plug in a USB stick now. So I have the music ready. But it's gonna start playing every time I enter the car, which is as expected from these Chinese brands. There. Let's see. Go to the music section here and then music. Wait, there. Wow, the lag. Holy shit, man. I clicked on it and it took like 2 seconds. I thought it couldn't register it. No, it did register it. Oh, okay, it's playing now.
Baby, how's the weather tonight? I hear Arizona's pretty. I guess I'm not showing up in your mind. I'm trying to stay busy. I can't get you off mine. And I'm afraid you'll say you're happier where you are. And you really don't mind being apart.
The sound system lacks bass, it lacks treble, it lacks clarity, it lacks soundstage, it lacks everything. And if I play it on max speed and max volume, this is maximum volume. It doesn't go louder. I mean, dude, like the car costs 750k NOK in Norway, and they just put the shittiest sound system here that costs $1. Maybe I have to activate loudness. Let's see. There was a loudness setting here. Maybe that would make things slightly better. Here.
Blue sky, paradise, Fiji, on ice. But girl, I see. Blue sky, paradise, Fiji, on ice.
plans for the stay? Well, there's no. What kind of plans? I'm gonna go there and then test a bunch of cars. That's pretty much it. And it reveals. I don't have much plans yet. Just going there. Go to China first and all that. But man, the car manufacturers are so damn slow to respond. I flagged to them that I'm going to China, but they still haven't nailed down anything. I'm like, okay. I think I might have to go for a flexible ticket and then might go home later if they suddenly get the finger out. Wow, there's supposed to be some treble here in this song. Sounds like a tweeter's blown. And the subwoofer is blown also. This sound system goes from around 200 hertz to 10 kilohertz only. Well, at least you can play some music. And of course, when you mute the playback music, it mutes the volume, but it still keeps playing it back in the background. Why? Oh man. Seems like people who design cars, Chinese cars, they just have no common sense. Well, the consumption is still not crazy high, 318 watt-hour per kilometer. I guess we haven't started hammering yet in Sweden. Okay, what is the... Well, stats so far, 77 kilometers done, 318 watt-hour per kilometer, and we are down to 75%. We started with 99%. That's a slight bummer. We couldn't start with 100%. And also the following distance, 1, is just so damn far, man. That's why I'm camping the left lane, because if I go behind them, I'll be pushed so far behind. So we'll see in the first charge. Oh yeah, and also needless to say, there is no preheating here. Oh, yeah. I guess the battery just heats up by itself. It heats up itself as we go. But I mean, I just wonder why SAIC makes the Maxus so shitty. I mean, they already have the technology in MG, right? Why can't they just apply the MG user interface at least and the software in the Maxus. Okay, you can say that Maxus they get lower lower quality hardware than the MG or especially the IM. But I mean, if you look at Tesla, yeah, like you can get the SR Plus, right? Or I bet if you also go for the Model Y standard, you still get the awesome Tesla tech software, right? They don't cheap out on that. I mean, they already made it, so why not just include it? If you can go 250 kilometers on the first leg, what about the following legs? Maybe around 150. That would still be okay. There's someone approaching from behind. I can just get behind. Let me see here. How far behind does it follow? I guess it's okay. I'll camp behind these guys for now. Maybe get slight drafting. No, actually now they tend to slow down. You see, this is why I need to go faster and on the left lane. So let's wait for the car to disappear first. Finally, they are exiting. Good. Well, to watch out that Sturberg. If police lasers over there and a guy in front is going to be pulled over. See if you guys can see it. Yeah, you can. Let me see if I can zoom in here a bit. You see, the screen, when it's completed, especially, dude, that car in front is so smelly. Let me recirculate here. The main screen is reflected on the rear window there. You see? So if it's completely dark, I can see the now you can see that I entered HVAC. I had to recirculate because of that stinky fossil in front. You can almost see the battery gauge here, right? Well, you can't really see a percentage here. So it's kind of annoying. I see that screen in the every time I look in the mirror to see what's behind me, I see the main screen there. But was it? Wait, that was not the case in the ET90 and the F-150. So, but I mean, well, it's 71%. But did the Maxus developer not notice this when they developed the car. They could maybe put some kind of anti-reflective surface there, or do something, change the angle slightly so that you don't get this. Because it becomes kind of annoying, and at night you see that thing over there. It's like a freaking head-up display. And the same with all the other stuff, like quirks I notice when I test cars, production cars. I test production cars, and there's weird software glitches or weird features and whatever. And it makes me wonder, like, did they not notice this during test stage, in the prototype stage, right? And I'm still open for testing cars before it's being released, under embargo, of course. But I should charge them around 100 euros per hour for test driving and so on. If I test drive for around 10 or 8 hours one day, right? I could find out a lot. Just check on the software, check the behavior, check the auto steer, check how stuff works, buttons and so on. Like, it was not long ago I tested something where they changed the up and down button. It was really not logic. You would press the upper button to decrease speed, and you press the lower button to increase the speed. How is it possible to make that into production? But also the other day I had to enter. It was at Statens Vegvesen. I had to enter a phone number, and on the keyboard it was not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, they put 6, 7, 8 at the top, and then I think it was 2, 3, 4 in the middle row, and then 1, 2, 3 on the bottom row. Like, how the heck could they? How the heck did they manage to reverse the order? How can you mess up a freaking numpad? This was Statens Vegvesen. Like, oh, yeah. Well, I think I even made a video a long time ago when I said that I was open for the car manufacturer to contact me. But maybe, I don't know, they don't care, or they don't, but many things I noticed, and I suggest changes, for some reason they make those changes afterwards, possibly because other people also want the same changes. So why don't they just ask me or someone else beforehand, before they release the car, right? Actually, earlier this year, I remember there was supposedly a Chinese manufacturer who wanted to use my service, but by the end of the day, they didn't. And I still wonder which brand was it, but it was a Chinese car manufacturer, not the German or American or anything. Pride? I mean, really? Because I would be under embargo anyway. Yeah, now the car slows down in the curve like a Toyota driver. I need to override. No one's gonna know, Because there's a high chance that the bugs or weird glitches or features I find, other people are gonna find. I mean, if it's really Pride, then they really should get it checked, like sanity checked by me before they release it, because otherwise they might lose face because they go public with a car that is kind of shitty or full of bugs or weird features. We are currently at 323 watt-hour per kilometer. We hit the 110 zone now, so I can increase my speed. What do I want to do? Okay. There. I need to lock on the cruise control. I mean, I need to lock on the adaptive, the auto steer, and then I can increase my speed. Well, at least I can, yeah, I can go faster than 120 on the speedo, and it has around 5 kilometers per hour error on the speedo, so that's quite big. Yeah, because of this, I try not to change lanes too often because it might glitch out of the auto steer. So that's why I tend to be like an Audi driver today. Oh, okay. Well, now it just suddenly detects that I was going a little bit too far. There. Let me drive manually then. No big deal. Yeah, we'll see once the temperature drops. Actually, or once we hit the wild bike stretch. So now the consumption goes up, but well, we might not hit 400 watt-hour per kilometer. It might be around 350 on the first stretch, which should yield around 250 kilometers of range. Yeah, so, but I mean, no big deal if you can't make it to Hogstoy. We should at least maybe be able to go to Hobby. I can use a truck charger at Hobby. Yeah, the NEMA chargers are not that bad. I mean, it's 4.79 SEK per kilowatt hour. It's still cheaper than recharge. We're down to 64% already. We haven't even left Norway yet. But yeah, pickup trucks, they really need big batteries because they are naturally thirsty. I think even the Cybertruck is kind of thirsty. So When we have, for example, EQS that has 125 kilowatt hour, and also some of the Lucid, I mean, those cars, you kind of get big battery, big and expensive, very, very expensive battery, because you get something exclusive. But do people really need that kind of range? Probably not. You know, nowadays I'm using the ET5 Touring standard range, and it's plenty of range. I don't feel like I need more range. I'm just driving locally most of the time, and even if I from time to time go somewhere, like when I went to Vestby, right, the mega charger, and where else did I go? Yeah, but still plenty of range. So ideally, I want to camp on 75 kilowatt hour battery, and then occasionally upgrade to 100. But it seems like bus in Europe doesn't allow you to do that. You are more or less stuck on the bus you bought Neo at. But I think in China you can do that. And in China, also the stations are open 24/7. But here they don't want to do that because it's too expensive. So I feel like one of the reasons why Neos are not selling that well in Europe is that they just they kind of nerf the whole Neo ecosystem here, simply because they don't want to invest. It's too expensive for them. But because they nerf it, then less people are interested into buying Neo. So it's like a lose-lose rather than a win-win. Okay, let me see how much it slows down here in the curves. Oh, 2 minus 2. Oh, it tries to kill me instead. Okay. Oh, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, minus 7, minus 8. Wow. The curve is not that sharp. Come on. Shit, man. You could have gone full speed and no problem. This car can handle it. Even now it goes at minus 5 for no reason. That's also another thing about these Chinese cars, that they are so super annoying when it comes to the auto steer and curves. Once the Chinese car manufacturers fix this, it's going to be game over. But then they will be better than European or Western cars. And now we're going to slow down again. Shit, man. Come on, go! Got to override it. It's getting too annoying. At least next week I will be dealing with the Korean. Actually, the 2 following weeks I'll be dealing with Korean cars. They are way better in software. Well, consumption is going up, but it's not. I mean, it's not going up crazy high or fast. It's 332 watt-hour per kilometer now. It might stabilize at 350 on this leg. And then on the following legs, it's possible that we will stop at around Hogstorp, Håby Hogstorp area. Oh yeah, another thing, I don't have a gum here. Maybe it's because it's blocked by the tire sensor lost. Yeah, it says tire sensor lost. They changed the winter tire, and then there's something I don't remember, but I have a TPMS error, and that might block the range number. So I don't have any range number. I just see the percentage in the main screen. So, well, whatever. I'm a ninja. I'll figure out this. Now it slows down in the curve. Go! For helvete. Right? I just wonder. Maxus, SAIC, right? Or the Chinese car manufacturers, do they know that they are annoying? They do, right? Or they don't? No, they don't. If they know, they wouldn't release this shit in production. Like, they are so good at everything else, you know. But how can they not know that Europeans, they don't like bing bing sound, and they don't like the thing to slow down in every curve like a Toyota driver? You don't have to decrease the speed by 10-20 kilometers per hour in some curves, or at least make that feature like toggle. You can toggle it on and off. Yeah, I bet they like it. They like the bing bong and all that stuff, but make it so you can make it configurable so you can turn it off. Down to 59%. The question is, will we drop below 50% by the time we leave the country? Consumption is 332 watt-hour per kilometer now. Wait. This consumption is lower than the Geländewagen, right? What was the Geländewagen consumption again? Hey, can you guys check up how much did Geländewagen consume in the 1,000 kilometer challenge? And what was the temperature? Because pickup trucks, they are naturally thirsty because of the shape. And I tested also in the ET90 with a bed open or closed, and there was no difference. It seems like we actually have slight headwind even. Well, not too bad. And here we have the wonderful Salzburg smell. I need to check distance error also. When they did the range test, it seems like there was very low distance error, well, less than 5% maybe. You can check at the bridge to get an indication. See, it was supposed to be 146.5, right? Wait, they're transporting EVs out of the country again? Yep, Miss Zoe's. Are these going to Ukraine? Yep. UA, yeah. Zoe, e-golf, leave. Going to Ukraine, yes. For a second life there. Yeah, they are exporting lots of old EVs from Norway. I bet they're worth more in those other. Can you guys tell me why are they going to Ukraine and not other countries in Europe? So that means that Ukraine, they must have a Vanya or Valdemar over there who can fix all this. Because I've seen some ads even. They say, "Ah, we buy your EV. Don't worry, you know, your old EV, we want it." So they probably get whatever with some defects or whatever, and then they repair motors and batteries and so on, and they sell them there and actually get okay profit. When I asked Valdemar about the cars he bought and sold, he was getting okay profit. Well, of course, it depends how much time and money he spends on them. But you know, from what I heard, he's not losing money on those cars. So that's good, because it actually means that he brings those cars back on the road again without too crazy replacement parts. 455 watt-hour per kilometer. What the heck, man? 10 hours and 40 minutes, 5 to 10 degrees Celsius. Damn! Are you saying that the Geländewagen is thirstier than this big-ass pickup truck? And also the Geländewagen is kind of small. This is 4.5 meter long. I guess the 4 motors are thirsty. The Bimmer didn't want to be overtaken, so he speeded up. Well, be careful, if the Polizei is there, you're gonna get some pricks on you. Now it's smelling again. Man, those damn fossils. We recirculate. %55%. He's probably gonna exit here. I can smell it. Actually, he didn't. Okay. What the heck? 455 watt-hour per kilometer. How the heck is that possible? Hey, can someone check for me? What is the drag coefficient on the Geländewagen versus this eTerron 9? Maybe the Geländewagen is boxier for some reason. Maybe the pickup truck shape actually gives it a small advantage. Because it's long, you know, the longer the better, right? Like a train. But yeah, I'm looking into buying a first-gen ZS EV in Thailand, because I realized that we need a car there, and that Honda Civic, man, is getting old. And then I heard that it needs some kind of engine repair. I'm like, huh? They're gonna take out the engine or some shit. Like, dude, how expensive is that gonna be? And then I realized that in Thailand now, many EVs there, they are actually cheaper than in Norway. despite that we have low taxes here. So when I look up, when ZS EV came out in 2019, I think it was, it cost over $1 million baht in Thailand, which is like 360k NOK here, and the ZS in Norway back then was sold for around 250. So in Thailand it was more expensive than here, okay? But now when you buy second-hand ZS, you can get them around 250k, 300k baht, which is less than 100k NOK. But in Norway, the second-hand ZS goes for around 120k and up. So which means that the ZS has dropped faster than other countries. It has plummeted in price. And they still get a pretty good car for the money. Geländewagen is 1 point and Maxus. Huh? Wow! That's a big surprise. Huh? Geländewagen has so poor aerodynamics. Okay. I talked to I talked to Amory's mom, and I mean I could possibly just buy one with my own money, but I know that those guys over there, they also need a car from time to time. So that's why I asked them, okay, maybe if you guys can chip in around 50,000 baht, which is around 1,000 euros, then you know they feel that they also own the cars, they can use it, because the 10 months we are not there, they can use the car. I don't care, you know, if it's a second-hand car, yeah. So that's what we might do. Yeah, 1.0. No, actually, 1.0. I think that's actually a cube. Even a brick has lower drag coefficient than that, you know. Wow. I'm down to 51%. So the question is, are we gonna get below 50% by the time before we leave the country? Well, let's find out soon. Okay, it's kind of weird how that van driver, pizza guy, suddenly just started hammering it out of the blue. Yeah, this guy is probably going to exit here. Yeah, I see. Okay, anyway, let me check distance here. 145. Okay, it's slightly underreporting, seems like. 146 is supposed to be 146.5. So it's like 0.4% underreporting then. We'll find out once we stop. Well, we are at 50% now. Consumption has gone up to 342 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, I'm gonna check the headlights soon. The high beams in Sweden. Well, welcome back to Sweden, the country of Söta Bror. And then as usual now with Telia, we don't get a border dropout. It seems like with Telenor back then, we probably had a dead zone here between the last Telenor station and when they had to switch over to something Swedish. Alright, we are 92 kilometers away from Hoxton. Okay, we'll see then. I might stop at Hoxton. Back now? Okay. I don't know what happened there, why it was so slow switching, but yes, we are in Sweden. So, just wonder, if I can make it past Hoxton. Maybe I could consider Uddevalla. We'll have to see once I get closer to Hoxton. We are 76 kilometers away now. I have 42% left. If we assume 400 watt-hour per kilometer, now suddenly the consumption jumped up to 350 watt-hour per kilometer. And from here it's going to be, I don't know, well, just 110 all the way. But based on 400 watt-hour per kilometer and a little bit over 100 kilowatt-hour, 1% should give us 2.5 kilometers. So 41% is actually 100 kilometer left. And then we are 75 kilometers away from Hoxton. So, well, I have to see once we get close to Hoxton how much we have left, and I try to estimate how far we can go. But it's not that far to go. I think only about 10-15 kilometers extra to go to Uddevalla. We might want to go as deep as possible, but I haven't tested if you go real deep, like 1% deep, if you get any penalty, like typical cars. But 6, and I didn't get any crazy low speed. It went right up to 125 kilowatts. Oh, 5 kilometers extra. But is everything closed there at Uddevalla? I mean, Max, well, Chop is closed, but Max, when do they close? I don't think they're open 24/7, right? You guys see that big gap there between the low beam and the high beam? It's like Madonna's front teeth. Or Kurt Nielsen. Like, what the heck, man? That's the biggest gap I ever seen in any car. Well, I think it's more than 5 kilometers, but one was only around 10, 15. According to my calculation, we should have 25 kilometers extra. But we have to see once we get, okay, 1 at night. Yeah, it's going to be close by the time we get there. But then I have to go kind of deep into Torp. Unless I go for the very expensive Mer chargers at Torp Köpcenter, whatever they call. Well, it goes up quite fast now. 357 watt hour per kilometer consumption and rising. As we also enter the highlands now. Only 7.7 kilometers, okay, but that will shave off only around 3%. So, well, what about the next possibility after Uddevalla? How far away is that? Is that Ljungskile? I care about cost also. I don't want to charge at too expensive places. And actually, as long as I can... oh, there's another problem. This car seems to have problem handshaking at Ionity, or maybe heavy cables. Could possibly be at Kempower also. What? Next Tesla is Kungar. Really? What? No, not Tesla. Not next Tesla. Next high power charger. I need 375 amp. It seems like 375 amp is max on this car. The voltage is kind of low, only around 340 at the low state of charge. Then I get 100. Well, on the Ionity screen it says 133 kilowatt, but then in the car screen it says 125 kilowatt. So I wonder if there's some battery heating going on in the beginning. But the light seems to be okay. Well, it's just dumb lights. Yeah, the holding the cable helps. But even when I held the cable at Ionity it still failed a couple of times. So I might not deduct for any handshake problems. It is kind of a car problem, because most other cars nowadays, I don't have to hold the plug. I just plug it in, even on the old Tritium, and it works. Recharge, huh? Okay, but how far is it from Hogstorp to how far is it from Hogstorp to Ljungskile? Because at Hogstorp I might have 25 kilometers of range left. Yep, it is a design fault. Yes, agreed. And you know, that got me thinking. Many cars that fails on handshake, they are Chinese cars. Have you noticed that? Many Chinese cars, they fail on handshake, or they have handshake problems, or they might not work on some some chargers actually could be alpitronic, could be tritium, could be, you know, and I think I know why. After so many years, like I finally realized why it is like that. It's because in China they use GBT, so they have optimized, they designed and optimized it for GBT, which is also kind of a flaw because they should take in account that they're gonna sell it in Europe. 24 kilometers, oh, that would barely be, okay, we'll see that. We'll see once we get to Hogstorp. Yeah, EC3 was really the worst, man. Then it got me stranded even. But yeah, so one thing is that they optimize it for GBT. They haven't thought about CCS support. So they tend to design the car for GBT, and then they port it over to CCS. And you guys remember the Xpeng G3? They went for CHAdeMO because CHAdeMO protocol is close to the GBT protocol. They both use how is it? Use CAN bus signal or something. I don't remember. Where CCS use a different type of signal, and also even the plug, the T plug, looks similar to the CHAdeMO. So it was easier for Xpeng to port it over to CHAdeMO. But the G3 was almost a fiasco. How bad it was. But also another thing, another reason why many Chinese cars they fail on handshake is that in China, you guys think they use Kempower and Alpitronics and ABB? No, they use their own charging hardware there, just like I've seen in China. So they simply haven't optimized the cars. So they I don't know, the cars, they just don't respond to correct ISO standard, or I don't know. So they fail on when they suddenly they come over here and it's completely different environment here. But like, dude, like Chinese car manufacturers, they need to learn. They just need to realize that they have to design the cars from ground up to work with CCS2 and Kempower, and especially Kempower and Alpitronic. They are quite dominant nowadays. Yeah, exactly. This first Model 3 also had problem with CCS handshake. I remember that in 2019. And it was actually a long time like that. And also, how was that again? I think Tesla had problems handshaking with Kempower. So at one point, they just had to sit together, Kempower and Tesla, and then work it out so that it worked. I'm down to 31%. We are kind of in a highland now-ish. Getting closer. Oh, consumption has gone up now. 363 watt-hour per kilometer. Oh yeah. We're nowhere near the the Geländewagen's consumption. And actually, the car doesn't slow down that much around here. To my big surprise. It's kind of strange because it slowed down more at Sully than here. Getting close to Tarnum now. 31%, that should be... Okay, quick math. 31 times 2 is 60. Plus 15, which is half of 31, roughly. 30% now. So we have 75 kilometers of range left. We are 50 kilometers away from Hogstorp, yeah. So far it seems like we might end up with How much is that? A little bit over 10%, 12% something at Hogstorp. Out to 3 supercharger, huh? Yeah, that's also strange, huh? But I also think that many people, they don't realize how many products they use that are from China. Because I see in the comment section all the time, people are like, oh, I don't want to buy a Chinese car and support the Chinese regime. Be like, bro, big man, you already own shit ton of Chinese products without knowing it. And even if that phone or whatever, that wasn't like made in China, like there would be electronics or cables or stuff that was made in China in there. Clothes are made in China, toys are made in China. What else is it? Like, it would be even like bathroom furnitures are made in China. Wow, the percent goes down fast now. I wonder if it's non-linear. Well, I should calculate that. Let's see. 198 kilometers times 364. Okay, 72 kilowatt hour divided by point. We see 70. Well, 71 basically, since it started with 99%. 100. It's slightly non-linear, but not that bad. Or I can say it's fairly linear. SD1 Young cost $579. Whoa, that's kind of expensive compared to Tesla. Oh, it's a Leaf. Wow, it's going slow. Holy shit balls, the Leaf is going slow. 43 kilometers left. That should consume around 15%. Yeah, I should arrive at I should arrive at Hogstorp with 12%. We'll see. Oh, I didn't notice this. Does this car have LFP? But that's why it's so heavy. Freaking 105 kilowatt hour LFP battery. I recorded the charging session, but yeah, I didn't notice the voltage. But I can kind of remember that the voltage was roughly 340 throughout the session. We didn't change that much. So that kind of makes sense. This LFP. What does Google AI say? I think now we are on the highland. 25% now. Consumption goes up fast now. 369 watt hour per kilometer. It's crazy because the consumption was relatively low in the Norway side, and once you step over to Sweden, and then just bam, goes up like crazy. But now we are hammering it. And I have no auto steer. That's all I can say. So okay, oh man, it's kind of expensive. I want to stay around 3.5 sec per kilowatt hour if I can, to 4 sec. If I move it over close to 6 or 7 sec, then that becomes quite heavy on my wallet. With this car, especially. Yeah, it's a bummer. In Sweden, it's so expensive here. Like superchargers in Norway are dirt cheap. I should try to grab a supercharger session in Norway, like yeah, possibly at Sarpsborg. But over there, you can get away with only 1.6 NOK per kilowatt hour. But yeah, this evening I ordered Norgespris. But yeah, so with Norgespris you can still get grid reward. And also Neowatt. Dude, Neowatt has been running in the background now for actually almost a year. And I've actually been generating several hundred NOK per month. I'm like, huh? What? So I actually make more money on Neowatt than on grid rewards. So I need to go full out on Neowatt instead. Wait, huh? What? But we are still 34 kilometers away, huh? Okay, sounds like we might end up at Hogstorp after all. But then as long as I can charge enough and then jump from Hogstorp to Varberg, then I'm happy. I have to calculate how much I need though. But 65% is optimal. 65%. If I can't make it there, then I guess I can stop at Kungsbacka. Oh, I don't know, but right now we are 370 watt-hour per kilometer. And it's rising. After Hogstorp, you'll know the consumption in the 110 zone. And of course, remember that I'm driving at 110 kilometers per hour because I'm always following the speed limits while I'm in Sweden. Kilometers left, 21%. Yep, seems like we're gonna go in for landing at Hogstorp. But this is so strange, man. The steering wheel can only be adjusted up and down on this car, not in and out. Like, huh? What? Even my e-Golf can adjust it, but like this is like a freaking Leaf, man. Oh, we're down to 20% already. Still, the chart drops so fast now. But I think we're gonna go downhill soon. We are probably still in the high-ish land. And then on Hogstorp, yeah, it's lower elevation, but not at sea level. 20% now, 28 kilometers left. Yep, I think that's it. We will go stop at Hogstorp then. So then we get away with fairly cheap charging. Yeah, for people who wonder, but Bjorn, I like your videos, but wouldn't it be faster if you drove slower? No, it's not, because if you drive slower, okay, general rule of thumb, a 4.2 second, okay, that's okay price. General rule of thumb, as long as you're charging a lot faster than you're discharging, then it's worth hammering it. So if we are consuming 400 watt-hour per kilometer and we go at 125 kilometers per hour, that is 50 kilowatt average only. And we are charging at 125 most of the time. And then actually the whole charging session, I think we average around 120 something, because it goes flat 125 kilowatt until 63%, and then we go to only 65%. Maybe I could stretch to 70%. And I still don't lose that much, but actually it drops, yeah, but low battery. No, you're not gonna go. So as long as you're charging at 120 kilowatt average and you're only discharging at 50 kilowatt, then that's no brainer right there. Kilometers left, okay, yeah, 19%. No. 372 watt-hour per kilometer now. 18% left. Okay, but once we stop, we have around half an hour charging stop. So at least we don't have to stress too hard. And I can probably prepare my meal while we are charging. I'm gonna have some hot dogs in the microwave oven. Baustelle. 2 kilometers. Oh, it passed the moose test. 16% now. 17 kilometers left. Oh, the car gets kind of sluggish now. At 16%, really? Seems like with this car, you don't want to go too deep. 15%. Oh. There's Hobby. Low battery warning again. Okay, we're gonna stop here. Go. 15%. Okay, so it seems, well, not sure, maybe it's slightly non-linear towards the end. As I was expecting to arrive with 12%, but it's going to be lower than that. Now it kind of flattens out here towards Oxford. Well, it's nice to be back in Sweden. Yeah, haven't been here in a while. It's been over 2 weeks. 13%. Well, it's around 150 kilometers from here to Varberg, but then I have to pass through Göteborg, so I think we are fine, right? Maybe I'll go for 70% just to be sure. It doesn't cost me that much. I have to calculate once I'm there. Still 9 kilometers away. I think that should be deep enough. Probably arrive with around 7% then. Getting close enough. 6.4 kilometers left. Hogstorp, here we come. What is the outside temperature here? 7 degrees Celsius, wow. %. Okay, there's no way we're gonna make it to Ljungskile. I could stretch it over to Valla, but I'm not sure if I want to charge there or not. Also not sure if I can make it there, but well, we are just 4 kilometers away from supercharger now. Yeah, so you might arrive at 8% then. So I guess all the other options are kind of expensive. No, actually, I could go to Uddevalla supercharger at Chop Chop, right? Just a slight detour. That's 7 kilometers extra. Oh, but there, we just stop here. Because it's a slow-ish detour. I think as long as it's just a matter of 7 kilometers, then no big deal. As long as we can go from here straight to Varberg, then we are.
But it works with V3 supercharger, right? Fallback plan is just charge at the Alpatronics instead. I'm sure that's as well. Or maybe the truck chargers up here. Yeah, they have the truck charger here. Oh, there's actually a truck charger. Seems like. It's just blocking it. Okay, let's see. Here. Let's take these just in case. So, I need to get access back here. 4B. Actually, maybe go slide. I think that's good. 4B. Okay. Right. 242.9 kilometers and 375 watt-hour per kilometer. Hogstorp. Outside temperature 6. I'm not sure if I need to turn off H back or not. So keep it off. shaft. We're jogging now. Oh yeah. There. You see it? Oh yeah. 125 kilowatts. I prepared all the food, but can we cook it? Oh yeah, we're getting 122 kilowatts. Well, great. It's gonna be flat like this all the way until around 64, and then 62 or 63%. But let me check something here. If I go to this menu, V to L, oh shit! I cannot use vehicle to load while we are DC fast charging. It's like the Korean cars. I don't know what kind of limitation it has. Oh, wait. No. Oh, no, wait. We have too low state of charge. Okay, let's wait for 20% then. Okay, well, let me wait until we reach 20%, then try again. Let me see. I'm gonna calculate some stuff here. 242.9 kilometers. Huh? 101.2 kilowatt hour estimating we have now. Okay. But then let me check distance error. $243. What? And it's 241. It's spot on. No error. Yeah. I mean, it goes relatively quick. Now let me calculate the other thing. It's 375. Wow. Wait, so the last 100 kilometer we actually consume quite a lot. So let's see how they calculate it. 250 kilometers roughly times 330. Let's go into 5 kilowatt hour. But then by the time we came here, we have consumed 5 times 223. Minus 41. Shit. What, really? The consumption was higher than 400 watt hour per kilometer since we entered Sweden. Oh shit! Dunk! And then if I want to go to Ionity, Wildberg, from here it is 151 kilometers. Okay, 151 times how high is going to be? 400 worst case. Yeah, we go 65%. We should have enough then. Okay, let me see what happens once I hit 20%. Can I then use vehicle to load? This charge is allowed only when the vehicle to load limit is lower than the current power. No, not current power. No. Wait, a little bit of
error here. You see, this charge is allowed only when the vehicle to load limit is lower than the current power. No, not power, energy. They keep mixing power energy. A car manufacturer shouldn't do that. Okay, but once we hit 20%, we'll see if we can go for it or not. %. Still can't activate it. Maybe I need to wait for 21%. 21 is the magic number. If not, then I'll crack out the EcoFlow. We're at 21%. We're taking 124 kilowatts, but we can still not start vehicle to load. And outside, obviously not also. So yeah, it seems to have the same limitation as the Korean cars. EcoFlow. Oh yeah.
Well, we're at 32%. Wait, I better hurry. The charger's gonna fast now.
Bak. Now I start HVAC. Auto. Should be nice and toasted. We're done eating and almost good to go. Now I just have to enjoy some drinks. Nice camping, huh? It's too slow to stop. Now we're done eating and we're almost good to go. So let's see. Let's get some drinks. Nice camping. You see, it might not charge that fast, but it goes flat 125 kilowatt all the way until over 60%. Huh?
Eventually, need to figure out how many percent I need. 65 or should I go 70? Wait, how much is it pulling for the supercharger? 26 minutes? Okay, 126 kilowatt. All right. Oh, now it's not throttling. Okay. All right, 27 minutes so far. We went from 9% now to 60%. Oh, okay, let's see. The screen is too bright and it is already at the lowest intensity. And now it starts throttling, but just gently. It is gentle throttling. So ideal charging for this car, for this challenge, is to go to 60 to 65%. Yeah, and then stretching it to 70 or a little bit past 65 would also be okay-ish. Yeah, I'll see. But I mean, just slight slowdown. We're still getting like 90% of the maximum speed, right? So it's not that big drop yet. And it still pays off because the car doesn't have that good range, so you still want to squeeze out that extra 5% if it's possible. So that's why charging to 60 or 65% yields the same 1,000 kilometer time, or the optimal time. And then 70% is just slightly slower, lose like maybe 30 seconds on the charging session. But the thing is that I'm not sure how much I'm gonna need in order to reach Varberg. But I kind of want to reach Varberg, and then there's no close bailout point, just 10 kilometers away. The bailout point is 40 kilometers away from Varberg, so that's why I want to go for 70, just to be sure. Once I'm there, then it's easier. Then I could probably aim for Mellbystrand, right? Well, I expect some crazy high consumption past Varberg in the 120 zone. But at least it can go faster. The top speed is supposedly 190 kilometers per hour. Not that we need that, but the ET90 could only go 120 max. And it had, oh yeah, the ET90 also had no cruise control. It was just so basic. So incredibly basic ET90. So I just floor it. I remember I just floor it, and I had 120. It was showing 127 or something on the speedo, but it was 120 GPS speed. So this eTerron 9 is just way better. It actually has adaptive cruise. It has cruise control. It has adaptive cruise control. It even has auto steer. Ooh, holy shit! It's like so much better. Okay, half an hour charging now to 65%. All right. Yeah, let's just go 70 or 69, right? Now it comes a more significant drop, but it's not crazy high. The biggest drop is actually past 80%, but it just goes steeper now, the drop. Actually, you guys can look at the charging curve in the charging curve spreadsheet. I already put it there if you guys are interested. Let me check again here on my estimation.
Let's see, 1,000 kilometer challenge. Oh no, okay, I might lose, yeah, about a minute, almost a minute if I stay longer, if I charge at 70% on this session. So it's not that big deal, and it's nice to have that extra safety. I mean, on the other hand, we're still getting way higher speed than we would discharge at anyway. So I'm gonna make a short clip now right before we leave. All right, it has throttled to around 90 kilowatts. We're gonna go for 70%. So by going to 70% versus 65%, we lose roughly 1 minute on this session, you know, total. So as long as we don't go to 70% all the time, then we're not gonna lose that much time. But also, yeah, 32 minutes now, so it's going to be around 30, I don't know, 33, 34. I'm gonna leave anytime soon. But you know, you might be wondering, hey, since the consumption is so high, wouldn't it be better to drive slower? No. General rule of thumb is that as long as you're charging way faster than you are discharging, then it pays off to hammer it. And you can take 400 watt-hour per kilometer, multiply by 125 kilometers per hour, and you get 50 kilowatt. So we are discharging at 50 kilowatt, but we are pumping in over 100 kilowatt, or even now 85 kilowatt. So it still pays off to hammer it. Yeah. Okay, 69%. We're gonna leave soon. We pack away the camera. Yeah, I also need to reset the trip meter. And the way you reset the trip meter is that you lock the car. There, 70%. Wait, will I see the trip meter here? Let's see. Yeah, trip after reset. Okay. Trip after start. Right, 70% done. And then how do you reset the trip after start? Well, let me show you. First, we stop charging. Okay, and then, just like most other Chinese cars, and then every time you enter it, yeah, you see now, it has been reset. Yeah. And then once you, okay, and then it says, not okay, let's go. And then the music starts, of course. And then when you mute it, you will see that you mute the music, but it still plays back in the background. Why? When they make software for cars, why don't they use common sense? There is no point to mute the music and still play it in the background. Oh, and then every time you start the car, the camera mirror comes on and you have to press and hold it to get the optimal thing back. Now we can leave. Almost. Still need to disable a bunch of shit. Let me see. Driving. Driver monitoring off. Driving assist. Lane assist off. Speed limit prompt off. There. Okay, now it's better. All right. Now we're good. I wonder if that was a truck that was charging. I wasn't sure. Okay, there. So yeah, the charging stops will be around half an hour. So no stress on each stop at least. And hopefully we can go 150 kilometers. Well, you know what? If I have more juice, I could go past it and stop at Himle instead. Yeah, Himle is actually an okay place to stop. I mean, there's a supercharger there. And the superchargers tend to work better on handshake than, at least the V3 supercharger. They are very light. And the big fat Ionity cables. And at least for now, I have food with me. Eventually, when I run out of food, then I probably want to stop at some Ionity because they're usually located by Circle K. That is open 24/7. Look here. This beast from the east goes so schnell. Okay, 110 kilometers per hour. That's my cruising speed. There. Oh yeah. Wait, and then want to set the auto steer. No, it's gonna flicker. Press and hold. There. Now I lock on auto steer. Yeah. This is so much better than the old with the ET90. ET90 didn't have auto steer, it didn't have adaptive cruise control, it didn't even have cruise control altogether. It was just so bad. But I'm going to show you a weird thing here, is that when you look in the rear mirror now, you can see that screen there. I don't know, can you see it there? Kind of. Which is this screen reflected on this that screen there, and then double there. So it's kind of okay. Now it's pitch dark, but normally when you're driving and there is some street lights, every time you look in the rear mirror, you see the reflection of that screen. Did they not notice this when they were developing the car? Alright, Varberg, here we come. Or possibly Himle. Maybe I should try to go deep and see what happens. Because if I can make it to Himle, then I could possibly just charge to 65% and then see where I end up. And I might end up past the turnaround point and then go to Mellbystrand. But yeah, what you guys didn't see was that I brought the microwave oven with me and some hot dogs and ketchup senap and buns, and then I heated the hot dog in the microwave oven and then I used the grill feature on the buns, and I had a nice little meal at the bed in the back there. Always bring EcoFlow. Yeah, if the vehicle to load doesn't work, bring EcoFlow. I didn't bring the cable to charge it, but I think it's fine. I have around 75% battery left. I only use around 7 or 8% of the battery to cook, and I don't have enough food to cook that much anyway. So by the time I'm finished cooking the second batch, then I'll be down to around 60 something percent. Yeah, cooking almost doesn't require anything, at least if it's something quick like that. Oh yeah, oh I forgot, I bought some Fjordland food bag in a tray thingy, but I forgot to bring it with me. Okay, whatever. Then I'll just consume the hot dogs. I have 3 more hot dogs and 2 more buns I can consume before I run out of food. They look strange. Yeah, you see, there's a edge there. You see? But they are at least quite powerful. Good spread and good strength. Gets the work done. And even if I don't see the moose, then the moose is going to be crushed by the front of this truck anyway. And then I can just load it in the bed and bring it with me to Norway and sell the meat, or just consume the moose meat myself. Yeah, it seems a bit low, I agree. I wonder if there's a place I can adjust it. Let me see, vehicle, lamps. It's put on auto. Leveling lowest. Oh, I see. It should be high. Oh, I found it now. Yeah, someone lower it. Oh, that's better. Well, that's way better. It was actually put on the lowest setting, maybe because they loaded the back. I was thinking, why does it look so weird, man? It looks so low. This is the lowest setting. I was like, So maybe when you put on high like Snoop Dogg, then it won't get that weird edge between the gap between the high beam and the low beam. Or actually, maybe it doesn't matter, because you just tilt the whole lamp. It looks way more normal now, I agree. Yeah, I bet someone put it on low because they loaded the bed with maximum weight. Four levels. Yeah, now it looks more normal. Ah, okay. Interesting. Okay, so we charged to 70%. We're already down to 62%. And the consumption right now is 440 watt hour per kilometer. Dude, freaking annoying guy, man. On the other side there. Is there a taxi? Yep, there's a freaking taxi. Man, those taxi drivers are so annoying. $431 watt hour per kilometer. Okay. I think I have a budget of over 400 watt hour per kilometer just in case. So I mean, if I have more juice, I can always go past Pawel and stop at Himmler instead. Here we are at Jungschile, 62%. Well, wow, I could have reached Jungschile with 1%, maybe, if the scale is linear. We should try to go deep and see what happens, right? Because if we can ride on the 125 kilowatt wave for longer, then that would be an advantage. But it throttles. It has a slight throttle at 60%. And then it throttles even more at around 63, 64, 65-ish. And it seems like the car is able to retain most of the heat in the cabin here. Because I had the heater off for around 20 minutes. I'm not sure if it can run the heater on the session or not, or if it will overheat the battery. And I can probably just keep the heater off for the 20 minutes. Because it's not that hot. I mean, it's not that cold nowadays. I mean, tonight, let me check here. 7 degrees Celsius. But yeah, I mean, like, you just need to know how shitty that ET9 was. It just, the infotainment was just so bad. There was almost no features there. I don't even remember if it had navigation there. It was just really stripped down. And just, you can imagine, it had no cruise control. Not even dumb cruise control. It just had no cruise control at all. And the comfort was bad. It was just so bouncy and harsh. Because it was tuned for full load. So when you drive it empty, it becomes quite uncomfortable. And from what I remember, I think it was also quite noisy. And the charging speed, 65 kilowatt, 65 to 7 kilowatt only. And it was a smaller battery, around 85, 86 kilowatt hour. So I mean, it was so bad in almost every way, and not just rear-wheel drive. So the eTerron 9 is just way better, and actually, in many regards, it can kind of compete against the F-150 in comfort and all-wheel drive performance and power and so on. And it can also pull 3.5 tons. Just like the F-150, but it actually has a slightly bigger battery than F-150. And then, yeah, So 1,000 kilometer challenge time, supposedly, and today we're gonna beat the F-150 because the F-150 had a quite cold run. We'll see. It ain't over until it's over, right? Consumption on this leg now is 445 watt-hour per kilometer. Charge up the EcoFlow. No, I didn't bring a charging cable for EcoFlow. So actually, I mean, I saw some companies, they bought the ET90. I'm like, dude, I feel sorry for the guys who had to drive that piece of shit car. But also I've seen companies buy the F-150, and I mean, damn, that's an expensive car. Of course, you as a company, you get you avoid the VAT. So instead of 1 million, it's probably around 700 something K for the F-150. But that means that this car, I mean, this car is 750. So without VAT, it'll be around 600 something. So it's a lot cheaper than the F-150. And when it comes to balance box test, F-150 could take 4 boxes in the front. Take 2, almost 3, but it has to be 2. I could say 2.5 maybe. And in the bed, F-150 could take 17 boxes with a cover. Here there is no cover, but I estimated how it would be with the cover. I fill it up to where the cover should be, and I fit 15 versus 17. But you know, this is only 5.5 meters versus 5.9 meters on the F-150. And then in the space behind, in the back seat here, the F-150 could take actually quite a lot. I don't remember how many, 25 or something? Over 20. But here I can take 18. So total for F-150 is 44, and we can take 35. So it's smaller. But I think for most people, it's still good enough. The space in the back seat is probably almost irrelevant. Space in the bed, yeah, kind of relevant, but just slightly smaller than F-150, and you can still tow the same. And the battery is actually slightly bigger, unless you go for the Lariat, the grey import. But I don't know who knows how expensive that one is. So actually, I would consider this the eTerron 9 to be a very good deal, a better value for money than F-150. But I still haven't tested the D-Max, Isuzu D-Max, and then Musu is coming in 2 weeks. Yeah, that's the problem also. The F-150 is so freaking big, man. 5.9 meters. I even had slight problems fitting in my big garage. So, yeah, I mean, I think many companies should consider this car if they actually went for the ET90. It's so shitty that I'm surprised that companies even got that car or that truck in the first place. But then if they can afford a F-150, then they should be able to afford this for sure. The Maxus. Is it? Yeah, but if I can get my hands on one. It's interesting, in Thailand they're getting many interesting cars there, and ironically the new G6, Xpeng G6, I'm still not able to borrow it in Norway, but I might be able to borrow it in Thailand. Along with some other cars there, like the Seeker, and even the Xpeng the Xpeng X9. Yeah. So I need to start booking cars, and yeah, think I should start booking them for December. But I have been waiting for the longest time because I was waiting for companies to respond to my China trip, but they're so damn slow to respond. So I might just go for something, and then I could leave a gap there so that I might cancel one car in December if I decide to stay longer in China. But I have a small problem, which is that when I change phone from the S9 Plus to the S24 Plus, Thai people, they like using Line. And I have a bunch of line conversations with many car importers, manufacturers. And the problem is that with Line, the chat is not saved on server side. Like, huh? Yeah, you might be wondering. Right? So it's saved on the client, and I'm not used to Line. You know, I never use Line unless I need to speak to the Thai people. So I didn't back up Line. I just logged it into my new phone, and then it logged out. It's also kind of weird and messed up. Do you plan to go to Thailand soon? No, it's the 25th of November. So then another weird thing is that you can only use Line on one phone at a time, but you can use Line on your computer plus phone. But once you log into another Line on another phone like I did, then you automatically log out from the other. Wait, what about the chat history? Hey, can I log back? What happened was that the chat history was lost. So I'm like, what the heck, man? And the Thai people, they use this shit. So then I have this still a contact, but I don't know which company they work in, because they use the nicknames like Rabbit and shit like that. I was like, huh? And they don't supply what kind of company they are in. So I had to send random messages today to a bunch of contacts. I'm like, sorry, I got a new phone and I lost the contact. So which company do you work in? And they haven't responded to me yet. Strange. But then some companies, I email them. So I need to somehow get in touch with different importers again and try to get all those press cars. Yeah, I could try to log into on the old phone. Maybe the chat history is still there, unless it's erased. That's also then I won't be surprised if that happens. But then it's gonna, I don't know. Then it's gonna fuck up the current phone. You know? So I'm like, Well, we should be good now. We are 104 kilometers away from Varberg and I have 51% left. We are approaching Göteborg now. Consumption right now is 424 watt-hour per kilometer. Wow, it is higher than 400 watt-hour per kilometer when we are in the 110 zone. Damn! Well, what is the total consumption then? Okay, 383 total consumption. What's up? Oh, man. Okay. Well, what I should do before I log into the old phone is that I take a backup of the current phone. Yeah. It's kind of weird that in 2025 you have freaking client-side chat log. Huh? What? I'm like, nowadays I'm used to that. We have server-side email and server-side chat and so on, and of course you can be logged on to several places at once. the line is just like freaking ancient Chinese technology they are using. Well, actually, I think it's not from China. It's from Korea or Taiwan or some shit. But yeah, at least Xpeng, I have them on email. And I remember the MG dude. Yeah. We need to test a bunch of cars. Xpeng, MG. What I can do is I can of course, I have my friend Ding. He has the contact, so he could pull me into various chats like he did with the BYD guys. And then the BYD guys, they finally responded when I asked if I could borrow a car for 2.5 months. They were so slow to respond, but then eventually they said, sorry, we have only a maximum 2-week policy. Okay, why did it take 2 weeks to respond to it? Okay, well, whatever. I'm planning on just buying the ZS EV, but it seems like Amare's dad wants to buy a new car instead. But I was like, well, if you want to buy a new car, he was looking, he wanted to buy at least a new ZS EV, but the new ZS that they have in Thailand is only 50 kilowatt hour. They don't go for the 70 whatever that we have here. So it's just barely better than the old. Don't even remember how the interior, and the interior I think is also quite similar. So it's not really a big upgrade, and it costs 500k baht instead of just 250, 300k. So I feel like it's not really worth it. And then it's actually getting a price dump now. Like a bunch of Chinese EVs, they're dumping prices on BYD and and MG and some other brands. Man, it's stuff I need to deal with nowadays. I booked, I used my Thai Airways miles to book a flight ticket to Bangkok, from Chiang Mai to Bangkok. It was either 7,500 miles for economy or 10,000 miles for business. I'm like, let's just go for business class. So I have that, but the travel is from 27th of November, but now it seems like the e-car expo, I should go for the 29th of November, which means that I should travel on the 28th instead. But then when I log into and manage the whole trip, there is no button to change the trip. So I'm like, huh? Then I email the Thai Airways, and then they send me, you have to email the other email, and whatever. So now I'm trying to change the trip. Yeah, so that's how it stands now. If sure if that is police or ambulance in front of us. Well, we'll find out soon once we hit the street lights. It is possibly just the ambulance. I think police has a slightly different color and shape. Yeah, that looks like ambulance. Or even the ambulance is hammering it in Sweden. Welcome to Kungälv. Yeah, consumption is 416 watt-hour per kilometer. And the dong-dong you hear is the car wants me to hold the steering wheel once the auto steer is working, right? And then I'm holding the steering wheel, but it cannot register my meat on the wheel. That's why. And then the first warning is not just a visual notification. It also bongs at you. It's like Chinese people, they want the bing bong. I would not allow this shit to come in production if I was in charge of developing the car. At least give it a visual whatever first, right? And then if the driver doesn't react, then you can start with the sounds. Yeah, that's what I need to do, jiggle a bit. But then it's too late because then it starts dung 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 already. So just being Chinese, typical Chinese cars, so annoying. What is the temperature here? 8 degrees Celsius in Göteborg. Wow. Noise. So what is it? What day is it today? Let me check. It's 9th of November. Wow, it is remarkably warm for 9th of November. 8 degrees Celsius at night. It should be 0 degrees at night nowadays. But in one week it'll be colder. Just wonder when the snow will come. Yeah. Xpeng, they listen to the customers in Europe, but you know, they like. I'm just surprised because the Chinese, in general, they are pretty good at copying things. I mean, why don't they figure out what the Europeans want before they introduce this shit to Europe? And I mean, Maxus, they have been in the game for a while. You know, this is not the first Maxus in Europe. So they should have figured out by now. They can look at other car brands like Xpeng, right? See how they have changed the software over the years. And even you can even look at MG. MG was a lot noisier before, and they reduced the noise and they improve a lot. So why don't they just look at their own brand within Psych? So I'm like, huh? How many different student groups are working in there? The bongs, no, they're not. Yeah, like dung 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 dung. It couldn't register my meat on the steering wheel, which is strange because I hold the steering wheel the exact same way with other cars too, and they don't bug you. But this car tends to miss. It cannot register my hand many times. Maybe because I have way too steady hand. I need to have a little bit of Parkinson in my hand, then it'll be fine. Text and drive, wow. Yeah, but when will Elon promise that you can smoke weed and get high while you drive? Then that's progress, man. And drink and drive. Yeah, over here, to the right here, the Dacia is here. Do they have Dacia Spring here? No. Supposedly, according to Dacia, they don't have Spring yet in Sweden even. So if you want to test it, I need to go, I don't know where the heck they have it, Czech Republic or somewhere. Just to test drive it. I'm like, I kind of want to do my own shit, like 1,000 kilometer challenge and stuff. Well, supposedly there will be, I don't know, have you guys heard the rumors? I have some highly reliable source that there will be a closed event, Tesla event, this year for the Roadster. And it's gonna show some freaking awesome shit with a Roadster. It will jump and do some crazy shit. Like, it will be unheard tech. It's coming this year, by the end of this year, that event. And for example, me, I'm not big enough YouTuber to be invited. They only invite the biggest YouTubers. And some other influencers and stuff. Yeah, shit is going down later this year. Well, it should be faster than that BYD car, right? Big Wang or whatever it's called again. Okay, what is this? Lundbyleden West. Okay, oh yeah, we're not going there. No, I think it's over here. Or taxi drivers, don't they use blinkers over here? No, they don't, man. Wow. Oh, wait. Welcome to Göteborg. It's nice to be back here again. So we have possibly, well, this 1,000 kilometer challenge and 2 more before we go to Thailand. And then there's going to be a freaking long ass time without 1,000 kilometers. I'm going to be gone from Norway for 2.5 months. Just wonder how many subscribers I'm going to lose. No, but actually, I think I'll be okay view-wise because I'll be testing some interesting Chinese cars at least while I'm in Thailand. And you know what? There's actually there's a BMW I should test out. It's how about using blinkers? Anyone? No? Oh, it's a Bolt driver, of course. But there was this BMW. I think it was iX 1L. So it's like a long version, one of the iX 1 or 2 or. So like, interesting. Well, I can check it out. At least I have contact with BMW via email. So. And I also met one of the Thai BMW guys at München. So cheap EV in Thailand. Yeah, okay, I can do that. I'm going to test on Wuling and Neta. Unfortunately, they are not available in Europe, Neta. Yeah, because who wants the shittiest cars over here, right? But I'm going to check it out. And then also, what's it called again? Oh, okay, I don't remember. But it's mainly the Chinese cars there. And also check out the Riddara pickup truck. And also, yeah, Deepal. There's a new Deepal coming out. And also the Jayco 5. It's a quite good car for the money. Jayco 5 starts at around 500k baht, which is only 170k NOK or 15k euros, right? For 60 kilowatt hour crossover size. I think it's similar to Model Y, like a small Model Y-ish. Like, wow, for that price. I was kind of laughing at the Jayco 6, but you know, it's kind of thirsty and charging slow. But the Jayco 5 seems like a way better car overall. Well, of course, it doesn't have any off-road capabilities. But I'm not sure if that's the main reason why people would buy the Jayco 6 anyway. GOC, yeah, that's right. GOC Ion Y, whatever it's called, yeah. Those cars, actually, they charge okay, fast. And they are available in Thailand. And they are also coming to Europe, so it's good that I can test it properly in Thailand. It might take a while before it arrives in Norway for some reason. Well, actually, in Thailand, they are actually getting ahead of Europe because they are getting a bunch of 500 kilowatt chargers now and 500 amp, and Huawei are rolling out a lot of them, and they are used by different CPOs, but yeah, they go for either 480 or 720 kilowatt, and even on the stretch from Bangkok to Chiang Mai, there is around 10 of those 500 kilowatt charging spots with 500 amp liquid cooled cables. And even in Chiang Mai, just a couple of 100 meters north of Ceramic Pro, near the airport, there is a brand spanking new site there. The guy there, he invited me over there. He's the one that's running the solar company that install at my home, you know, EV Power Energy, whatever they call. They have now a charging site there with 500 kilowatt or 480, I think it was. So I'm like, damn, they're actually suddenly getting better than Europe or Norway, because we are still digging around with 400 kilowatt over here only. So I will be able to test the X-Bangs and whatever at proper speed in Thailand before I can do a proper run in Norway, Sweden even. So they had the shitty chargers in Thailand for a while. But then suddenly, when Huawei start rolling out the kick-ass charger, then it's game over. So it's going to be interesting to review how it is in Thailand now. Just 1 year after last run, right? But I mean, stuff happens so fast in Thailand, because just 6 years ago, in 2019, the ZS EV came to Thailand, and I bought one. And back then, the charging network was basically non-existing. What the heck, man? Bringing left burger? Seems to be some young drivers. They don't know anything about lane discipline. But yeah. I remember in 2019 I took that trip with ZS EV, charging only on 50 kilowatt, only on AC, and then just 1 or 2 years after, they start rolling out 50 kilowatt, similar to what we had in Norway for over a decade, right? But then they kind of just skipped that, and they are now, after just a few years, they are already on like 100, 150 kilowatt chargers, and now they are starting to move over to 400 to 600 or 700 kilowatt chargers. So they have been kind of skipping many chapters versus Europe or Norway. Because we were camping on the 50 kilowatt chargers for at least 10 years before we start moving over. I remember at one time we had lots of those Delta 150 kilowatt chargers, but they are kind of getting extinct nowadays. And then I just see more and more Kempower and Alpitronic all over the place in Norway. But of course we don't get that in Thailand because it's European brand. But I'm just wondering, will Kempower ever establish a factory in Asia? But I think the reason why Kempower don't penetrate Asia is because they know that the competition over there is hard. especially now that Huawei is starting to roll out their chargers. So it's probably pointless to try to compete against the Chinese. But there are supposedly a few Chempower sites in Thailand with the S series, what do you call it again? The plugs, dispensers. What the heck is that Seal 6 EV? Is that a plug-in hybrid or is that a pure EV? Because it was something Seal DMI, whatever, right? But that's fossil. Okay, if there's a new BYD, then I'll definitely check it out. Well, I mean, I see even in Thailand, they still roll out 200 amp cables. That's the kind of shit we had in Norway like 10 years ago almost. Or at least like 6-7 years ago. And you guys remember, right? Some of the first high power chargers in Norway. They were, well, like, I remember Nygårdskrysset. It was ABB. A 175 kilowatt ABB, but with only 200 amp cables. And the same in the early days, Ionity, they announced 350 kilowatt, but the cables were only around, I think it was around 200 kilowatt, 200 amp only. And then eventually they start using the liquid cooled 500 amp. Well, I didn't know it's going to be wet over here. What, 51 kilometers left and 33 kilometers, 33%. Ooh. Oh, there is a chance we can make it to Himla instead. Yeah, okay, why not? Himla, V3 supercharger. Shouldn't have any handshake problems at least. And they still have hot dogs that can fry in the microwave. And there shouldn't be any rain here tonight. Let me check here, weather forecast. Well, is Seal 6, is that the station wagon? Cheap cable, yes. In Australia. But it seems like Australia is anti-EV, or they are adapting so slow. Because Australia would be perfect for EVs because of the weather. Nice and warm many places. Fairly close to the equator. Just like Thailand, but Thailand is even better. But the only minus with Australia is that they have quite long distances. But in Thailand, it's not that crazy long. Well, it depends. But in Thailand, you cannot drive too fast. I mean, okay, some people hammer it, but you just have to get prepared to get a ticket. But as long as you cruise at 115 to 120. Then you are fairly safe. But that's quite slow in European standards. In Europe, it's more common to be able to cruise at around 130, 140. Yeah, no Colgate in Thailand, Liz. And also in Thailand, it's nice and warm. And many people might think that, oh, but if it's hot, then you need to run the air conditioning, and then you consume more energy. Well, yes, you do, but you need to know that very common in Thailand, they tint everything. They tint the front windscreen, the side, the back, they tint all the glass that is available. And that means that the need for air conditioning is suddenly way less. And if it's hot, like 35 degrees Celsius, you have really low drag compared to when it's 15 or 10 degrees Celsius. So you're saving a lot on the drag part or the propulsion part, and you're consuming maybe a little bit more on the AC part. But overall, you're saving. That's what I noticed with the Leaf. I was like, the Leaf got super efficient in 35 degrees Celsius. It was simply amazing. I've never seen a Leaf be so efficient before. Yeah, in Thailand, yeah, that's right. Right, 30%. Well, but once I hit Pawel, but then I need to hammer it. The consumption will be higher. So I have to make sure that I can hammer it to Himmler. Well, we'll see. Once we get close to the exit to Pawel, I can decide whether I should go for it or not. 43 kilometers now to Pawel, and I have 30%. 30% should be. Why is it? Huh? It should be at least 60 kilometers, more like 60, 70 kilometers maybe. Maybe I don't get the factor 2.5, but maybe a factor at least 2.2 or 2.3. Yeah, I should be able to make it to Himmler, maybe even Falkenberg. Wow, the consumption right now, or the average power, as the display claims, the average power is 383 watt-hour per kilometer. It dropped via Göteborg. Hakkapeliitta R5 SUV. 275 45 19, I think it was. that looks like an IDC, but oh wait, maybe that's just a Volkswagen. Oh, they start getting the illuminated Volkswagen logo now, red logo. .7% left. What? There's a freaking bing bong on every time I turn the wiper on and off. Seriously? Like, wow. Chinese, they really love annoying things, huh? I'm 42 kilometers away from Himla. Yeah, I could possibly make it there. We'll see once I get closer to Varberg now. Down to 24%. Consumption is 382. It's actually not that high, huh? I was counting on 400. Well, it's going up now. Well, we can probably not make it to Falkenberg, but at least Himmler seems like 23% now. Yeah, we'll try to go deep, see what happens. So that should be good for maybe 60 kilometers, or at least 55, and we are 36 kilometers away from Himmler. But once we hit Varberg, we need to hammer it. Yeah, so there's a quite big possibility we're gonna make it to Himmler then. Go deep. Gonna nuke some more hot dogs there. Then eventually I need to grab food at Circle K. %. %. I didn't know it was going to be wet over here. I thought it was dry. All over. 14%. It seems like we'll have too high state of charge if we stop at Pawel now. It's probably gonna go past Pawel. Getting close now, around 15 kilometers left. I locked my navigation on Himmler, which is 26 kilometers away. Yeah, good morning. 2:42 in the morning. Seems that we could even go past Himmler, but then I'm not sure how much further we can go. Can we make it to Falkenberg? Not on 17% now. Is getting dry, that's slightly better. Consumption is going up, 386 watt hour per kilometer. Total consumption so far 379. This car seems to count the distance more or less exactly. So yeah, that's good. Low battery, okay, 15%. Got them at a low battery. I don't know how much power I have now. Still have 50% power roughly, okay. Oh, maybe the battery is warmer now than earlier. Oh, that is a possibility. %. It seems to maybe drop slightly faster towards the end. I'm 17 kilometers away from Himmler. Yeah, I think it's just going to go for Himmler, but it's going to be semi-deep, but that's fine. Maybe 5%, maybe 3%, I'm not sure. Getting close to the wide back exit with 14%, that's way too high. But if I charge to only 65% though, I will be at 9% now. At least for now, I avoid using Ionity. Because they tend to fail on handshake for this car. So I'm just gonna go for V3 supercharger, and then possibly next stop it might be a V4 supercharger at well, actually I might end up at another V3 if I go to Halmstad. Yeah. You'll see. There it is, Y-bike, 13%, 14 kilometers to go. Okay, we're gonna go for it. Oh, that guy's hammering, man. Take it sweet, man. Hammer time. Well, that guy was going at, I don't know, looks like 160, 170 kilometers per hour, that Mercedes. Is already gone. UN. Okay, so we're 12 kilometers away from Himmler. Yeah, I think that's fine. We're at 12% now. Falkenberg is probably too far away. Hey, what? Well, how much further do you have to go if you want to go for Falkenberg? I don't know. Distance from Himmler to Falkenberg. Kilometers away from Himmler now. 11% left. I have roughly 20 kilometers of range left. I think over here in the high-speed zone I could count almost 500 watt-hour per kilometer, which is 2 to 1 roughly. So 10%, that's 20 kilometers of range left. I think that's simply not enough to go to Falkenberg. I think I need to start remembering the distance from Himmler to Falkenberg. We are 12 kilometers from Walberg to Himmler. Okay, this is going to be deep as we go. 5.5 kilometers left, so we will arrive with 6 or 5%. Okay, that's good. Himmler to Falkenberg is... Okay, that's too far. Yeah, that's way too far. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, wait. Yeah, so we should arrive with around maybe 5 or 6% at Himmler. That's simply not enough to go to Falkenberg then. Unless a slow poke, but I'm not going to do that. %. All right. Good. The deeper the better, right? Then I think I should be able to reach, well, at least reach Melbystrand on the way back, but hopefully actually reach Harmstad on the way back. That'd be great. It's a fairly quick exit to Harmstad when you go northbound route. And that's another V3 supercharger. Seems like I'm going to be using a lot of superchargers today. No handshake problems. Okay, here we go. Himmler. Coming up. %. Well, it's deep enough. Cannot go further or deeper. So if I went 65%, I could have gone here with 2%. Okay, that's kind of scary. Maybe I'll just stick with 65% from now. Okay, I'm going to use a supercharger because less handshake problems and actually lower price than the NEMA chargers and all that stuff. We're actually slightly closer to the clean. Well, I don't have to clean the windscreen. It's not smutsy. I'm going to use the V3 supercharger on purpose, not the V4. You see over here. This one's kind of dark here, but what the light is for now. The light is kaput, huh? Okay, here, let's use this charger to A. I can have slight distance this time. There, okay. 7% at arrival. Just keep the heat off for now. 390 watt-hour per kilometer on this leg, okay. Okay, 406.3 kilometers so far. Himmler. 6 degrees here. Well, welcome to Himmler. Nothing to do here at night. Everything is closed. You can enjoy the charging screen. Oh. Is that big enough?
right now at Himmler. I arrived with 7%. If you say the charge scale is linear, I could have charged at 65% and arrived here with 2%. But okay, whatever. 7%, that's deep enough. So now, gonna get out and Well, actually, I nuked the hot dog. Now I'm actually grilling the buns a bit before I put it in there and enjoy it. I'll be back. Okay. If I want to reach Halmstad, I have to drive 122 kilometers. A bailout point before that would be not sure. It's not one, maybe. Yeah. But 122 kilometers. If I assume, well, how bad can it be? 500 watt per kilometer. Wait, sounds to me like I need 65%. Well, maybe I'm just gonna go 70 again, just in case. Okay, 70. Let's go. Now I need to wait for the microwave to cool down a bit before I pack it.
then I'll just enjoy the hot dog. This is the last meal I have with me. So from now on, if I'm hungry, I need to buy something. But that could be fine at Halmstad. Chung. Hello? But then now I just have to enjoy the meal. I'm not left there. 15 minutes left of jogging. I'm having a hot dog, I can't really see it. Right. I nuked the hot dog with a microwave. Maybe I should use the microwave more often with the airflow. It is very convenient. But just in case, we're gonna go for 70% again. Go to a turnaround point and then end up at Hamstad. I think we're getting some nice charging stops. I wish we can go a little bit deeper, but it's always hard to estimate how much we can actually spend. Well, at least the charging is super consistent for now. No cold gate, no rapid gate, no punishment points. One thing I wonder is that if I fire up the HVAC, does it steal power? When it comes to time, let me see, we have to take current time plus is 1 hour and 15 minutes for midnight. So we're at 4.5 hours now. We're not even halfway here. I'll be aiming for 11 something. 11:20 maybe. That'd be great. Yeah. Well, I'm done eating. Actually, that was pretty much all the food I had brought with me. I just have a little bit of snack with me. I'm good to go for many more hours. 45%. It's actually not that cold in the car yet. It's remarkably warm outside nowadays. Why do we have double glazed window? No, it's just regular glass. I can wait until we are at over 50% before I fire up the heat there. It'll be interesting to see how the Ioniq 9 can handle 1,000 kilometer challenge. The Koreans, they updated the eGMP platform to charge faster. Now they can now they can handle 350 kilowatt hour per hour, and I'm thinking that's it. The Chinese are going at 500 soon. Actually, Xpeng X9 is going at over 500, and then the G6, G9 they're going at how much was it again? 400 and something. And even the IM6, IM5, they're going at 395 kilowatt. Yeah. The Chinese, man, they're sitting on some awesome battery tech. Because I remember Elon Musk, he said many years ago when under some during some what do you call it again,
shareholder meeting when he talked about the V3 supercharger 250 kilowatt, and then some people ask about the 350 kilowatt Porsche Taycan, and he said something. They're gonna burn the battery. Well, Porsche never went 350. They somehow went for only 270 kilowatt. Maybe they figured out that 350 was a bit too much for that battery tech they had back then. But then somehow the Chinese were able to go fast. And you can say, well, you might degrade the battery, but sure, time will tell, right? Just like what William Lee said. What, should I fire up the HVAC now? Or maybe I can wait until 60% because then it's supposed to throttle anyway. Well, okay. See, what if I fire up HVAC now? Auto. What's gonna happen suddenly? Will it pull more power, or will it just reduce the power to the battery? So suddenly it pulls 130 kilowatt. Oh, okay. So it pulls extra power for the heater. That's good. What I don't know is, will it mess up the cooling? Or is it smart enough to use PTC while we are charging? But yeah, so you see that according to spec, it's supposed to take only 115 kilowatt. And if you look at Elbilforeningen's test, they did it in, I don't remember when the heck it was, earlier. They got only 115 kilowatt. So I wonder if Maxus, they upped the speed since then. Let me check if I can find any date on that Elbilforeningen. Let's see. Elbilforeningen, Maxus, eTerron 9. Huh? 28th of October, really? That's not long ago. Yeah, that's it. Huh? Well, 28th of October, huh? That's just 1 week ago. What? And there was a charging test here. I could have sworn I saw it. Yeah, they got 100 and I click here. It started at 106 kilowatt, and then it went up to 108 kilowatt, huh? And then it dropped. What? They got only 108? They didn't even get 115. Yeah, 106, that's what I mentioned. Strange. We got a lot better speed than them for some reason. I think it's quite low wind, right? We're talking about only 2 meters per second wind. But yeah, it should affect it. So I'm gonna get slight headwind now and then tailwind on the way back. Okay, so you go 70% again, just to be safe. So I have no idea how much we consume now. But yeah, if we reach Halmstad, then there is a quite big gap from Halmstad to, let me see, try here. from Halmstad to Falkenberg. Oh, that's 42 kilometers. Yeah, there's literally nothing between Halmstad and Falkenberg. Yeah, so that's quite big gap. So I kind of need to stop at Halmstad. Regardless. Then it just boils down to how much juice I have at Halmstad, right? But I don't want to risk it. In case it consumes way too much, then I just want to make sure I can make it to Halmstad. So this is interesting. Tibber gave me a notification that I have Norgespris now. And then it changed I can show Norgespris. Why do I have to have internet? Well, no, Tibber is being weird. But then what's gonna happen with a grid reward? Check here. Huh, interesting. What the heck happened there? The grid reward around midnight. Huh? What? How did I make money on it? Did I be charged on grid reward? Let me check here. How did it count on the game? But there's so little gain on grid war nowadays, so it's almost pointless to even bother. I think I'm just gonna go all in on Neobot instead. Probably just use Tibber for other smart features, but not grid reward. And it's still a nice app. No, it's also grid reward is just weird now. It just hangs and slow to process stuff. Been on that lately. Is there a new version coming out? Nope. I don't know why it's so damn slow. No. Can you just see the grid wall already? Okay, whatever. Check on Isabel, how she's doing. No, she's okay. Peacefully sleeping. Check the garage. 14.5 degrees in the garage. Okay. All good. should be good to go. I'm gonna see some crazy high numbers. 67%, almost 80%, almost 70% again. Let me see, how long did that take? Pack the camera, the shaft. Wait. 68%. How long did we charge this time? Oh, 33 minutes, yeah. Charging stops are long. Get ready so I can reset. 69%. Alright, 69%, we're almost good to go. This took 33, almost 34 minutes. And then the plan now is, this map is really weird, let me show you. It's north up, but it seems to be slightly tilted or maybe crushed. Yeah, they just crushed the aspect ratio wrong. Okay, I'm gonna go all the way to the turnaround point. Oh, no. All the way to the turnaround point here at Hallandsås and then go north and then charge at Halmstad. So that's 122 kilometers. But oh shit, what I'm dying to know now is, once we hammer it in the 120 zone, how high is the consumption gonna be? Okay, good to go. 34.5 minutes. Stop charging. Alright, let me disable all that shit again. Driving, lane assist off, driver state monitoring off, yes, okay, good to go. I'll go back to here and then go to energy. Yeah. Oh, then turn off the rear mirror there, okay. Wow, so you're talking about slightly over half an hour stops. Well, it could have been around half an hour if I went to 65% instead of 70%. But for now, it seems like 70 makes sense. Yeah, 600 watt-hour per kilometer now. It's capped at 600 watt-hour per kilometer. And you see, like most Chinese cars, the consumption is capped. And this car is actually capped relatively high. 600 watt-hour per kilometer is the cap. But you can actually hit this
if you're pulling 3.5 tons. I'm trying to get a glimpse of the wind turbines when we pass there. But to say the car can retain the heat really, I mean, fairly well in here. It doesn't cool down that much. Seems like the car is well insulated. And it's still, what is it outside now? Well, 6 degrees Celsius. Oh, okay. So I get the impression that now it's already down to 598 watt-hour per kilometer. We get the impression that the software is the weakest point here, but the car overall is fairly good. Except for that the charging should have been better, of course, for a freaking 105 kilowatt-hour battery or whatever, roughly there. And we should at least get, let's say, okay, the voltage is a bit low. That's a bit bummer. But instead of 375 amp, let me see, 500. Well, if you go 500 amp flat, we would get 165 kilowatt. Yeah, that's a lot better than just 125. So, but maybe the LFP battery, but it's bringing 100 kilowatt hour, man. So it just goes flat 1.2C until 60%. Yeah, I guess that's okay. Maybe it's just a lower quality LFP battery, but it just makes me wonder. I mean, if Xpeng and well, actually most Chinese brands, and they are not even that expensive, like GAC Ion, if they can charge way faster, means that the fast charging batteries doesn't have to cost a fortune. So there's a big mystery why. Yeah, I mean even SAIC, they are sitting on something that they use for the IM5, IM6. So why can't they use that on the Maxus also? Okay, consumption is stabilizing. 553 watt-hour per kilometer. 546 is dropping. I'm gonna drive for a little bit until it stabilizes, and then I'll shoot the video. Probably after the Falkenberg shot. We're getting an impression of the noise levels. There. Right. We are now on the concrete surface around Falkenberg, and wow, I have to say, man, the noise levels here aren't that bad. Okay, let me move over to the left lane and get a feel how it is. Okay, here is better, of course, because it's not as rough as the right lane, but still, even on the right lane here, you know, I'm pretty sure that we have way more noise in a Polestar 2, for example. Yeah, Polestar 2 is actually quite noisy. Many people don't know that. But here, compared to the old, like the ET90, this is way better comfort, way better noise, and also way more power. So, okay, you guys have seen that. Wait, okay. The software might be annoying. Yeah, and also this. When I just change on the wiper, every time I change the wiper, it bonks at me. There's lots of other annoying things with this car, but it seems like the software is the weakest point, whereas the hardware seems to be quite good. Huh? Oh, very impressive. Let me see. Do we have headwind? Slight headwind. And also, headlights seems quite good. Good spread, good strength. Wow. I'm actually impressed. I am impressed. Yeah. Okay, now I'm just gonna camp on this lane because it's slightly quieter, so I don't have to shout at you guys. Wait, did I mount the mic? Yes, I did. Okay. $514 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, if we miraculously spend way less than expected, then we could try to go for Falkenberg, but then we have to skip Halmstad, really? I'm not sure if that's possible. Okay, we'll see. I was counting on 500 watt-hour per kilometer. Then we will have some 100 zone and then actually some 110 zone before the turnaround point. So you might end up with less than 500. But even at 500, well, I will be able to get over to Falkenberg safely and still have a margin. Well, they're building more stuff over here. Falkenberg. Wow, 506 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay, going on a slight downhill now. Let me hammer for a little bit more before I check the consumption. Wait, don't you see the speed limit? We don't. Okay, they're up. Well, 501 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, it was lower than expected. I wonder if this is even less than the F-150. And then, well, especially less than the Geländewagen. So the Geländewagen turns out to be the thirstiest car of the year. I need to make like this car of the year thing. Well, but it's not just one car. It's kind of silly, you know, when the Renault 5 became the car of the year. But then, what about people who wants an SUV? You know, what about people who needs an all-wheel drive? Then it's totally irrelevant for them about the Renault 5. So what I'm gonna do is make like the recommended cars, the best cars in 2024, and they will be in different classes. And then Firefly will be in the small city car class, and then in the medium, well, in the sedan class though, then I'm not sure. It could possibly be actually a Model Y. There's a Model 3. Yeah, Model 3 Highland. And then in the like the SUV segment, that's plenty, man. But before that, ID7 is also highly recommended by me. Either the fastback or the station wagon, both of them actually. And what else is it? Well, what I'm on my Uniper. But also, yeah, Seeker 7X, man. Incredibly good value for money. I even feel like even the EL6, which is kind of old, is still also really good. Great value for money. I mean, it has a CDC and nice oomph, power, great space. But some of the charging is kind of outdated, yes, charging speed. But still pretty good overall. What is this? Wait, it's slush on the road? I have to be careful here. Not sure what this, but well, it's probably just water. It looks a bit weird. Maybe I should be on the left lane just in case, because it's usually less water here. And then what else? Actually, in the in the pickup class, I might crown the eTerron 9. It's better value for money than the F-150, but I have to test the Musso first. And then actually in the big, I'm not sure what to call it, big SUV class, then it's actually EL8. Still kind of old, but I mean, it's kind of old, but it's still, I consider it the best in that class. The fridge is also a nice bonus in that class. A big family car, whatever you should call it. Super comfy, quiet, fast. A fridge that you can actually remote control via the app even. What else? Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. In the van class though, I haven't tested that many vans, like passenger vans and so on, so yeah. But I think I cover most of the segments that are relevant. But yeah, unfortunately I haven't tested the Xpeng G6 that much, but it actually appears to be a really good car for the money also, especially with the new G6 with the updated interior, and also the ride and comfort feels a lot better. And actually, even the IM5, IM6 sounds, I mean, feels quite good. The only problem is that they are kind of a little bit thirsty, but it seems like, I mean, these are extreme power capable cars also. And they can actually match like a Taycan Turbo S in power, so it's quite crazy. So in that regard, like you're basically just getting a performance version of it. There's no non-performance version. So maybe those motors are a bit thirsty. The Model Y. Well, actually, the Model Y Performance, I like it a lot. The suspension, the adaptive suspension on the Model Y Performance. The regular doesn't have it yet, or I'm not sure if it's gonna get it. Well, yeah, actually, like space-wise, the G6, G9, and Model Y, they are roughly in the same space class. But for example, Model X and EL8, they are bigger. It's like 7-seater executive proper sized SUV, not like a SUV junior like Model Y. Seeker 7X also, I consider them the same class as Model Y. And for example, well, ID4, but for example, the cars that I don't mention, they are simply not that great. Or they, for example, the new Skoda Enyaq, I didn't feel that there was not that much difference, of course, as before. But for example, in the Tesla, yeah, for example, the Model Y Performance, they actually put a higher resolution screen there, and they did many improvements. Not just more oomph in the performance, the seat, the adaptive dampers and so on helps. And I believe that they also made it quieter. I'm not sure how, or yeah. Or maybe because of the suspension that it is quieter, or maybe the tires. But I mean, it's good that so many cars in the I don't know what's called, but the Model Y segment, there are so many cars there that I recommend, because many people want cars in that class. So if you don't like Tesla, you can get Seeker. If you don't like Chinese, you can get G6 is also Chinese. Yeah, but I don't know if you noticed, but I didn't mention any Stellantis cars because they just couldn't make it up there in the list. And then as for the ET5 Touring, I mean, I love it. I love the looks of it, but I feel like it's kind of outdated in some regards. Charging is okay if you get the Gen 2 battery. Yeah, it's a battery swap, yeah. But I noticed that there's some limited space there. When I went on to the Croatia trip and I put the luggage in there, I was like, oh shit. So I know that, for example, ID7 has more space. And also the comfort in the ID7, if you get the DCC, is better on the ET5 Touring. So I mean, ET5 Touring ET5 is a nice car, but at least that car I wouldn't make it on top of the list, unlike the EL6 and the EL8. Oh, the Swedes are hammering it, man. 490. Okay, I've driven for 21 minutes now. I think it's time to make a little shot about this. We've been driving for 21 minutes now in the 120 zone, and look at the consumption, 486 watt-hour per kilometer. Holy macaroni, this car is thirsty. But it's actually not as thirsty as the Geländewagen. And I even feel that this is still more efficient than the way bigger F-150. Huh? Look at that. We're gonna find out eventually once we finish the challenge. Yeah, time will show, just like William Lee said. Okay, in the 120 zone, as long as you're consuming almost 500 watt-hour per kilometer, then it's basically 2 to 1 then. So 1% is 2 kilometers. So I have 45% left, so that's roughly 90 kilometers. Okay, we just have to go to a turnaround point. We're getting close to Halmstad. Just wonder how much juice we'll have at Halmstad. Might be more than 10%, I'm afraid. See, 56 plus 40, right, 40, 60, we have around 60 kilometers to the turnaround point, and here, we should come back here with maybe, I don't know, almost 15%. So maybe I could have charged her 65% then, instead of 70. Wasted a little bit of time there. Okay, that's not ideal, but whatever. Hopefully we can have better charging stops on the way back. Yeah, so here we go. Halmstad. Consumption is 473 watt-hour per kilometer now. Here we also have V3, which is good. No handshake problems. Avoid big heavy cables. We'll see. Eventually, I might run into some Ionity, but I just go for whatever is most optimal distance-wise and charging-wise for now. Wait, what happened to the music? Oh, it muted. Oh, it's been playing in the background for freaking hours, man. Muted.
When I catch myself on the way side, only takes one look into your eyes, and I won't be the same. You light it all ablaze. Wanna give you all my midnights, every high, every low, all of my time. Nothing could make me change until you call my name. You set it all on fire. I'm not the same tonight. I hear you call me higher. You turn my dark to light. Didn't wanna let it go, but you just make it easy. So I'm good as you're gonna make me shine. Bringing it back to life. Won't give it up this time. I'm like a diamond bright, only up by my side. Nothing before can compare to how you make me feel so brand new. All my fears and mistakes, you make the past erase. From my shoulder I can cry on, find somebody to rely on. All of my blue and gray turn into bright days. You set it all on fire. I'm not the same tonight. I hear you call me higher. You turn my dark to light. Didn't wanna let it go, but you just make it easy. So I'm with you, I know I'm good as you're gonna make me shine. Bringing it back to life. Won't give it up this time. I'm like a diamond bright, only up by my side. Push me forward, and when the earth shakes, I'm not covered. You are my safe place. I'm sitting high above. There's nothing I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good as you're gonna make me shine. Bringing it back to life. Won't give it up this time. I'm like a diamond bright, only up by my side. Push me forward, and when the earth shakes, I'm not covered. You are my safe place. Push me forward, and when the earth shakes, I'm not covered. You are my safe place. I'm good as gold.
How is the stereo?
I'm good as
Well, I'm not sure if you can hear it. Maybe the sound is not good enough via the live stream, but this is pure shite, man. It's one of the worst I ever heard. Possibly the worst. it sounds like it's operating at only 11 or 22 kilohertz sample rate, and it sounds like it's mono, even though it's probably not mono, but you know, I almost don't hear much stereo perspective here. And it lacks details, it lacks bass, it lacks treble. It sounds like the frequency response is from 200 hertz to 10 kilohertz. It is so shite, and also when you crank up to the max, it doesn't go loud. So yeah, even a Bluetooth speaker from Temu would sound better, you know. Or even the Bluetooth speaker I have at home. What is it called again? Emberton 2. What is it called again? The guitar amplifier brand. But there's a small Bluetooth speaker, Emberton 2. Even that sounds way better, way more clear, and actually has some bass. Yeah, Marshall, yeah. Marshall actually makes quite nice sounding speakers. I remember when we went to this hotel in Chengdao, and they had a Marshall, a bigger one, similar size as the audio whatever I had, the other Bluetooth speaker. But the Marshall is really impressive sound for a small Bluetooth speaker running on batteries. So maybe one day I'll buy that. But actually, one of my fans, the guy who named Achtung Polizei, he was inspired by my videos, and he purchased a KEF reference sound bar, or whatever they call it. And it was supposedly incredibly good sound for a sound bar. So yeah, maybe one day if I'm filthy rich, I will get KEF reference. Those are expensive. If you want to go for KEF reference speaker, just the speaker itself costs 10,000 euros. It's so poor detail, man. Holy shit, this is bad. I mean, you know, I heard some standard sound system from Volkswagen, for example, and even they sound way better. Yeah. know, the music we are playing right now actually has quite high sound quality. This song here, or this music track here, and when I played it back on, I think it was the Audi A6, it sounded incredibly good. Also on some of the Mercedes I tried, like the Maybach, it was like, whoa. But here it just sounds so bad. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna record some stuff here. Whoa. I don't wanna go too schnell here. Okay, I need to record when we go down Hollandsåsen. Whoa. I don't want to go too fast here with winter tires and 3-ton pickup truck in the curve. We are now going downhill, down Hollandsåsen. It's a quite long downhill. I'm going to show you something here, which is bad with this car. You see here, the brake lights are, well, I think they're on, right? The car is braking using friction brake to go downhill, and there's no regen. If I disengage cruise control now, then you suddenly see that if I try to maintain 110, the speed limit that I always drive, then you suddenly see minus something here, which is regen. So, this car does not regen to reduce speed if we are using cruise control. So if I go back here, there, see if I reduce speed here, it would just brake instead. Just like other cars from Psych. Well, well, well. Okay, 27 kilometers away from Halmstad. We are down to 26%. Okay, we might arrive at 10% after all. Still kind of high-ish, but okay. Blasted similar truck when driving Model Y. I felt like I was getting punched in the... Yeah. Not here. Right, we're getting close to Halmstad. So far we've been charging at only V3 supercharger. Next is also going to be a V3 supercharger. But we're possible right with 12%. So not ideal. Okay, I should have gone 65%. I according to my calculation, I estimated that we should be able to consume around 60%, which is actually the case. Stop that for now. So now I know roughly what to expect then. So the consumption on the next leg is not going to be 500. I'm not sure where the heck I'm going to stop at. Maybe I could try to go for speculative. Yeah, that sounds plausible. I think roughly 150 kilometers from here, right? Or maybe more. I should be able to do 150, maybe even 160, 170 past Göteborg. And it seems like charging to around 70% is still okay speed. Wait, but if I stop at Specular, then I kind of need to jump over to Strömstad and then, wait. Oh, no, it's Specular. Oh, Specular, Sarpsborg, and then home, yeah. So then only at Specular I will need to charge at Ionity, and hopefully it won't fail on handshake too many times. And then Cypher also has V3 supercharger, so it will be 5 charging stops total, where 4 out of those are V3 supercharger and only 1 Ionity. We're down to 19% now, but then 11 kilometers left. Wow, it's kind of high. But it's impossible to reach Falkenberg. Okay, so we'll probably just have a slightly shorter session here then. And then somehow, I need to calculate from here what we can possibly reach. Could even go for Kongalv. But then it's going to be harder from Kongalv to... wait, I think even Kongalv and then... and then... Okay, well, I'll figure out something once I stop at the next spot. Almost there. 8 kilometers left. 18%. Wow, way too high, man. So the consumption on this leg was actually only 468, and it's gonna drop even more by the time we roll in there. Way lower than I expected. Next leg I can expect around 420 maybe. No, 390 since we are passing through Göteborg, maybe 380. Yeah. What is the total consumption then? 401 so far, but they were on the most intense parts now. 16% now. Wow. Okay, that's not optimal, but whatever. We need more chargers between between Halmstad and Falkenberg. There's a big gap there, 40-kilometer gap. %15 now. Alright. Halmstad, here we come. Oh, 15%. Okay, let's see. Take one of these stones. Maybe I could shoot the thumbnail shot now. Go to the restroom here also. Take 6D maybe. Or let's take 3660D. This should be good. Okay, 459 on this run. 528 kilometers now. Halmstad, and it's 7 degrees over here. So I can expect something like 390, maybe even 380 on the next leg. Either way, I should charge at 65%. There. We are now at Halmstad. We arrive with 17%.
We are now at Halmstad. We arrive with 15%. That's way too high. But you know, the navigation there doesn't give me any estimation of how much I need. So I was guessing, and I was guessing worst case. So it was still kind of thirsty, but not as bad as I thought it would be. Okay, anyway, here, yet another V3 supercharger. Plenty of now I'll go pee, but I'm gonna calculate again. Let me see. From here to Spekerud. So where is that? Oh shit, 178 kilometers. Oh damn. Well, I could go for Kongalv instead. Okay, whatever. Let's say 178 kilometers times 380. Yeah, okay, let's try. If I go Kongalv then, Ajonti Kongalv, yeah, that's not too bad, right? Konghalla. Okay, that's 158 kilometers away. 158 times 380. That's 60 kilowatt hour again. Okay, this time I'm gonna go for 65%. I'm gonna try to go deep. Yeah, because I keep missing the target. So I'm gonna go 65%. Go to wait. I have to check something here. If I end up at at the Konghalla, if I then wanna go to, let's say, Ionity Strömstad. That's only 137 kilometers. And then if I want to go to Strömstad to home, then that's 172 kilometers. I think that's okay since I'm driving via Norway. Yeah, okay, we have a plan then. Ionity, Konghalla, and then Strömstad, and then home. Yeah, so the two last stops would be Ionity. Okay. Well, I think that's fine as long as we can handshake properly. But also the good thing is that there will be a gas station that I can buy some food. So I'm just gonna restock. And oh, yeah, just remember I have some food left. Oh, I can eat. Restock some drinks. But this stop will not be. I checked tire pressure. Why? I already checked them. They are fine. Oh, you mean that? No, it's not tire pressure. It's the sensors are not there. They replaced the tire, and they changed the winter tire, and then they haven't set the tire sensor thingy. But no, the message you see there is not low tire pressure. It's just no signal from the TPMS. Well, fortunately for you guys, the charging screen stays on when the car is locked. I'm gonna go to the restroom soon. And then I'll be back. Okay, so this stop shouldn't be too long since we are going for only 65%. And if I can't make it to Pawel, then what? Pretty sure I can make it there. According to my calculation now. Because after so many calculations, I think I'm more confident what we can expect. But then where we have high speed now for a while, and then low speed, or should I go 70% again? According to my calculation, we will arrive at 5%. So then we might arrive at 10%. Maybe I'll charge a little bit past 65%. Maybe not S70, but let's say 67, just to be extra sure. But that's the thing. Abu Planet doesn't have this car, and the navigation doesn't give me any indication. So that's why I'm kind of in the dark here. So in a way, you kind of need to blame the car for I have to charge too much, because I don't know how much I actually need. Okay, but anyway, I'm gonna go to the restroom. I'll be back. Oh yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I wasn't much needed. Okay. Okay. Oh, damn, man. Okay. Right. So now we wait, and then, well, I don't know. Can we fire up the heater now? Almost 50%. Yeah, let's fire up the heater. Fire it up. Boom. It's 65%. Then we go for strömstad. No, what was it? Kornhamla. Yeah. Well, I won't be able to buy anything there. But Strömstad, I can buy some stuff. Yeah, I think I have enough snack and drinks for now. But once I go to Strömstad in around 2 hours, then I can grab some snack drinks. Maybe we'll see. But I should have enough drink. I bring around 1 liter of drinks now, plus some food, so I don't have to rely on too much. Because nowadays we have many supercharger sites actually, new supercharger sites where everything is closed at night, like Mellbystrand. I tend to stop at Mellbystrand, but also Himle and Falkenberg, and everything there is closed at night. And also Hogstorp. Yeah, so I should have it as standard that I always bring food and drinks. I mean, I always bring drinks with me, but food also. Should bring food and drink, but also maybe bring enough, because in the past I've been bringing only half a liter, and usually that's not enough. And then if I'm a bit unlucky, then I end up on places where I can't buy anything. Alright, should be done soon at 65%. Oh no, wait again, at 67 maybe I want to go for this time. Just to have that tiny little margin without going full 70%. I feel like maybe 70% is a bit too high. I waste time every time. A couple of minutes every time. You could say that in the 3 charging stops I had now, I might have lost 3 minutes each. Yeah. Possibly even more actually than last year, because I charged to 70%, but then I arrived at 15. Of course, if you charge with 70% and you arrive at 5% or 2%, then it it was worth it to go high. But ABC always blame car for not giving me any indication of how much I need. Well, I'm gonna guess now on 380 watt-hour per kilometer to Kongalv. With first Ionity actually. Let me see, should I use the liquid cooled cables or the... It actually doesn't matter, let me just use the liquid cooled. Well, at least so far we've seen that the charging seems quite consistent. But it's charging slower than the Geländewagen. I think the Geländewagen had okay time because it was charging fairly fast. For, well, at least compared to the other cars here. But then the F-150 Lightning
peaked at 150 kilowatt, but then it throttled a bit earlier. So, and because this eTerron, it seems to be more efficient than the F-150. So, yeah. So you might be able to beat it. But okay, I mean, the F-150 had a colder run. Yeah, that's true. So of course these boxy cars, they tend to take a bigger penalty on that. So we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what the time eventually. Let's say 4:50, almost 5 in the morning now. That means over 6 hours into the challenge. All right, and we haven't even hit Vaughn Bandit. We are about to leave soon. In just a couple of minutes, we'll leave at 60. Let's say 67%. Let's see. So I think this time I started with 15%. I will see if we get a later throttle than before. I think it doesn't matter how low we start. We will probably throttle at 60% again. Let's see, it's coming up soon. Should be spot on every time. Which means that I should try to go deep if I can, but it's just a bit hard. Now we have the slight tailwind also. A couple of meters per second tailwind. Yeah, is it there? Or is that throttle? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it seems like it's slower, right? It's not 125 anymore. It's just a very gentle throttle. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, every time at around 60%, it throttles. Just very gently. So ideally we need to go deep. But I mean on 65% you can actually get okay distance. I'd say around 120 to 170 kilometers depending on the stretch. Drinks before I go to Strömstad. Yeah, that's the plan. Strömstad and then 160 kilometers all the way back home. Yeah, I think that's a bit fine. Wait, 160. I need to charge probably to 70% at Strömstad, right? No, 170 kilometers to Strömstad. Oh. Yeah, probably need 70% Strömstad. What? Oh no, you were thinking the other direction. No, no, no. We are going north. So from here to the next possible stop from here for the north is Falkenberg, and that's 40 kilometers away. There's a big gap there. We need something around 20 kilometers further north. Or there's there's a Shell station or something around halfway up here. I wonder if they should establish a charter there. That would be great. Yeah. I mean, nowadays, man, chargers in Norway, but also in Thailand, they're popping up everywhere. Especially in Thailand, like 1 year passed, right? And when I go back to Thailand, I need to relearn all the new locations and also new CPOs, apps, whatever. I need to get, and I lost my phone number again. Man, I have to be stricter about like you can add 1 month at a time, or I mean you can add a month to the phone number so it doesn't expire. So I keep expiring the phone numbers. I get a new phone number. The problem is that I need to re-register a new account because they send SMS to the phone number, and you cannot log in to a website and then change the phone number. So it's kind of super silly the way it has been programmed in the system. Okay, 67%. I think we're good to go. Probably 68 by the time we have plugged, but okay, close enough. Alright, I'll reset everything there. The music starts, of course. There, 67%. Let's go for it. Lane assist off, off, off. Yep. Off we go. And then start this. Yep, go. Alright, navigated towards Kongalv. 156 kilometers from here. Wow. Well, let's hope we can make it there. If not, then I think it should be fine. Since we have to pass through Göteborg. Current leg. It's only 580 watt-hour per kilometer. Current leg. Okay, let's see now. That gas station. How far away from Halmstad is it? I would guess that they could possibly put up a fast charger there. You know, there was a time when in Norway we called the fast charger 50 kilowatt, and then we called the high power charger lynlader, lightning charger. But I think nowadays we stopped using that. We just call it fast charger, and it means whatever, you know, like it means 150 plus kilowatt charging. We don't talk about 50 kilowatt anymore. They are almost extinct in Norway. There are a few sites here and there that still uses them, but Circle K and Recharge, yeah, I think also Grønn Kontakt or Mer, I mean, they replaced many of the 50 kilowatt. For example, at Dal, Mer, they had 50 kilowatt there for the longest time, and then Circle K took over the running it, and then eventually they just removed them completely and replaced them with 400 kilowatt Alpitronics. And I've seen other sites where, for example, at Furuset, a bunch of 50 kilowatt chargers outside the McDonald's there, close to the Circle K I used to start from. They also removed them and replaced them with Kempower, which is way smarter. They might actually have similar power available there. Well, actually, they might have increased the power slightly, but they can just use the power sharing. And as for now, the cars can't charge too fast anyway. taking still around 75 kilowatt average only. It's quite smart with Kempower because it means that if you have an e-Golf and you charge on Kempower, you're happy. But you will also be happy if you charge on 50 kilowatt before. But if you have a fat eTerron or something, then you are not happy to get only 50 kilowatt, but you will be happy with 150 kilowatt. And you can get that. With Kempower, then everyone will be happy. I wonder if the Kempower design was originally inspired by Tesla, because Tesla had the power sharing. But I think back then it was only V2 or possibly V3 when Kempower was established, when they designed the stuff. And then back then also we had the Delta chargers that would share, but those are just 2 times 75 kilowatt power modules, whereas Tesla at least has around I think it was 16 kilowatt power modules. So you could get, well, in the beginning, in the old days, V2 supercharger, the first car that plug in will get high priority. The second car that plug in still gets a minimum power, which is around 30 kilowatt. So, but I remember within the Falcon, and even with Optimus Prime, instead of getting 115 kilowatt, I will be throttled down to 100 kilowatt or 90 kilowatt, and then the other car will get the remaining 30 kilowatt. So it was still not ideal if someone plugged next to me, even if I came first. And of course I would not plug next to someone else unless there is no other space. So 30 kilowatt is still okay, because those cars back then, they didn't charge that fast. So it will eventually throttle, and then you free up another power module, and then the other car will get around 50 kilowatt, and then 70 kilowatt, and so on. So actually the V2 supercharger logic, even back then when it had only 120 kilowatt, was still okay. Then eventually it was upgraded to 150 kilowatt. I think at one point it was also 135 kilowatt. Still worked quite well and back in 2014, 15, 16 and so on. Now there's one way for Tesla to slowly climb themselves up and gain more customers. And with more customers, you have more money. So it was quite smart. Just use existing onboard chargers in the charger stack. Keep it simple and cheap. And keep customers happy with supercharger network. And encourage more people to buy Tesla. So you can say they were lucky with the timing, because back then they had almost no competitors, but they also did everything right. With the whole power sharing and stuff, they were able to offer free supercharging, which encouraged more people to buy, and they were actually burning some money, bleeding money in the old days, just to gain more customers. And at least the free supercharging was possible because they had power sharing, and if they were going, if they went beefier chargers, then it would be quite expensive, and maybe free supercharging wouldn't be possible. Well, I mean, I feel like Tesla, they're still overall very good, but I'm not totally convinced nowadays, because they just they do weird downgrades on things. On hardware especially. Software from time to time also, but software is slowly improving. But the hardware, they remove stocks, they tend to downgrade the headlights from the pre-Highland to the Highland. They remove the ultrasonic sensors and the radar. And like basic things like 360 camera, they haven't implemented it yet. It's very convenient. Nowadays when I test a bunch of other cars, 360 camera is very nice. Okay, it's not a must-have, but it's really nice to have. Just like Sentry mode and dash cam is not must-have, but it's very nice to have. Well, we're done 32 kilometers already. Did we pass that? Yeah, we did. Well, no, maybe we didn't. Wait. Where is that gas station again? Didn't pay attention where this gas station was. There's a Shell station. I think that's the one coming up soon. Okay, so that Shell station is quite close to Falkenberg. So halfway between Halmstad and Falkenberg, we just have that that resting area. Okay, so it seems like there's always going to be this 40-kilometer gap between these two. Yeah. Anyway, or yeah, I think this is the gas station. Yeah, so it's only 5 kilometers away from Falkenberg. It's kind of pointless to put the charger here since Falkenberg is already quite well established. Yeah, here it is. It's going to be quite hard to compete with Falcon back then. If SD1. Yeah. Well, I mean, they could put something here. On the way to Valdemar the other day, I needed to top up the e-Golf, and I drove past them all 50 kilowatt Fortum chargers, and they were occupied, both of them. I was like, ah. Yeah. But then I drove slightly further up towards Elbilmek, and then I saw that, oh, at the SD1, they put up SD1 chargers, Kempower. Ah, wonderful. So slowly SD1 is also coming, but man, they are so slow compared to Circle K. Circle K is way ahead. I say that Circle K is the farthest ahead when it comes to charging network for gas stations. And then we have SD1, and we have we have 7-Eleven. They also have a few Eon chargers here and there, but also it's basically non-existing. But it's Eon. It's not 7-Eleven. But 7-Eleven is owned by Remen, and Remen, they have Uno X outside of Uno X and Remen. So also a bit surprising where I know they're Esso delle De Luca, but they've been covered by Recharge until now. But it's strange that the gas station chains, they don't build their own charging network because they're already sitting on prime location. Circle K figured out that not a long time ago. So then they actually tried to squeeze out Tesla and Ionity. they realized, like, wait a minute, there's a prime location there. We're going to build our own network. And they were like, oh, okay, well, congratulations, you finally found out. After over 10 years, you know, with Tesla and Ionity in their property. It can charge at 125 kilowatt, but according to spec, it's only 115 kilowatts, so it's already going faster than the spec. And when Elbilforeningen tested it, for some reason they got only 106 to 108 kilowatt, and that was only 1.5 weeks ago. So I don't know what the heck happened. Did we actually get an update really recently? Because I was supposed to pick up this car on Monday, but then suddenly I got the message last week that it has been delayed by 1 day. So I wonder if it was like a last minute software update, and they were like, "Oh, get that software update before Bjorn gets it." it's like a charging speed boost. Oh yeah, get it. Still lots of annoying quirks in the software, but who cares? As long as the charging speed has been bumped, then that's worth waiting for 1 day. Well, consumption is only 470 watt-hour per kilometer right now. We're 114 kilometers away from Ungarn. So if I have enough juice, I could go to Spectre, go deep. What is that, a question or a statement? It isn't low for a big battery. Well, okay. Well, if you say so. Well, I've seen many. Well, I mean, it's not the first time I've seen a Chinese car with a 100 kilowatt hour battery charged at only 120 125 kilowatts. Here we can actually get the flat 125 all the way to 60%. Then, do you guys remember a Neo 100 kilowatt hour Gen 1 battery? It was hovering at around 115 kilowatts, and then it dropped to below 100 kilowatts. So the Gen 1 battery charges like incredibly slow for 100 kilowatt hour, and it's still in circulation today. That's kind of the annoying part. Protection profile car scanner, great. Man, I updated car scanner yesterday or 2 days ago, and there was a new layout thingy in the car scanner, and I saw that on the release notes. Okay, let's update it. And then it freaking deleted all my profiles. The layout and shit was gone. I was like, dude, that is seriously bad. It should at least take a backup of it. I mean, so all my profile, I saved the different profiles, so I don't have to create new profiles every time. I saved profile for like e-Golf, Soul, Ioniq, F1, Ford F-150. Like, I had 11 different cars or car groups. That is now wiped. New layout. What is okay? Well, but it seems like the new they have speeded up slightly. When you add a sensor, it tends to just spend way too many seconds on each sensor, just adding a variable. But now it seems like it's been speeded up slightly. But I still think that it's shit slow to just add sensors there and do stuff. It's spinning, doing something, and it seems like it hasn't been optimized for speed. Preloaded pages, okay. Wait. Use my cars, add new car, huh? EB Pro, huh? Well, I prefer the neon green font and the neon green layout. I don't know. I just feel like green is comfortable to look at night. I don't like the yellow default. For example, if you look at Google Maps at night, it actually operates with some blue and green and turquoise, kind of dark tint. So it's kind of greenish, right? Many of the stuff in Google Maps, and it's comfortable to look at. And the same with the neon green. Or it's not F. I mean, it's not the RGB. It's not 00FF00. There is a little bit of other colors mixed in there, or I don't remember. But it's not FF on green. The default is a little bit darker than the FF green. Yeah, neon yellow, man, it's way too bright at night. Coming up. Let me see. Yeah, 586 kilometers now. 408 watt-hour per kilometer so far. It's gonna drop now via Göteborg and so on, and then the Norway stretch. So yeah, we shall see. But we are currently at 6 hours and 40 minutes into the challenge. Take current time plus 1 hour and 15 minutes. And that is 1,000 kilometer time. We have no delays, no deductions, nothing. Everything has gone smooth through the night. So I think next time I need to take a backup of my car scanner settings in case they change it again. So I don't need to reset them everything. Because sometimes it takes almost half an hour just to find all the variables and also order them in a nice place, like group them together, like min, max, temp, inlet, and so on. And I tend to have my own preferred layout on things. You should at least take a backup of my layout, and then once the new version is installed, it should ask me, hey, we found backup from the old version. Do you want to use it, or you want to go start blank? Are you sure you want to start blank? Everything will be erased. No, nothing like that. It's just wipe all my data. Oh, that is not good user experience for an app. Plus, the app in general is quite clumsy to add and remove, to remove variables. Scan My Tesla works way better. Like in car scan, you have to select one damn variable at a time. There is no way to select multiple variables and add them in the. It's like super clumsy. And then every time you do something, one variable, when you save it, it just kind of spins and spins and spins a couple of seconds. Like, why does it need to do that? Why can't you just, bam, 1/10 of a second, and then it's just so sluggish. Every operation do there spins for a second or two before. So it means that adding variables goes quite slow, because if the user interface is super snappy, then it would take maybe just 5-10 minutes to add variables. But I mean, I still use car scanning because it supports so many cars. There is no other app that has that support. Plus that in the past I've been using some of the other apps, like in the beginning, the MEB cars, I used don't remember what it's called again, Electrify. And the same in the BMW i3 or something. But the user interface there is just so weird, and some of the fonts are hard to read, and it doesn't show all the variables I want to show. But with car scan, I have the nice interface, good enough. Maybe not super nice, but okay, still good, one of the best. And I can choose to see the variables I want, not just a preset page. Okay, almost 600 kilometers at Varberg, yeah. All good. Gonna hammer past Varberg. old version on all the phone. What? If I have old version, well, I updated on my main phone and also the car scanner phone. But maybe I have one of the phones laying around with the old version. Well, what? You can mean I can pull the config from there? But I already set it up on my new phone, so now I just have to duplicate it. Even the duplication process seems to be clumsier now than before. Before you could just set the one layout and then you just copy it to all the same on the same page, and then they're all good. Now you need to kind of copy it on each square. Whatever. I don't set up a new car that often. But for example, next week I need to set up for Ioniq 9. And I don't remember if the Musso EV has any profile. Cars, new car, select connection profile, Ioniq 9. Screens are real, okay. Well, I can at least do that and I get some most common. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna run out of drinks before I reach Strömstad. The hot dogs got me thirsty. We've gone a little bit past 600 kilometers. Let me check exact now. 603 kilometers. And we get it close to the 7-hour mark. Tomorrow I should do a quick interior view of this car. Maybe even put the car seat in the back and see how much space I have in the front. Yeah, if I'm not too tired. Just the classic interior view. Shouldn't take more than half an hour. What? Sorry. Ioniq 9 has new preloaded pages. Xpeng, I don't know. Haven't booked anything before. Yeah. No. Oh, has no preloaded page. Okay. Oh, okay. No big deal. I can set it up manually. At least for cars I've set it up before, like Korean cars. I know roughly what variables I'm looking for. But for like new cars that I never used car scanning before, then I kind of need to dig in there and try to find variables. And I also tried for this eTerron. It connected, but didn't give me any sensible data. Down to 31%. Yeah, I think we should be fine, right? Reaching Kungsbacka soon. We have to slow down. But man, it stays dark long now. The days are getting shorter and shorter. I can feel it. If it's a cloudy day in Jessheim, then already around 4 in the afternoon it gets dark. It gets dimmer and dimmer. So it's time to leave Norway and go to Thailand. It's way nicer over there. I remember during summer, man, like 5 in the morning it will be bright, almost as day. And it will be actually, yeah, it starts getting bright already at 1, 2 at night in July. Yeah, that was wonderful. Wife still wants to go to Thailand during July, or we have summer vacation for the kindergarten, so it's kind of boring to stay home. Maybe I'll consider going to Thailand then. Polar night, huh? What? Because in July I don't want to go on a road trip anyway. It's just way too crowded on the roads and on in general in Europe. You want to take a Europe trip, like to Bled or some shit? I want to go maybe in May. Yeah, supposedly May is nice, or wait until September. But even if it's a Bled trip, I'm not sure how far I can hammer. I should try to stretch it to see how far I can go in one day. I think because how we did in the past is that we travel just 300 kilometers in one day, and then we stayed there a couple of days in Göteborg. But this time I will just skip Göteborg. It's just too expensive to spend too much time and money on the Scandinavian countries. Just want to skip it and at least go to Germany quite schnell. I feel like it's cheaper there. So I'll try to maybe get over to Copenhagen the first day, or at least Malmö. Well, okay, we're back. Well, Denmark, man, land of the worms. Well, I should try to stay away from Maggot Airbnb. Ideally, I want to hammer around 1,000 kilometers one day. And it will still take around 2 full days to reach, well, after first day we'll reach around Hamburg. And then second day will be München. And the third day we'll arrive at Bled, for example. But on the other hand, I'm not sure how much the kids enjoy Bled. For us, it's like, oh, nice chill place with beautiful surroundings. But Isabel is more like, Bled cake. Yeah, but I mean, she could enjoy anywhere pretty much. And Oxa is like, So he doesn't care where the heck he is. So if you just want to go somewhere and chill, maybe we should go to Gdansk. Because I heard that food and accommodation in Gdansk is quite cheap and nice, and it's very tourist friendly. And there can also be some nice weather there, and some beaches and stuff. And it's not that far away, so we could almost go there in one day, or maybe at least, yeah, if we hammer it and then stay somewhere close to Malmö first day, and then we arrive there. So maybe that could be an option. Then we can go to Bled and all those places when the kids are a bit bigger and they understand more about what's going on. Because for us it was like, oh cool, you see Paris first time, wow, and then Amsterdam, oh cool, the canals, you know. and Kokenhof, all the beautiful flowers, but the kids, they don't care about those things yet. Well, I'm down to 25%. Kungsbacka coming up. We're still 64 kilometers away. We're gonna make it though? Hope so. Well, 25% should be at least 60 kilometers. I'm 62 kilometers away. Well, I think it's more than that. 65, 60, yeah, maybe 60, 65. Oh, maybe closer to 75 kilometers. Yeah, since we're going via Göteborg. Well, at least we might be able to go deep this time. Is it fully dark winter in Norway? What do you mean fully dark? I mean, it's not like dark like now, day and night. I mean, it's still bright in the daytime, you know, and we still see the sun if it's not cloudy, then we still see the sun. But of course, north of the Arctic Circle, then the sun goes completely away from, I don't remember when it was again. Then you don't see the sun until spring time, but it's still bright in the daytime, like in Bodø, you know, or Tromsø. But like in Tromsø and Bodø, already 2 in the afternoon, it gets kind of dim and dark. It is actually quite depressing to live in the north there during winter, because you do get so few hours of daylight. I remember when I went to school in Bodø, even 9 in the morning, it's still dark when you go to school, 8 or 9. And then you stay there in the class, and then you see some daylight, right? And then once you're done with school, 2 in the afternoon, it's dark again. So at least Oslo is way better, because it's way further south. But I mean, I guess as the older I get, then more fed up I'm with cold weather and snow. But kids, they love it, right? Yeah, if there was no incentive for me to stay in Norway, then I could consider moving to Germany, like I mentioned before. But I'm not sure if that's going to be any better or worse for me. People kept saying that, you know, Germany is bad. I actually believe them, especially from Germans themselves. They say that the Deutsche government is not as forward thinking as the Norwegian government. Maybe I would enjoy the weather, climate in, for example, Frankfurt better. Plus that there's better connection to everything there, in case there will be some test rides, whatever. But my idea before that, you know, I can hammer on the Autobahn, and well, in the past I would get high view counts. But nowadays, I think people don't care about Autobahn run with the EVs. It's not that special anymore. But I still tend to get high view count on extreme cold weather. But it's not super high. It's not like 1 million views. But could maybe sometimes get 50k views on a cold weather video. No swimming pool party in winter. Well, yeah. Well, you know, it's kind of funny because with Norgespris, I could even run the swimming pool, keep the swimming pool active during winter. Okay, it's gonna consume more energy. But if I don't care about it, because there's like a double incentive to shut down the pool in winter, which is that you need to spend more energy heating it up. But you also the electricity price is also higher during winter, but not with Norgespris. No. Then you don't care. So then it boils down to how much more energy do you need to spend. And then maybe I could find some extra cover, insulating cover, and put over it at least some of the coldest days it will help insulate. But the cover needs to be tight enough so it doesn't blow off. But also needs to insulate. But I mean, actually, as long as it just covers and it keeps the air still, then that helps to insulate slightly. But it would be even better if I had some kind of foam thing that I could roll over it, and then add some weights here and there to weigh it down so it doesn't move. And I could keep it running through the winter. That could be pretty awesome. Just like, okay, maybe we don't need like 30 degrees in the pool during winter, but if it could stay at around 25 at least, I think that would be bearable. 25. 7. And also if I could get some solar and help me gain some energy, that would be great. I'm still curious how much I can generate on solar in Norway. I know roughly what it can generate in Thailand, but Norway is completely different, with snow and shit, and so close to the Arctic Circle, relatively speaking, compared to at least Thailand. I haven't really, not sure if I, no, I need to get a device that can properly log stuff. I tried it with the RDoX device, but it didn't, weird, it's turned on and off all the time. I need some smart device that can measure how much electricity is going to the pool heat pump. That would be interesting. If I can at least expand the season a bit. I tend to wait until, I don't remember when I opened it last time. I think it was around May I opened it. I could even open it in March or April. Yeah, getting warmer and warmer in April. So I could, and then I could keep it until maybe November or some shit like that. Or maybe longer. Maybe just avoid the coldest time, yeah. Even nowadays it's like 5 degrees, right? Which is still bearable. But of course, if it's minus 20 degrees, then that's kind of yeah, cold. Because at least I want to, I haven't had too much time nowadays, but I want to use the pool to exercise. I think swimming should be a quite good exercise that doesn't put too much strain on joints and stuff, unlike when you maybe go jogging or bicycling or something. With the swimming, you can utilize many muscles in the body simultaneously, and yeah, distribute the load. 25 degrees, yeah, but I remember when it was 17 degrees Celsius, that felt quite cold. But 25, yeah, actually, public swimming pools, they tend to have 27 or 28 degrees. Well, a swimming pool usually pulls around 3 kilowatt, and it doesn't pull 3 kilowatt all the time. But I haven't been able to successfully log like how much it consumes. The device tends to turn on and off, and that messes up the heat pump or some shit like that, and then it kind of just stops. So I had to disconnect the power switch thingy. So I just need to find some kind of power switch, smart switch that logs it properly. But also, yeah, there's another thing. The heat, the pool pump pulls around 700 watts. And it should run continuously. You can actually you can stop it at night, for example, and it only runs around 16 hours per day. But some people say just run it continuously, no problem. So the heat, the pool pump already consumes around 15 kilowatt hour per day, roughly. And then the heat pump might consume also another 15. So we're talking about 30 kilowatt hour per day. And then with Norgespris, it's around 1 NOK per kilowatt hour. So we're talking about 30 NOK per day, maybe more. 30. Let's say 50 NOK then per day. So that's 1,500 NOK per month. I guess if I use it almost every day, or at least several times per week, then it would be worth it. The only thing is that might be uncomfortable is that if it's 0 degrees or 5 degrees outside, I have to gonna walk out there in slippers and the bathrobe, and then get in the water. But it's gonna be freaking cold once I get out of the water. Like, oh shit. But I remember in Lapland, we went on that, it was a jacuzzi. Yeah, that was kind of weird, man. First we jump into the sauna, nice and toasty, and then over into the jacuzzi during winter. I think it was -5, -10 degrees. jacuzzi is a lot smaller, so it doesn't require that much. And it's also fairly well insulated. You can have the lid on. I think the walls are well insulated. But yeah, that could have been an interesting project to keep the pool running. But then, of course, usually nowadays I go to Thailand during winter, so like at least 1.5 to 2.5 months, you know, stay in Thailand. So then it's pointless to keep the pool running. But then you kind of need to then empty out the water, and then you put on the whatever you call it, the plug. You plug the holes and some other stuff. Prepare it for winter. Welcome back to Göteborg. Oh shit, I have 12% left. I just realized I have 12%. Maybe I used slightly more than expected. Well, at least now in Göteborg we should consume less than in the 110 zone. So. Oh, we have to pay attention to the state of charge now as we go. I could bail out at Stig Center somewhere, or 12% should be around 35 kilometers, and I'm 28 kilometers away from Kungälv. Yeah, but there is that 100 zone past Angeredsbroen. There's a little 100 zone where the consumption will go up a bit. Well, at least for now it's low. And the 80 zone. Have you? Nope. Well, is that the question? Okay, let me see. 26 kilometers left. Nope, never run out of juice before. %11 now. Well, it should be fine for now, right? Consumption is dropping and dropping. 65%. Well, let me see. Let me calculate here roughly. I have around 11 kilowatt hour left, divided by distance, 25 kilometers. Budget of 444 watt hour per kilometer. Well, at least we're gonna go deep for once. Seems like I consume slightly more than expected, and I'm eating up the margin now. Went for 67%, wasn't it? Yeah, before I unplugged. So it seems like that was a good thing that I didn't go 65%. Well, then maybe I should have gone 70 then. Okay. Yeah, on this leg now, 431 watt hour per kilometer. It is dropping and dropping, but we are now passing by Göteborg. 11%, 24 kilometers to go to Kungalv. Yes, Ajonti, Kungalv. 10%, 23 kilometers left. Oh, okay, it's gonna be close. Gonna be close at least. Let's see what happens once we go deep for once. What kind of speed we get. The new BYD Auto 3 will get 74 kilowatt hour battery. Oh, okay. I wonder if it's in Thailand. No, they don't get the best shit over there. They get the slowest shit, the lowest shit. I heard about it, but I don't think it has arrived in Norway yet. There's Liseberg. Yeah, there's a winter theme at Liseberg. But now that it gets colder, then we don't go to Lilleputthammer anymore. Even though I think I still have the season ticket, but I'm not sure how long it lasts. Yeah, eventually I think Lilleputthammer is closest for the season. Maybe they're already closed for the season. They had the latest openings only in weekends towards the end, not even weekdays. But I bet by November they are closed. Maybe they stretch it to September or something, or maybe October even. Yeah, it's rain. Yeah, this is dry over here. What is it? Outside temperature 7 degrees Celsius. Wow. 10%. Yeah, now I see that the percent, 1% can actually last for a while. It has not arrived anywhere. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully there's more than just a battery upgrade, right? We're 9% now. 18 kilometers left. Okay, he's gonna go deep for once. Yeah, well, I think I feel more confident hammering in the 100 zone now soon. Still a bit more before we get there. Wow, 300, huh? What, did they make it rear-wheel drive? It's madness to go 308 horsepower front-wheel drive. Maxus, how is towing? What do you mean? I haven't tested it, but do you mean how high is the towing capacity? It's 3.5 tons. Okay, 9%. 16 kilometers left. Getting close now. But when Elbilforeningen tested it, towing 3.5 tons, the car consumed over 600 watt-hour per kilometer. I bet they were cruising at 80 kilometers per hour. Possibly even slower. They didn't hammer at 90. So that would be interesting to test out, but I'm running out of time because I have to return the car on Monday. So I just barely have time to do the acceleration noise test and headlight test Sunday night, the last night before I return it. So let's hope I can get enough sleep, because I also need to drive on Monday, kind of far. Right, 8%. Going deep. Just wonder if I can make it a speculative. And they recommends for EV towing. Huh? What do you mean? And they recommends. You mean tip for how to tow with EV, or tip for what cars to buy for towing? Trailer? What? Oh, trailer? Get Ansems. What car to buy? Oh, that's what you meant. I mean, depends what you need. MEB cars are quite good because they charge fairly fast and they have auto steer. Why is C-Line 7 so inefficient? I think it's because the drivetrain is inefficient. They probably haven't optimized the bearings and the gearbox and stuff. And maybe the motors are not that efficient. I get the impression that the drivetrain is not that efficient for my test, based on my test. Okay, 7%. Going deep, going deep. This is the deepest I've ever gone. Consumption is 419. I was guessing 380. 750 for normal EV, huh? What? Yeah, that's some of the lowest. Actually, nowadays it's more common to have at least 1,000 kilograms or more. 1,000, 1,500 is quite common. And then some cars like the BMW iX can take 2.5 tons. Which is quite nice. And also the Korean cars, I think they can take 2 tons. But some of the Neos can't tow that much. I mean, many of the Chinese can't tow 2.5 tons. They can usually tow around 1,500 kilograms. And it's kilograms. Like nowadays, man, I read so many articles on Elbilforeningen and TV2, and they keep typing kilo. all the time. I think it's kind of lazy to type kilo in an article. You should use kg or actually the kilogram, but that's quite long. But at least kg is more correct than just kilo, if they care about grammar. They might care about it, but I think they just don't know that kilo is incorrect. Just like I've seen even Elbilforeningen or other places, they use kilowatt for battery capacity, right? And even car manufacturers like importers like Möller, in the info brochure or whatever for the car, they say, oh, this is 100 kilowatt battery. I'm like, no. And then some places I keep seeing or 100 kilowatt per hour, you know, like, yeah, I don't know where they get the error from. Like, is it because they don't know? If they don't know, you can just quickly Google about this. They probably get the error because someone else made the same error, and they remember that, you know, someone else typed somewhere kilowatt per hour or kilowatt battery, right? That's the problem, because it's so common to make those mistakes, like hacker, and what else is again quite common errors. Yeah, like charger. Technically, a charging station is not a charger. Is something that actually extremely low range at 5%. It bugs me now. Are we good? I hope so. They're not gonna die on me, right? We are 6 kilometers away. We're fine, right? We're gonna make it to Kunghalla. Getting slightly concerned now. Never gone that deep before. That's what he said. Worst case, if I get some kind of limp mode, I could just limp over to the supercharger nearby here. But that's not gonna happen. It's 5%. Limp mode should happen at 1% or 0%. We're gonna slow down soon anyway, so I just wonder how much power I have available now. There is no power limit indication on this display. I'd like to see sometimes 1,000 kilometers with a high mileage car, okay? And driving heavy traffic without the whole heavy traffic without deduction is pointless. What are we trying to measure here? The traffic? We're trying to test the car, not the traffic. And then the high mileage cars, well, yeah, we could try, let's say, with an I-Pace or a classic Ioniq, or even an old Tesla. Okay, we're almost there now. Saved by the bell. Okay, this zone before we pull out. 4%. Always go deep. Oh shit. MG. Okay, where is here? India, okay. Check something here. How much power they have at 4%? 33% power. Okay. It's time to pull out then. Shit. Pull out now before it's too late.
TDI without the T. Well, this is a bit unusual. I normally don't come this way. 4%. All right. Let's see. Let's hope it will not fail handshake then at all. Oh, lead light. Lead light. Oh yeah. I think as long as it's night, then you should be able to get a clear path here, no traffic. It actually senses that you're coming, and then it checks. Oh yeah, all the other directions are clear. Then you get a green light. Right. First, Ionity now. Come on, don't fail on me. Right. There's someone joining there on the other side. Okay. I could just go on this side, or maybe no. I think I want to avoid those chargers. It seems to be a charger. Fail. I remember one of the other the Alpatronic failed. Oh yeah, I forgot. Shit, I forgot this freaking pickup truck needs to be. Oh, good thing I noticed now. Why is it beeping? I forgot. The charge port is not in the back. You need to park like this. Yeah. Almost forgot. If you take this thing, I guess. Oh shit. If you unbuckle and you don't see the trip meter, that's silly. What? Didn't I turn off the HVAC? Okay, let's see. Wow, 411 in this leg. A bit more than expected. Okay, so I have to expect kind of high. Okay, you see. Kongal. 6 degrees here. Right. Wish me luck. Man, what is this? Wait. No, don't stop the music. Seriously? We are at Ionity. I have a slight problem because
I cannot unlock the charge port. Let me show you guys the power here. So I could use this charge. Inside and try to unlock it, you know, and there was no way to low back. Huh? Dude, don't bug me about low battery mode when we are charging at 120 kilowatts. Man, this is silly. But there was no unlock charge port option here. So I'm actually gonna blame the car. Because if I was able to recover quickly, then it wouldn't be that big of a deal. So I might have lost 3 minutes. So I don't know, guys. Should we deduct 3 minutes or not do anything? Okay, guys. Yeah, heavy parts only. Usually before I arrive at the fast charger during the 1000 kilometer challenge, I will unhook the microphone because the microphone is wired. And it happened to me many times that I accidentally pull on the microphone because I forgot that I was wearing it. It bugs me about low range, seriously, when we are charging. But yeah, so that's why, you know. So to avoid pulling the microphone on accident, I unhooked the microphone a couple of minutes before I arrived, so don't forget about it, so then we don't destroy the microphone over time. There, okay. So yeah, we went deep and now we're good. So now we just have to figure out the next leg then. Let me see. Ionity, Strömstad, 137 kilometers. I have to expect that the consumption is going to be high, man. Maybe 420. Oh, okay, that's only 57 kilowatt hour. Okay, so if I go 65%, then I should be safe. Yeah, okay. It cost 750K. Don't deduct, okay. Yeah, so that was kind of silly. The screen, I've seen this before, unfortunately. Like the screen tends to be dead on the Ionity, and then this screen for some reason required me to press start to start charging. I'm like, huh, what? So then I couldn't press start to start charging. It was kind of silly. And then I couldn't unlock the charge port, and I went inside the car and I couldn't see unlock charge port there either. But then eventually it released the charge port, but it's the car that locks it, not the charging, not the charger side. So that's actually kind of bad interface that you are not able to unlock the charge port on demand. You have to wait for the car to eventually release it for you. 2 roadsters. we truck on the 1120. Let's see. Can I see the trip meter here? If I buckle up, this is kind of silly, man. There. Yeah, there. Okay. Let's see. When did we arrive? I think around 15 minutes. No, how long have we been driving this? Around 10 minutes ago. So it's 6:20. Let me see. 7:35. 7.6 hours. 685 kilometers divided by 7.6. 90 kilometers per hour. Oh, 11. Yeah, we are roughly on track on the 1120-ish. Yeah. Yeah, especially now that we went through the slowest section. Okay. How we'll solve the tax problem? Oh, if not when, huh? No, they will come eventually. Just a matter of when, yeah. But I'm not sure, but ideally, I actually want to take out one roadster, like split them, so that the one roadster, the roadster, they arrive on 2 different years. So then we split the income on 2 different years. Otherwise, it's going to be massive to get 2 roadster in 1 year. So if they arrive, let's say, late on 1 year, then no problem. But actually, it's not too important that both roadsters arrive at the same time. Just, I can only drive one at a time anyway, right? And it's not going to generate a lot more if I have one more roadster in my driveway. And also, what the heck am I supposed to do with it, and where do I put it? I kind of want to put it indoor in a garage, or at least under a cover, right? And yeah, otherwise it's going to be dirty, or yeah. So that's always the dilemma. Wait, I think I need to go to the restroom. I can run over to McDonald's, right? I think McDonald's is open 24/7. But is the door open though, or is it just driving? Maybe Pierre Simpson knows. It says open 24/7. Okay, but it's just a couple of 400 meters, so I can run over there in 4 minutes or 3 minutes. There's nothing else I need to do anyway, so I can just go over there. Sucker hot dogs. Well, you missed it. Yes, I tend to do that from time to time. I'll be back.
Wow.
I'm back.
We are still at 58% only. Let's fire up the heater now. Fire it up, yeah.
Well, we've been charging for 20. Wait, let me check here.
29 minutes now. We went deep. 29 minutes. Okay, it's gonna be a little bit over 30 minutes. We need to go to only 65% in order to reach Strömstad. Start throttling gently, yeah, as expected. All good. And at least at Strömstad I can get a little piece of meat over there. So that is 137 kilometers away. We can reach there in an hour and 15 minutes maybe. At least we'll be hammering it over there. So according to my calculation, even at 65% we should arrive with over 5%, or at least less than 10%, somewhere between 5 and 10%. But that means going to 65, not 70 this time, otherwise we will arrive with too much juice. But we have a budget of 470 something watt hour per kilometer. Who's going to spend that much? Maybe 420 as the highest on this stretch, I'm guessing. 5 degrees Celsius, okay. It's heating up now, right before we leave. But yeah, that was a nice walk over to McDonald's. Yeah, they're open 24/7. The doors are open. That's nice. Just a little bit walk from here. That's all. 400 meter, which takes if you run, then it takes 3 minutes. But if you walk, then it takes around 4 minutes. Well, I wonder if it reset. Did it reset? Let me check here. Did it reset? Oh, okay. It's already ready to go. Well, that's good. That means I can set everything before I leave. Let's see, driving. I'm not sure if it remembers this, but you can try. So you can pre-load all the settings before we disconnect. Oh yeah, drinks. Oh, okay. Well, the remaining drinks needs to last until Strömstad. Then didn't buy any drinks at McDonald's. Well, that should be fine. I'm not that thirsty anymore. It was just right after the hot dogs. The hot dogs are quite salty. Okay, 63%. Let me get ready. At 65, we will go. Do this. Takes about a minute or two. Everything ready. 64%. Almost good to go then. Yeah, still taking 105 kilowatts. Still decent speed. The 65%, alright. Let's get ready. Just plug in the cable. Go. Right. almost 7 in the morning now. Damn. Okay, go. Let's see. Check if everything is. I actually went to 66%. Close enough. Let's see, driving. Yeah, remembers that. Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, 66%. Okay, whatever. Just for sanity. I think 65 should have been enough, but. Wait, it's almost 7 in the morning? Dude, we're still here. I think it's gonna be 10 by the time I get back home. Yeah, it will, because I started so late. Damn. What? On the move. It's gonna be bright soon. Yeah, usually at 7 it gets kind of bright in Oslo. I'm not sure about here. There's some daylight going soon. Topped up Wi-Fi fluid before I started. It was kind of low. Seems like they forgot to top up. Maybe it's not normal routine to top up Wi-Fi fluid on the press cars. Alright, here we go to Strömstad. So Strömstad is going to be the last stop. It'll be tricky over there because it's kind of designed for backing in, but the charge port is almost like halfway in the middle of the car, so I need to, well, I don't think I can stretch it that far, so I kind of need to park like an idiot, and I need to show it in the video. That is kind of clumsy. Yeah, I could try to back up and see if I can stretch the cable that far. Yeah, that would be interesting, because that's how you should do it on normal days when we have other people charging there. But you kind of need to stretch it quite far from the back of the car all the way past the bed. It's right behind the second row, you know. And I'm not sure if those tritium, the old tritium chargers with the cable is long enough to go that way. We can try. I'm going to waste a little bit of time, purposely try that, see what happens. If not, then I move the car. Or maybe I shouldn't, because then I'll be wasting several precious minutes. Okay, maybe I'll just park like an idiot and then I just explain that the charge port is in a kind of weird position. Wait, how was it again in the F-150? Do you guys remember? I'm trying to remember where the charge port was. On pickup trucks, it kind of makes sense to put it towards the front, even though it's not optimal for schmutz.
or put it actually close to the bed in the back. You don't want to put it in the middle of the car like here. That's bad. Then even the front would be slightly better. But like a fat eTerron location and also iPace is also bad. Well, I actually did get okay sleep last night. I think I had a full over 8 hour, maybe possibly almost 9 hours sleep last night. And then I also had a one, I'm not sure how long I slept, half an hour to 45-minute nap, afternoon nap yesterday. So I'm not that tired now, which is good. This is ideal how it should be. Actually, even better if I could sleep, let's say 2 hours, 2-3 hours in the afternoon before I do the challenge. So hopefully in 1 to 2 years, the kids they don't need that much attention, so I can actually take a nap, and wifey doesn't have to like always pay attention to what the kids are doing, you know. But now it's and also the kids, they tend to sleep in the daytime, but in 1 to 2 years, then Isabel shouldn't need any midday sleep, only Axel. But that makes me wonder, once Axel is big enough, or rather Isabel and Axel, once they're big enough so they don't need afternoon sleep, then what? Well, then Isabel should be 5 years old and she'll be more independent. She can actually go to the toilet herself. We don't need to care about diapers for her, at least. Oh man, that's going to be way better than now. Now we need to care about 2 sets of diapers. Alright, so far consumption is 455 watt-hour per kilometer. So since Isabel went to bed so late last night, I bet she will also wake up late. She's not going to wake up at 7, which is right now. She might wake up around 9. That's close to when the time I'm going to be home anyway. Wonder how tired I will be in the morning. But as long as I get a half an hour or 15-minute power nap, and then I can keep going. Then try to get the midday nap with one of the kids, or both of them. Well, but at least now with Norges Pris, I don't have to worry too much, because normally in the morning, usually in the morning, there could be some peak in the spot price, and I was like, I don't feel like pumping in 10-20 kilowatt hour at that high price. But even if you have Strømstøtte, it's still going to cost like 70 over 70 öre per kilowatt hour. Now it's just going to be 50 öre. So I only, and also yeah, I forgot, and also, well, you have a grid fee. It's around I don't remember what it was. It's around 10 öre cheaper at night and in weekends. So that's almost 1 euro cent lower. But since it's weekend, then it doesn't matter. We have the low grid fee until I don't remember when, Sunday or Monday morning or something. So I can just plug it in after I come home now and just let it charge. But actually, kind of still want to try to camp on some grid reward. No, well, I need to get the car ready for Sunday night because I'm doing the last test and acceleration noise test and headlight test. Man, busy days. Yeah, I think it's getting bright, right? You can see daylight. 7 in the morning. But I got an idea. Let's see, I have a request for one of my smart friends, like Valdemar, or maybe Andre from Metron, or even Vanya from EV Clinic. But I get the impression that Andre might be the best candidate here, because I have the camcorder that needs 8.4 volts, and it's kind of silly the way I do it today, which is that I use this quite bulky inverter. So I go from 12 volt outlet to 230 volt, plus I have the USB-C on it, which is very nice. But what I actually need, and also it's kind of silly, I need to bring the converter, I mean the inverter, plus the charger for the camcorder. But I did have a 12 volt charger directly to the camcorder, but it eventually broke, the cable broke, and then I was not able to find it on eBay anymore. But to make it more flexible, I need a USB-C to 8.4 volt. So there must be some electronics in between there to a voltage regulator. So they kind of need to analyze the charger, the original Canon charger, and then they can somehow make the same thing. And then I don't know how many amps it pulls. I have to check, but it's not that much. Maybe just yeah, 500 milliamp. So we're talking about only 5 to 10 watt it pulls. So if they can make a USB-C to camcorder something, that'd be great. They can make a couple of those in case I break them. But then, because then I just need, I mean, USB-C is so common nowadays. But ideally, it need to, well, no, it needs to accept 5 volts, and it can, well, then it needs to transform, regulate 5 volt up to 8.4, or I guess maybe 9 volt USB-C is somewhat common. So you could then regulate 9 volt down to 8.4. I think that's better, or accept even higher voltage if it's, I don't know how the whole thing works. If a USB-C can provide 20 volt, then it can also provide the lower voltages, right? the PD. But I could use this 12 volt USB-C charging thing or whatever that provides at least 2 or maybe 3 USB-C. But I normally need 2 USB-C for my devices. And then, so I need actually 3 USB-C then somehow. But some stuff requires fast charging, like live stream phone, but then just a car scanner phone doesn't require that much. I can get away with just 5 watts or 15 watts, maybe, whatever is minimum nowadays. So I could even live with some kind of USB-A to USB-C plug or cable like I have in the standard with me. So I guess that could work, because then that will minimize or reduce the stuff I need to bring with me. But not only that, but from time to time I go to some expo or whatever, and then it would be great if I could charge one of the batteries while I'm shooting video, and it's so clumsy to bring the Canon charger plus inverter. I could of course find a Shuko somewhere, but I still need to bring the Canon charger, which is prone to be broken eventually. But I get the impression that Metron could make something indestructible. They just oversize the cable so that it's almost impossible to break it, or highly durable. But maybe even Valdemar is capable of making something like that. Well, because then that would be great, because then I can just get away with a power bank, and the power bank should be able to provide enough voltage and juice to charge my camcorders. And with USB-C I can also charge anything else, like my Rode mics and my phone and stuff. So that should improve my workflow a lot. So I guess I can start by asking Valdemar, since he's the closest. Or maybe even some of the guys at EV Hub could fix this, because ideally I want to fix this in Oslo and not go all the way to Slovenia or Croatia. And it sounds like Valdemar is always up for a good challenge, like with that emergency box. So he probably spent a lot of time trying to figure out all that stuff, but he had lots of fun doing it. So it would be interesting if he could make a video in the making of that camcorder charger. But unfortunately it's not common. I tried to Google for it, but I don't think it exists. about this? See, change soul. With the e-soul, once they introduced a 64 kilowatt hour e-soul that came after Nero, then they had the CCS. So the 27 and the 30 classic soul, they use CHAdeMO, which is kind of interesting why they went for CHAdeMO, because it came in 2016, right after e-Golf and e-Up. But I suspect that the Koreans, they were developing soul for a while. And then they just went for whatever was available. Charging technology was commonly available back then, which was CHAdeMO. There in the old days, it was mainly those old, unreliable CHAdeMO chargers, fast chargers. Seat control, I think it was called. Only one CHAdeMO plug. And maybe one Type 2, yeah. I remember those. I actually experienced some of them at the Millennium Falcon trip to North Cape. And there in the early days, in the triplets, they also had CHAdeMO. One Type 1 one end and one CHAdeMO on the other end. Yeah, it's interesting that in North America they still use Type 1. Why the heck did they go for Type 1? Type 2 seems superior, since you can lock it. You can't lock the Type 1. And I mean, Europe is quite widely, and also in Europe and Asia, they use Type 2. There's only an American thing with Type 1. Japanese, yeah, that's true. Korea. Red adapter at Honningsvåg, yeah, right. Yeah, I was never invited to that PV5 EV. They invited a bunch of other media, so that was kind of weird. I thought that was Kia, Bjorn. But maybe they see me as a Neo Bjorn now. No invitation from Kia anymore. Yeah, it's US, yeah, that's true. They still go for some ancient units. The Imperial. Wow. But I'm happy that Asia went for Type 2 also. Because for a while I thought, shit, what happens if Asia goes with Type 1, man? Too honest, yeah, maybe that's the problem. 416 watt-hour per kilometer. That's roughly what I expected. I was guessing 420. Well, close to my prediction then. Yeah, I feel like I want to make a podcast about the whole Chinese cars and handshake, because I just happen to be in one right now. Now it's bright, but is it bright enough to do a 4K podcast? I have roughly 40 minutes left before I arrive at the but this is not going to be a 1-hour podcast about CCS versus GPT anyway. So might be just a 15-minute podcast, but it's long enough for interest. I find it an interesting topic. I could also talk about Type 1 versus Type 2. The Type 2 has been quite commonly accepted, at least in Thailand, Asia, but maybe except for China. Yeah, so I can start with the whole GBT and Chinese cars, and then I can move over to Type 1, Type 2. But it's actually like CCS version 1, CCS version 2. But then CCS, actually it's CCS Type 1. That's what they use in America, and CCS Type 2. And then CCS version 1 goes up to 200 amp, and then CCS version 2 I think goes to 500 or beyond. So we are so in Europe, to make the confusion complete, we use CCS 2 version 2, but we were at CCS 2 version 1 earlier. But that was back in 2019 days. But yeah, for some reason, the all EVs, they also use CCS1, like Leaf and the triplets, IMEA and so on. And Soul also uses Type 1. But Tesla was quite early with the Type 2. I think Tesla was one of the earlier cars with Type 2, along with yeah, I'm not sure. Do you guys have any clue about old cars with Type 2? Of course, we have the e-Golf and e-Up. They have Type 2. Well, if I want to start a podcast, I better do it now. So I have maybe around half an hour before I arrive. Menu, go here, resolution, 4K. Modules USB-C to adjust. Oh, really? Oh, okay. They already have it. 2 amp, well, that's plenty. I think that's enough. I just need to then wire the plug myself then. North America uses Tesla. Okay. Let me get ready. Take a little sip before I have my long speech. Okay. All right. Let's roll the tape. Yo, what's up? We are now sitting in a Maxus eTerron 9. I'm actually doing a 1,000 kilometer challenge. It's 7:28 in the morning now, Sunday morning, and we are heading north now towards, we just passed Hogstorp, getting close to Tarnum. But okay, whatever, just to give you guys an idea where the heck we are and what car we are in. So, you know, Maxus, that's a Chinese car, it's on the SAIC. And a couple of days ago when I did a charging test, well, first a range test and then charging test, I had some serious problems getting the car to handshake on Ionity DAR. And it uses the old tritium chargers, but you guys know Ionity, they use fat 800 volt cables with the liquid cooling in it, so it kept failing handshake even when I held the plug against the car. But eventually it worked, but it was quite low chance to maybe when I usually when I hold the plug against the car, then it becomes 100% chance to work. But even with this car, it's like 60-70% chance to work. It might still fail. But you know, this got me thinking, why is it that so many Chinese cars, they bug on handshake, or they have problems handshaking? I mean, it's not the Chinese cars only. Also, some Western cars. Well, actually, when I think about this, Polestar 2 had some problems. Also, Fat e-tron. Polestar 2 was manufactured in China. But okay, whatever. But yeah, actually, some of the Stellantis cars also. Yeah. But okay. But at least the Chinese cars. Many Chinese cars, they will fail on handshake. Okay, I need to explain it. When you hold the plug, why does it suddenly work? Because the upper part of the Type 2, or I mean the CCS plug, is the Type 2 part. Lower, the two big round circles, that's the like the DC part, the direct current, whereas the top is also for the AC. But the communication is also on the top pins. So when you don't have perfect connection, especially a heavy cable like the Ionity cable I mentioned earlier, it tends to sag a little bit, and then you might not get perfect connection on the top, and then communication fails. But it depends. You can actually supposedly tune this even with software to maybe change the parameters a bit and change how much slack you allow in the signal or losses, or I don't know, packet loss, whatever, I'm not sure. But some cars will never handshake. I mean, I've never had problem handshaking. You just plug it in, like many of the, like pretty much all the MEB cars. You plug it in, it handshakes, no problem. But then by holding the plug, you make sure that the communication handshake is that initial back and forth communication where the car and the charger negotiate things, and then it starts charging, right? And once it starts charging, you can let go, and then it will, at least for most cars, work fine. It will keep charging. But there's actually some cars, like the Stellantis cars, I don't remember, I think it was the Peugeot 3008, I don't remember, one of the Peugeots. Actually, many of the Stellantis cars, I needed to use the trash bin to keep the plug kind of tight against the car. Otherwise, it will stop charging. And I think this also happened to some of the Chinese cars. But okay, a little bit of explanation of what is going on. But at least once you start handshake and it works, then it works, right? But with this car, it had problems with handshake. This Maxus eTerron 9, but also many Chinese cars, they just simply doesn't. I mean, not many, but some, right? They just don't work on certain chargers, and this is not something I just make up. For example, the Xlantics ET and ES I was supposed to borrow earlier. Actually, I think it was in September. Suddenly they pull out. They backed out and they said that, okay, we are not ready yet. I was like, huh? Okay. And I heard rumors that they had problems handshaking or even working on certain chargers. Maybe it was Alpitronic or something, right? I was like, huh? How can it be that they just can't figure this out? And I think it has something to do with that in China, they use GBT plug. They don't use CCS like we use in Europe. So like the cars have been developed, designed for the native GBT plug. And I also heard the GBT, well, the GBT is similar to the CHAdeMO plug. It's supposed to use the same signals. I think you guys need to correct me. I think they use as CAN bus signals, the GBT and CHAdeMO, whereas and supposedly that's superior, but the CCS uses a less elegant way, but it still works, of course, with some other signals. And also the CHAdeMO actually locks the. I think it's a station that locks the plug, whereas in the CCS, it's the car that locks the plug. It has a pin that locks the Type 2 side, right? But okay, so I'm guessing it's because the Chinese car manufacturers, they just designed the cars originally for GBT. You guys remember Xpeng G3 came out many years ago, and when it came to Europe, they went for CHAdeMO plug, which is a bit surprising because back then that was only was around 2021 or something. CCS has been existing for a long time in Europe, and it was a bit surprising that they went for CHAdeMO. And the reasoning behind it supposedly was that CHAdeMO is similar to GBT, so it was easier for Xpeng to port it from GBT to CHAdeMO, and the form factor or the shape is also quite similar. But they went for 50 kilowatt only. This was around 66 kilowatt hour battery on the G3, and it charges at only around 48 kilowatt, which was almost like a disaster back then. Other cars would charge maybe at least 75 to 100 kilowatt, right, with those battery sizes. But yeah, at least it didn't fail on handshake, because at least the the CHAdeMO, when with Leaf and stuff and Soul, it almost never fails on handshake. Maybe because when you plug it in, you lock it. It locks. It has a locking mechanism, and then it just does the handshake flawlessly. But yeah, so that's probably why the Chinese cars they fail on handshake, and because they because it's not their home turf. But I think there's another reason for the handshake fail. In China, they don't use the chargers we use in Europe. You know, they don't use Chempower and Alpitronics or ABB. They use their own hardware over there. Like I've seen in Thailand, there's Charge Core or some stuff or whatever they use there. It would be too expensive for them probably to import from the Western world or Europe. And it's way cheaper for them to use their own charging hardware. So it means that the cars that they develop, like many cars actually, for example, again, prime example, Neo Neo ES8. It was existing in China for a long time before they ported it over to Europe, and they probably designed it for Chinese hardware, and they never tried it against European chargers, but eventually they did, right? That's one of the ways for them to port over. But I suspect that they haven't covered all the corner cases, all the different whatever scenarios, and that's why we keep seeing these Chinese cars, they fail on handshake, or it just simply doesn't work at all on certain chargers like Kempower or Tesla. Also, I've seen it. Like, don't remember, was it MG? Some people say that even some of the MGs, they still don't work on Tesla supercharger. So, and this is actually not a unique case with the Chinese. It seems like it is a bit complicated, the whole handshake or the whole ISO standard, because the cars, they might not always follow the ISO standard, and even the charger might not follow it. So it depends. I remember I talked about this with Kempower, and they said that, well, many cars, they don't follow the standard. So, but Kempower strictly follows the standard. So when the car does the handshake, it communicates with the charger, and it's like, you know, like prime example, like a practical example. When people say this car has a 102 kilowatt battery, I'm like, no, it's 102 kilowatt hour. Don't mix kilowatt and kilowatt hour. But I do the correction, even if you have errors in your language or grammar or unit, I correct it for you and I understand you. So in a way, it's like Kempower. Do they then correct the cars, or do they just deny it and say, it's incorrect format, handshake fails? So what I heard from Kempower is that they apply, sorry, I've been live streaming a lot, I've been talking a lot, they apply exceptions and they detect what kind of car it is or something like that, and they then apply corrections so that handshake will work. So they actually have to add extra rules so that certain cars will not fail. But ideally, if people just follow the HTML standard, right, like Internet Explorer does, then all the web pages should display correctly. But that's not the case with different browsers, and that's not the case with some certain cars versus chargers. But if you guys remember, in 2019, when Tesla Model 3 came to Europe, even the Model 3 with CCS plug had problems handshaking against some chargers. I remember it. I was struggling big time to get it to handshake against the Alpitronic. And I think later also Kempower, yeah, I think it was like that. And to the point where I just gave up using Kempower with my Model 3, with MC Hammer. And then eventually Kempower, they had to reach out to Tesla, and they talk to each other, and they figure out how to fix the handshake problem. so yeah, it's probably not easy. You can say it's easier said than done, but even for browsers, right? Web browsers, even they cannot get it right with the whole standard. But I think it's better now. I feel like 10 years ago it was freaking chaos, man. Web developers, they had to make extra code so that it would work on Internet Explorer. But then Opera would work fine. Of course, no problem. Opera kicks ass for the Lord. It's a Norwegian product. But also interesting that when we talk about the CCS and CHAdeMO, I also wonder why China, I was about to say the rest of the world uses CCS, but that's actually not even the case. But fortunately, okay, Europe uses CCS and Type 2, and then I guess majority of Asia uses CCS and Type 2. Thailand uses CCS just like in Europe. That's why you can actually export a UK Tesla over to Thailand, and they can work just fine. Just need to do some minor changes. Actually, I don't think you need to do anything. They even have they also drive on the wrong side of the road, you know. but China is weird. They use Type 2, but they use GBT. I don't know if they actually have CCS2 over there. We're gonna find out eventually when I go there. But then US, for some reason, they are stuck with Type 1. And then some guy in the live stream said that, yeah, but because in US they don't have three-phase. What the heck, man? Even in 2025 they don't use three-phase. Are they still on 110 volt? That is so inefficient. Because for them, yeah, if you don't need three-phase support, then you don't really have that great benefit of Type 2. Well, they can just stay with Type 1. But Type 1 is clumsy. You cannot lock the plug, unlike Type 2. And it doesn't support three-phase. So they have... Okay, I need to explain more. They have... they use Type 1. I don't know, it has a different name for it, but yeah, J something, I don't remember, J66176 something. But they have Type 1 and then the CCS under it, right? So it becomes like CCS. So they actually have CCS Type 1 in US, but then in Europe and Asia, we use Type 2 and CCS2. But if you guys know from the history, in the early days, we had the CCS version 1 that supports up to 200 amp. So for example, Kona and eNero, or Nero EV, that was called in Korea in the old days, and also Classic Ionic, they only go up to 200 amp. Well, actually, Classic Ionic doesn't go that high. But for example, Kona, prime example, it's kind of sneaky. Hyundai, they claim that it supports 100 kilowatt chargers, but it doesn't go to 100 kilowatt. For the longest time, I thought, oh, maybe it's possible to go 100 kilowatt. I went all the way. I don't think, did I go all the way to the crew to try to find over 200 amp plugs? By the end of the day, it's sneaky advertisement because it supports CCS1, CCS2 version 1, up to 200 amp, 75 70 kilowatts. But cars you see, they are CCS2, I mean CCS version 2, and that goes to at least 500 amp or beyond. So it's a bit confusing maybe, but in US, you then have CCS version 1. Oh, no, sorry. CCS Type 1 version 1, and then CCS Type 1 version 2. Yeah, just to make things, to make confusion complete. Yeah, but I just wonder why the heck US doesn't adapt to Type 2. Maybe they don't have any incentives. They don't have any motivation to move over to Type 2. Like, to me, you know, it's like, why don't we standardize everything, right? Just like finally iPhone went over to USB-C. It was always a hassle every time my wife wanted to charge in the car, and I was like, I have all my devices run on USB-C, and then her iPhone still uses that proprietary iPhone plug. But yeah, interesting though. In the old days, some old cars, they use CHAdeMO. So Soul, for example, Kia Soul uses CHAdeMO Type 1. Leaf uses CHAdeMO, but that could be because they have influence from Japan, and Japan is kind of CHAdeMO. CHAdeMO was invented, it was a joint venture between Japan and France. That's why you find some CHAdeMOs in the Japanese cars, but also some other, the French cars? Yeah, the triplets. iMIEV and C0, those, they have kind of weird. They have a Type 1 AC charging on one side, and then CHAdeMO plug on the other side. Yeah, I wonder if you can double penetrate. No, you can't. That doesn't make any sense, right? But so yeah, back then, what the heck, man? This car bonks at you if you just changes the wiper settings. Seriously, man? Seriously? Holy shit. Okay. But when the triplets were actually designed, Type 2 was not that common, or Type CCS, especially the CCS, was not out yet. It was the E-Up that was the first EV in Europe to have CCS plug, and then E-Golf came soon after, and this was in I think it was in 2016 or 15, 16 there, roughly there. But the Type 2 existed earlier because Tesla used Type 2 and it came out in 2013. So I wonder if Tesla was one of the first cars to come out with Type 2 along with, not sure, Smart maybe? Or, yeah. But there was, it was interesting that back then when they designed Soul, for example, in lack of other, shit, man, sorry for the bingo, but in lack of other available DC fast charging ports, they had to go for CHAdeMO. Because someone asked me, hey, when did Soul get the CCS? Well, it happened with a Soul EV. No, sorry. The e-Soul, yeah, the 64 kilowatt hour e-Soul that came in 2021, I think. So before that, the 30 and the 27 Soul, they had the CHAdeMO and the Type 2. And then Nissan, man, like Nissan, they just, for some reason, Nissan stuck with CHAdeMO for the longest time. They went, the classic Nissan, the 24 and the 30 Nissans, they had Type 1 and CHAdeMO because that's what was available back then, right? But then with the 40 Leaf, they still held on to the CHAdeMO, but they went to Type 2. So it was a weird combo with Type 2 and CHAdeMO. I think that's the only EV out there that has the Type 2 and CHAdeMO. But then eventually, even the late like 62 Leaf has CHAdeMO. It was until Aria came out that they finally went for CCS. So it's interesting because the CHAdeMO lost the battle CCS just gained popularity in Europe, and more cars they went for it. And eventually also the CCS version 2 became more popular, so you can go 500 amp, not only 200 amp. And then CHAdeMO was stuck at 125 amp only. So that was also the advantage, yeah. Because back then, like in when like Kona came out, right, in 2017, 18, CHAdeMO only had 125, whereas CCS, when it came out, it already supported 200 amps, so it was already superior. The CHAdeMO was more or less restricted to around 50 kilowatts, and mostly because also the charger that those plugs were attached to, they were only 50. They only had maximum 50 kilowatt on the power module. ABB and FSX chargers, you guys know, right? And then later the tritium with the tee sound when you charge it. I think I need to put in an interval now, wiper. But also lots of, I could talk forever about this, but also interesting is that it's a bit confusing when you look at different charging apps or whatever. You can see that the CHAdeMO plugs, they are listed as 62.5 kilowatts. And there's is that the faster CHAdeMO? Well, there is some places. If you guys saw recently when I did the 500 kilometer challenge with the Soul, that Soul, the newer Souls with the CHAdeMO, they actually support 173 amps or around 60 kilowatts, 65 kilowatt actually. And also the Leaf, the E Plus, the 62 kilowatt hour Leaf, that even goes up to 200 amp, but not for too long. But actually, also fun fact, in Japan, supposedly, they have faster CHAdeMO that goes beyond 200 amp, and then you can actually get 100 kilowatt on leaf. Just wonder how fast it rapid gates when you pump in 100 kilowatts, and you probably don't get it for too long. But okay, back to the whole what was it again, CHAdeMO. Yeah, so the confusing part is that for some reason CPOs, they list CHAdeMO they end up with 62.5 kilowatt because they take 125 amp, multiply it by 500 volt, and then they get 62.5 kilowatt. So they assume that you get, you have 500 volt cars, but there is no, like, on the market, there is no such thing. I don't even know if the chargers can go that high. I know, okay, chargers, they can support 400 volt and maybe up to 450, right? Like Pawel, or I'm not sure if 450 is a limit or not, but when you use the eGMP cars like a EV6 or a Ioniq 5, they use a converter to convert from, and when you plug it in 400 volt chargers, it needs to convert. Normally you don't see much detail, but when you plug it in the Pawel, the old Pawel with 400 volt architecture, you can see the voltage, and the pack voltage might be at 650, 700 volt, but it requests 450 volt flat from the Pawel. And I wonder if it, because for compatibility, they figured out that most 400 volt chargers, they can go up to 450 volts. And that's why it will work, without any problems. So the Koreans, they were actually quite smart. They didn't go crazy and try to pull 500 volt. They might end up like the Chinese, that suddenly they won't work on some chargers. But yeah, and then also another interesting fact is that I believe that Taycan does not, the eGMP platform uses the rear drivetrain. I think I got this confirmed when I talked to some Kia engineers. They use the rear drivetrain to do the conversion, and they have a variable voltage step up, whereas Taycan uses a fixed voltage doubler, which is probably simpler, but then they can make it smaller, but it supports 150 kilowatt. But it's actually a extra device that they put in there. Because I believe that for Taycan, if you go for the lower, the 79 kilowatt hour Taycan, the voltage, and it's not 800 volt architecture, it's like 650 something volt. So which means that when you arrive with low state of charge, for the voltage doubler, you request only around 320 volts or something. And then if you go to those old ABB FSX chargers, the 50 kilowatt chargers that are limited to 125 amp on the CCS plug, you get around 35 or 38 kilowatt. Yeah, it's something crazy like that. In the old days, pack voltage actually matters. I remember when I drove the ID4 with a 62 or the 58 kilowatt hour battery, it had nice over 400 volt, and then with 125 amp limit on the plug on the CCS2, no, that was CCS1 plug. Oh no, I mean that was the Phoenix plug, yeah, CCS1, but 125 amp. I would get close to 50 kilowatt, which was nice. And then the e-Golf would get only around 35, 36 volt at the bottom. Yeah. And then there were some cars I tested. I think it was a BMW recently, or not long ago, like just a couple of years ago. BMW iX, I think it was. iX1, sorry. BMW iX1 has so low pack voltage, around 300 volts something, that if you go to those old 50 kilowatt chargers, you get around 35 kilowatt only. Shit, man. But fortunately in Norway, they are getting kind of extinct. I almost forgot about that. I'm sorry guys when I did the whole explanation. In the old days, those 50 kilowatt FSX ABB, they were equipped with 125 amp Phoenix plug CCS one, and also 125 amp CHAdeMO. But for some reason, the CHAdeMO plugs, they usually gave only maximum 120 amps. I spent a lot of time using CHAdeMO when I used the CHAdeMO adapter on Tesla. That's also another thing. History about the CHAdeMO adapter, man. Like Tesla, they managed to make this adapter that goes from, you can plug it into a CHAdeMO plug, which was very common around 10 years ago. Yeah, they were all over the place. Every 50 kilowatt charger back then had a CHAdeMO plug and a CCS. And then there were actually some, in the really old days, there were some CHAdeMO only fast chargers, like those old SIS control chargers that were used by Circle K, Statoil. Okay, Circle K in the old days, they were so highly unreliable. In Grønn Kontakt, they were running the charging network, and then Circle K took over, some shit like that. Don't remember. But then eventually CCS won, and then eventually they went over to the high power chargers. You know, one of the few first high power chargers in Norway was Nygårdskrysset near Ski. Was the 175 kilowatt ABB charger with a, you know, the high thing stack that they still use them today, or actually they're getting kind of extinct now. Nowadays, like Kempower and Alpitronic, they are just quite dominant in Europe. And yeah, so back then at Nygårdskrysset, it was high power charger, 175 kilowatt. I was like, oh, how can I get that speed? No, it was limited to 200 amp on the plug. And actually in the early days, when Ionity was quite new, also those plugs were limited to, I believe, 200 amp. But then eventually they got the 500 amp liquid cooled cables, and you guys know the rest of the story. So I mean, it's interesting because nowadays you just, I mean, especially in Norway or many other countries, you don't know about all the whole, what kind of plugs it has, yeah, and how it can, yeah. One last thing, by the way, is that the Tesla Model S from 2013, it actually supports quite high current on single phase. When I went to Krattholm in Narvik, he has this roadster charger, and there was this adapter or something. I don't remember how it was. Yeah, there was an adapter from the roadster plug, a proprietary roadster plug, to Type 2 or something. I remember on Millen Falcon, I would see 230 volt single phase, 72 amp. I don't remember, or 48 amp. It was like, I was charging on 10 kilowatt on single phase. It was crazy, man. And I think Tesla might be the only car that can charge on that high single phase current. Most other cars, they will go up to 32 amp only. 7.4 kilowatts. So anyway, I need to end very, at least I find it very interesting podcast about different plugs and stuff, because I'm gonna pull out now and charge. Yeah. Oh, it could be, okay. Could be slippery. Well, I know it's actually not. But yeah. So anyway, I think that's gonna be for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching. Oh shit! Winter tires on 3-ton beast. And talk to you guys later. What, 11%? All right, let me see. Let me go there, then here, then. Oh, 11%. No sweat. Okay, whatever. Let me see. Now I need to worry about handshake problems again. Okay, and then the charger. Oh, there I see the new charger. How do I plug in? just have to take up a bunch of stalls, I guess. Well, I should maybe go, I'm not sure. I'm gonna block a bunch of chargers. Well, at least let me try to block these chargers, right? Wait, or it seems like it's gonna be bad no matter what I do. Okay, here. 406 watt-hour per kilometer. Okay. Strip start. Then here 7 degrees. Wow. Okay, 822 kilometers now. Okay. Yep. Alright, last starting stop. I think I'm gonna go grab some food over here. But let me shoot some. Is it inside or outside? Outside. Okay, pump the shop, pump the shop. Okay. Now I need to get enough juice. I might need to go 70% now on the last run. It's gonna be a long run, even though it's in Norway. So if I went, I had 400 watt-hour per kilometer. I have to expect. No, I have to go via Oslo. Yeah, okay, okay. Yeah, I forgot to talk about the whole CCS adapter that they eventually made in Tesla. I was running out of time. Okay, but anyway, let's see. Now we're gonna go home-ish, and that's, oh, it's kind of far. 172 plus extra distance. Wait, it was 182, right? Wait, it was 820, 822. Yeah, roughly 170. Okay, yeah, that's what I remember. Okay, so I have to expect to drive around 180 kilometers. Shit, consumption is going to be lower. We have to pass through Oslo. We have to drive Norway route. It's going to be slower. We have slight tailwind. So it's not going to be 400. 370 maybe is my bet. No, lower than that. On the way down here, I was hovering at around 350. Yeah, I should say 350 then. Okay, if I go 70% just to be sure, then I should have enough. I estimate that we might spend around 63%. But thank you very much. That high Tesla amperage a single phase is because of you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I forgot. I didn't have time to explain why it was so high in single phase. But you can, I mean, you can already kind of read between the lines because I mentioned earlier that the US doesn't have three phase. Okay, anyway, I need to film some stuff. Let's take a photo. Why is that one of my followers? Just wave at me from okay, full silicon, but okay. I need to get food, and then we have around 20 minutes left, so now we go. outside.
It seems like running the heat, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It doesn't overheat. It's having a little hot dog penetration right now. Single sausage penetration. I can set my stuff. That's a pro trick to set all this stuff. Before you leave. Okay, now we're ready. 49%, okay. I need 70, right, to be sure. I'm sure if I dare to go 65 in case. We're gonna drive quite far, about 180 kilometers, but it's via Norway though. Still. Should have around 10 more minutes, so I don't have to stress too hard. Might be able to eat a double sausage penetration, but I'll go for single. Pump. Right. Now I can enjoy my hot dog before we need to hammer one last time. And as usual, I will know the 1,000 kilometer time soon. We're 1 hour and 20 minutes. No, we are from here until we finish the challenge. We were 1.5 hours away from the challenge finishing. Oh shit! Start dissolving already. Okay. So we leave in 10 minutes. It'll be 8:35.
we finish at 5 minutes past 10. And then we add 1:15. Yeah, that's that is 11:20. Spot on to my prediction. %? Oh yeah. Well, is it chat bugged or is it just inactive? Let me check my own chat. Oh, yeah, it's bugged. Okay, I need to restart it. There. Well, I'm a noob. Yeah, good morning. Who is Quentin Wilson? Excuse my noobness. No, we don't wanna. No, we're not gonna go now. We will go once I'm ready to go. Because remember that we have to drive around 180 kilometers. Actually, maybe slightly more in order to get back home. So just have to make sure I have enough juice.
check on the kids. Are they awake yet? I'm still 1.5 hours away. Oh, it seems like Isabel might be awake soon. Yeah, she's just. Yeah, I think she's awake, little princess. She's just moving a bit. Yeah, she's awake. She's just waiting for daddy to come home. Well, I'm kind of late because, yeah, I started late. She's just waiting for mommy to wake up, but mommy is not awake yet. What the heck? Because Axel is asleep. What the heck is going on here, huh? Yeah, poor Isabel. She's waiting for daddy. I'm still 1.5 hours away. 65%? Okay, let's get ready to leave. We might be able to round it down to 11:15. So, let's see. Just not sure how many kilometers we're gonna drive now. Let's say 100. Usually I need to drive to that turnaround point here, and then home. Directions, and then edit stops, home. So I had to drive, whoa, 186 kilometers. Gee. Okay. That's a budget of 300. Oh shit! A budget of 370 watt-hour per kilometer. Well, I hope we have enough. Well, I know we're gonna use less once we go to Norway side. So just for safety, I should go 70%. It's gonna cost me just a couple of extra minutes. We're at 67 now. Almost there, man. Almost there. Hodl. Just one more minute. He was in Top Gear and worked with fully charged crew for. Oh. Okay. Well, normally the mic is not attached while I'm charging, because I might suddenly get out of the car and then I pull the mic a bit before it detaches. So over time it will put wear and tear on the mic, and then it'll break. So I don't want to buy. Well, usually the live stream mic might last a couple of years before it breaks. Well, actually lately it's been lasting longer. But if I'm not careful, then it might you might get bad contact on the connector, and then yeah, it goes dead, and I have to buy a new one. So I'm not sure what I'm gonna do eventually.
Can you hear me now? Am I close enough? Or do you want me to go even closer? I can go closer if you want, huh? I can go real close.
But yeah, 70%. Okay, let's go. I need to stop from the car. But the mic piece of shit is fine, huh? What? What did the mic do? Okay, 70%. Oh yeah, let's go for it. Let's hope we have enough.
see. Well, I mean, worst case, if we don't have enough, we have to bail out at cleavage or some shit and just top up. This is gonna be a disaster, man. Add 5 extra minutes at least. Okay, but we will arrive, or we will finish 7 minutes past 10. And that, yeah, so that becomes 11:20. I mean, it's still faster than the F-150, which was, I think it was 11 and a half. What was the F-150 time again? Okay, it was colder. To be fair, it was colder than the F-150 run. All right, the final run. We are at 824.6 kilometers, so the car counts distance exactly. And then when it counts time, we take the current time plus 1 hour and 15 minutes. So we are about to hit the 10-hour bar. Oh shit! And we still need to drive around 170 kilometers before we're done. Oh, can we actually do it in 11:20 like I predict? Well, let's find out. We charged to 70%. Well, we had 70%. We're already down to 68%. Oh shit! Okay. On the move. Everything's set up. Now we just hammer it again. The last hammer. Oh. But I kind of know that it takes 10 minutes from here to the border. And maybe I should write down in case there are some delays. Yeah. Schweinsund. F-150, wow, did it in 11:45. Whoa, consumption was 447. So we are faster, but we are also on a warmer run. Yeah, good morning, Maxus. Randomly wipes. Okay, 831 kilometers. Let me check the trip here. Average power, the average power, of course, the average power, but the average consumption on this leg. Yeah, I think we should be at the border in about 5 minutes. So it seems like it's going to be 11:20. Unless there's a slight chance you can dip over towards 11:15, but yeah. It's right in that ballpark. So we were actually 25 minutes faster than F-150, huh? But F-150 had minus 4 degrees Celsius, I think, as the lowest. So it's not directly comparable. And then so far the consumption is for the challenge is 403. Wow, and it's going to be even lower in Norway side than via Oslo. That ain't too bad, isn't it? What? Wait, huh? Well, how long? How fast was the Geländewagen? Geländewagen had quite high consumption, but it was actually charging fairly fast. Wow, 10 hours and 40 minutes. That's quite schnell. Consumption, yeah. But man, I think I could try to input. Let's see. If it had the IM6 battery, whoa, it would have done it in around 950. That's around 1.5 hours faster. Wow. Because IM50 charges from 10 to 80% in around 15 minutes. That is impressively fast. So you can actually improve a lot by just getting a faster charging battery. Well, I'm not sure if there's much to do with it. I mean, if you can improve the efficiency that much. Oh, let me see. 847. Okay. Right. Brought it down. Well, it's actually 848. Right, welcome back to Norway. Not sure if you had dropped out or not. But wait, what was the temperature on the Geländewagen run? Maybe it was colder. Here we had around 5 to 7 degrees throughout the night, very stable temperature. So around 6 degrees average, which is quite good for 9th of November. Down to 60% already. What? After 13 minutes. Oh, it's similar temperature. Actually, slightly warmer even. Wow. Dude, like how? Okay, it's a drag coefficient, right? It has poorer drag coefficient than this pickup truck, which means that when you hammer it, it just needs to push more air. So maybe via cities like Oslo and Göteborg, then they could be similar in consumption. But once you hammer it past Varberg towards Falkenberg, then it's like I don't remember what the consumption was on the Varberg and the 120 stretch, but here we were hovering around 470 only. I was expecting more. I was thinking like 500 plus, right? No, it actually didn't go that high. So that fun fact, 4 or 5 hours in time, yeah. But this car, you can use auto steer, or you can activate auto steer at max up to 120 kilometers per hour. But once it is active, you can then increase your speed past it, and it will still work. But if the speed goes past 130 kilometers per hour on the speed, then it disengages regardless. So I figured out that if you cruise on 129 on the speedo, yeah, the thing is that it's not always strict on keeping the speed. Sometimes it goes over a couple of kilometers per hour, and then it dips over 130, and then boom, auto steer goes away. But if you lock it on 129 on the speedo, then auto steer works until you, for some reason, lose it again. But then you can just decrease the speed down to 120 and then re-enable auto steer. Open cover. No, I have a video where I tested that on the ET90, and there was no difference in consumption. Well, you can drive at maximum 129 on the speedo, which is 125 GPS speed. I mean, that is high speed, right? But if I drive any much faster than that, then I will get a fine here in Norway. So it must be illegal and dangerous to drive faster than 125 on the Autobahn. And if it's dangerous in Norway, and it's also dangerous in Deutschland. In it. Well, I usually don't see pickup trucks hammer on the Autobahn. They tend to just slow poke at 90 along with the trucks. But in Thailand, man, like freaking Thailand, man, I remember I follow a pickup truck that had this flatbed attached to it, and it was he didn't have a car there, but he had some attachment to the pickup truck, and he was hammering at 160, 170 kilometers per hour. Yeah, pickup trucks in Thailand, they go schnell. They can't go schnell because the drag is not that high over there. Oh, dude, I was wondering why the heck we were driving so slow, and then I realized that the car was slowing down in a curve, like a Toyota driver. Oh, shit, man. So it seems to be just map based. Because some curves like the one we had now was not that sharp. We had sharper curves around Tanum, and they didn't slow down much at all. Yeah, exactly. Those overloaded superhighways in Thailand. And then sometimes the pickup trucks, they go on the road shoulder, at 120 plus kilometers per hour. Because there's so many campers in the high-speed lane. It's incredibly high amount of campers there. Roughly the same amount as you find in UK and US, actually. Lol. If there's like 3 countries where there's lack of lane discipline, it is in Thailand, US, and America. Wait, what? 56 now, wait. I should finish in 1 hour and 10 minutes. But then I just need 5 minutes to get back home. So I'll be home right a little bit past 11, a little bit past 10 then. Kind of late, but what else can I do? It's a freaking pickup truck, man. Wow, they're gonna slap down new asphalt here? I thought they were done with the asphalt work for this year. So if I had more time, I would go to Yale with this car, or not sure, where else? Sunday Drive? That could be interesting. It's getting cold nowadays. So maybe Yale test would be more interesting. See it Colgate. Off-road? Off-roading with the Geländewagen didn't give me that many views, so it seems like people are a little bit fed up with it. It's not that interesting with an off-road test. I don't know what people are interested in nowadays, man. They don't care about off-roading, tug of war, hypermiling, the stuff that was hype or went viral 10 years ago. Nobody cares nowadays. Trailer test? Well, if I could pull 3.5 tons, that could be useful. Maybe I can go to Valdemar. Maybe he has a... But I'm running out of time because I have to return the car on Monday. Not much else I can do. I barely have time to do the acceleration noise test. Yeah, I mean, if I had time, I could probably go to Valdemar, and then we can use his trailer, which probably weighs around 500, 600 kilograms, and then slap down on some Tesla that weighs over 2 tons, like a Model X. Then we are getting close to 3.5 tons. Yeah, the 3.5 ton 1,000 kilometer challenge. And also the bed can take 600 kilogram of payload. You fully load the car, man. It's gonna weigh around 7 tons total. And then I heard that when they tested it, the consumption was around 600 watt hour per kilometer. Actually a little bit higher than that. Well, we can kind of estimate the result then. So if you consume 50% more, you consume you consume 200 kilowatt hour more. That takes roughly 2 more hours of charging then. Wait. No, yeah, 2 more hours of charging, but then we need to drive a lot slower. Yeah. So at least it's 2 hours slower there, but then another, I don't know, 2 hours, 2-3 hours slower drive. So it might be like a 16-hour run. Yeah. It was the capped consumption, but then they found out somehow that it was a little bit over, like 620 or 30 when elbilforeningen tested. But they tested something bulky. It was an electric excavator, a small one. That probably was heavy. So if I would tow a Model X, it would be probably way more aerodynamic. But then I would probably hammer at 88 kilometers per hour or something, you know. Well, I'm actually not sure if it pays off. But I bet that most of the consumption just comes from extra rolling resistance. But it is kind of bad that the car doesn't regen downhill with cruise control on. Think about the lost energy down Hollandsåsen and other places. All those micro regen we could have gotten down every hill. We just use friction brake instead. Well, that's silly. But I guess it's just it just reuses code from a fossil car, right? And the fossil car, well, the only way to slow down is to use friction brake. But they didn't change the code so that it will then apply some regen instead. I mean, how hard is it? The Koreans can do it, you know. Many other car manufacturers, like the German BMW can do it. They take a fossil car and then they make it electric, like the iX3 versus versus X3. And then I think Nero comes in a fossil version also. And even Soul, yeah, the classic Soul has a fossil version. Oh, the CLA is also fossil. Right. But, you know, the thing is that I'm not surprised because I've tested so many Chinese cars. And even many years after I started testing the first Chinese car, they still behave very similar. They have similar user interface, similar behavior, similar buttons, similar spelling errors, grammar errors. It is as if they have not improved much at all. But yeah, actually many people wanted me to test the IM5. Well, it might be a bit busy if I need to test IM5 in a weekday, a 1,000 kilometer challenge. Kind of done already a range test, so I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do. Yeah, it slows down here. It tends to, seems like it's been pre-programmed to slow down on the curves around Fort Sully. Here's the last 110 zone before we need to slow down. No traffic, fortunately, because it's Sunday. I could do it on a weekday with the IM5. I just have to only go to the Kungalf and then turn around. Then do the rest on the Mjøsen route. But nowadays, it seems like there is no Baustelle at Mjøsen route. From Minnesund to Tangen, there is no Baustelle. But I see the stuff by the road is not completely finished yet, so they need to eventually come back and fix the rest. Because that route is my test route. So I need to take into account that there's Baustelle and slowdowns, and that's why I tend to start at either Ispa or Tangen nowadays instead of Dal. Yeah, maybe slowing down like those overloaded pickup trucks. Yeah, the one that is like 5 meters tall or some shit. Oh man, Thailand is crazy. Yeah, compared to the Maxus ET90, that was even done in 17 degrees Celsius. That was a 13 and a half hour run. So this is 2 hours and 15, maybe 2 hours and 10 minutes faster than the old Maxus. And possibly even faster if we would go on 17 degrees. Maybe 2.5 hours. So it's still a big improvement over before. You can say that the old Maxus wasn't suitable for long trips or pulling trailer. No, that seems to be the first gen ZS. That's the car I'm looking to buy. That's okay space. But actually, instead of, if I have 500, 600k baht, I wouldn't get the updated ZS. I would get the MGS5 instead. Because MGS5 can take 23 banana boxes versus only 20 in the ZS. But I mean, for second-hand car, and the ZS is still pretty good. If I can get it cheap. And what is important is that it can take 8 banana boxes in a trunk, just like the MGS5. So I remember we were able to fit 2 of those suitcases, big suitcases in the trunk, plus some extras. So that should be plenty of space for some strollers and stuff. Okay, consumption is 391 on this current leg. Well, I was guessing 370, right? Okay, see totals. Yeah, 893 kilometers. We have 107 kilometers left. And I see I need to drive a little bit past Yes Home before I get done, and then wow, average consumption for the challenge so far is 400. Oh, good news is that it is dropping now. So I'll just go for a flexible ticket to China, so I'm able to change the ticket. But if you want to change it without any fees, then usually they are kind of expensive. But there's a small fee, be okay. Well, actually, most tickets are. It is possible to change them, right? But just not able to refund. That's all. That's usually how it is. Man, this feels a bit long. I'm still not done yet. Been driving for around 10.5 hours now. Driving and charging. Normally I would finish before 10 hours nowadays with fast cars. But yeah, if I test vans and pickup trucks, then they tend to be slow. I think even the Stellantis car nowadays should do it quite fast, around 10 hours. Winter speed limit 100 instead of 110 here in summer. 903 kilometers. Yeah. Getting closer, getting closer. And I kind of like those 500 kilometer challenges because they're really much longer than 7 hours. Well, except for that Pawel pony run, but at least I was able to chill at home when it charged. I mean, for fun, I should try some Zoes next year. I think many people would not want to watch Zoe because it's quite popular across Europe. I think I should start with a shitty 22 kilowatt hour Zoe. It'll take forever, man. I need to also calculate the optimal speed for Zoe because it charges so slow. So if I'm inputting only, well, no, it's the balloon charger is so inefficient. So out of 22 kilowatt, 20% out of that losses. 20. Wait, I'm only getting 18 kilowatts, 17.5 possibly. Damn. If I'm cruising at 90 kilometers per hour, so let's say 100 kilometers per hour, make it simple, and I consume 160 watt hour per kilometer, that's 16 kilowatts. Huh? It means that I should be cruising at maximum 100 only. Yeah. So that the discharge speed roughly matches the charging speed. Wow. What? I don't think, I mean, I don't know, is it? Oh, traffic is slightly increasing now. Hope they don't get in my way too much. I'll count them when I arrive at the border. Maybe I should correct for the winter speed limits. It's like 1 or 2 minutes difference. What the heck is Kia PB range? Wait, let me see. Oh, the total consumption has dropped to 399. Current trip is at 382. All right. It's dropping and dropping. The van, the van range. How are you talking about a range test? Is that what you're saying? I thought there was a thing called Kia range. I'm like, huh? Man, I have way too steady hand. The steering wheel cannot detect me, even though my meat is on the steering wheel. And 914 kilometers. No, I need slight Parkinson's in my hand. No, there's that ASCO again with all the solar panels. Yeah, it's interesting with Norgespris, the flat rate. They say that the solar will be even harder to pay off because you're already getting like a nice shave off now during winter. But on the other hand, production for solar in winter is not that high anyway. It's mostly in summer, and then usually in summer you can get cheaper electricity than the Norgespris. So solar kind of counters the summer disadvantage with Norgespris, but you get the winter advantage. So in a way, I wonder if you can save more money, or if you get solar, you save more money with Norgespris versus spot price. Well, I'm getting hammered by the train now. Don't want to go too schnell. So, don't want more pricks on me. But I just wonder, if I can produce. Yeah, but there's one thing I forgot to highlight, which is that last summer, which was the first summer, Norgespris did not pay off. It would be cheaper for me to use spot price. But this summer, for some reason, Norgespris would be cheaper. And I believe it's because the electricity price has gone up. Or at least the average electricity price during summer was higher this year than last year. And I needed to, at one point, spend electricity on pool and some hot water and also charging cars. So I couldn't always sit and wait until I got the lowest spot price. And usually the low spot periods, they only lasted for a couple of hours at a time. So yeah, ideally I needed a battery so I can chew away at least 10-20 kilowatt hour during the low time, and then I can slowly eat on it. But I think the biggest saving here is in actually joining some VPP. A Neowatt guy, Adrian, he was talking about that Pixie wants to lend out the battery for free. I'm like, oh yeah, go ahead. And if they can if they can just activate everything so that it works as VPP and grid balancing, whatever, and then I can just generate money on it, then I can see the potential of how much you can make on battery. Maybe it would be better to just use a second-hand, I don't know, whatever battery that is that we have. Well, Not sure how big it needs to be, because the Pixie battery is around 50 kilowatt hour maybe. I don't remember, maybe it was 20 kilowatt hour only. So maybe bigger battery is better, or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe as long as you have 10 kilowatt hour, that's good enough. But I wonder if I can do something like that with EcoFlow battery. Actually, with just the 4 kilowatt hour I have, and I have 2 kilowatt of, well, it's only one way, that's the problem. I can only discharge, right? And I'm going to charge the EcoFlow. So that's why I need a newer generation EcoFlow that can actually go bi-directional. Like the Delta Pro, I don't know what it was called again, Ultra something. The one for home. The one that Kim Java has made a video about. Cars driving, huh? 4 or 5 people use that, so. Yeah. Man, I've even been a good boy lately, trying to camp on grid reward. Avoiding to charge the Neo, for example, during summer and whatever, when on high prices. Just camp it and wait for grid reward to kick in. And then as for the other the cars I borrow, also there I try to not charge it when it is more expensive. But it's simple enough. So maybe if I have solar, I could then configure it so that any leftover juice will go to the car, for example. But then ideally, I need a vehicle to grid capable car and charging hardware, so that the car will just act as a battery. Yeah, you know, like the Pixie battery, it is so expensive. Like, how much was it again? I think it was 20 kilowatt hour Pixie battery cost over 100,000 NOK, or was it 200,000? Extremely expensive. Like maybe over 10,000 euros for just 20 kilowatt hour that they're gonna place at my home free. Like I can borrow it, which is good. It's actually better that I can borrow it, because then there is no tax stuff I need to pay. Because if I get something for free, then that's taxable income, just like the Roadsters and the Optimus Prime and stuff. I mean, if Enhance sends me a sexy button or something, then it's just minor stuff I don't bother registering in Selvangivelsen. But if it's something big like freaking Pixie battery, then of course. So it's win-win. They place it at my home. It's just for showing what is possible to generate. And then, yeah. And then we see. I mean, if I can generate a lot of money there per month, then I'm interested in just trying to get something cheaper. Maybe if Valdemar, or even with the help of Vanya or Andre, can make something from a second-hand battery, that would be great. Not sure what kind of battery you can use. The Leaf battery, the MX30 battery, you know, something like 20 to 50 kilowatt hour, as long as the inverter is fast enough. If you can handle, let's say, 15-20 kilowatt, that'd be great. Yeah, I think actually inverter power might be more important than the battery capacity. And you know, it's got me thinking, because with the Neowatt that has been gaining money for me now, I haven't even tried to set it up, and it seems like I could generate actually several hundred NOK per month. So I'm like, huh? If I optimize it and use all my charging box, easy stations, and try to find more plugs I use. Consumption 396 total now. And maybe I could, I don't know, maybe I could earn something like 500 to 1,000 NOK per month just on the action, just on turning on and off heater and charging station. And then what about if I have a battery that can go a while? Maybe I can generate actually several thousand NOK per month. That would be super interesting to find out. So of course, Pixie, they would be interested in companies buying the Pixie batteries. They can place and generate money, but what about other places? I also wonder why Neo is not working as a VPP while it's not in use. Or they could be VPP all the time, but especially at night when the swap station is closed anyway. Between 10 and 7, right? There's 9 hours they can do VPP. But I bet that as long as the station is more or less idle or not at full load, trying to get batteries ready, they could even do some VPP work. Or maybe they can actually do that anytime, since it's just going a bit. It's like on-off, charging, discharging, charging, discharging. Yeah, that's actually a very good question I could ask William Lee. He would probably be like, oh, we never thought of that before. I was a bit unprepared for that interview because I didn't know I would get dedicated time with him. If I knew that, I would prepare some really good questions beforehand. Maybe make like 10 questions and then drop them or pick the 3 to 5 most interesting questions, which would be the VPP. But I could always send an email and ask Neo, and they could forward it. But it's always interesting to ask the CEO directly. In a video. But that chance is gone. GUN. I don't know if I will be able to ever meet William again. Maybe in China if I go to the factory. Be like, yo, what's up, my Chinese brother from another mother? We meet again, Mr. Lee. I wonder how William and the other guy was in Quinn something, the co-founder, how they would react, and also Neo if I was like, yo, what's up, William, my Chinese brother from another mother. They'd be like, what the fuck, man? How high was that guy before he entered the room? 9:38. Wait, what is the current consumption on this leg? Check here. 371. Damn. It's probably gonna be around 330, right? Like on the way down. Yeah, I remember when I hammered it over to the border, it was around 330 something, 330, 340. At least, yeah, to Strömstad, and that's probably what we might end up with on the return. So maybe I should start paying attention what the consumption is at Strömstad, because I tend to end up at Strömstad on the way back. Well, traffic is getting kind of dense now. What? Oh, I think it's because normally I will finish the challenge long before 9 in the morning. Yeah, it's getting so late that all the Norwegian Nisse, they have woken up and they start traveling. Yeah, normally I would do the 9 around 9 or 8 or 9 and I'll be done. Now I'm still not there yet. Yeah. And also normally if I have a longer challenge I would split it, but with this car I just simply want to go past Varberg at night and see what happens. So yeah, usually if it's more than 11 hours I split it. I drive 6 hours, roughly 6 hours at night to Kungalv, and then I do the remaining 5 hours in the daytime. But I also do it on weekdays, so yeah. But this week it was kind of hard to pull it off because we had so much rain that I wanted to avoid the rain, and I was busy doing some other stuff this weekday. So, and I got the car on Tuesday. Yeah, so it's like I pick up the car on Tuesday rather than Monday, and then Wednesday I was busy with the IM5, IM6 test drive event. No, that was Wednesday. Tuesday I picked up the car. Wednesday I had the event. Thursday it was pouring down or raining all day. And then Friday I did the range test. So basically ran out of time this week. Okay, what happened to AutoSteer? What the heck, man? Come on, can you just work already? AutoSteer is gone. And it's not back. Well, there. Yes, okay, good. Locked in. Alright, let me check total. Okay, back. 946. We're down to 25%. Did you already book some cars in Thailand? Not yet. But I will do soon, I feel like. I just need to I need to book the China trip soon, preferably this weekend or today. Just have to talk to wifey about which dates we should do. But it's gonna be, we're gonna travel on the 1st. Yeah, that one has been locked down. I signed some documents now. It is half in Chinese, half in English. About how many videos they expect me to produce for Xlantics, and then they will support me 3,000 euros actually but it's for paying expenses, hotels and airplane tickets. Well, that's very nice. But they specifically say in the contract that the 3,000 euro is not for paying me directly for making videos for them. It's for just paying for the expenses. Oh, downhill here. Do we want a region, or do we just use cruise control? Wait, what the heck, man? There's a slow poke. Oh, he changed his mind. Yeah, because the freaking van boy speeded up. I can see the black smoke. That's freaking annoying, man. He slow pokes and then he speeds up suddenly. How big is your company? It is not that big. Always book China, yes. Oh, it's getting busy. Oh, the Sunday drivers are out. Shit, man, it's almost 10 now. We're supposed to finish in around half an hour. Wait, 9:45. That is the 11-hour mark, isn't it? Yeah. 9:45 plus 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's 11 hours. We ain't done yet. Uh-oh. Wait, did I say 11:20? 11:15 is going to be impossible. There's no way we're going to get over to Yes Home within 15 minutes. Then I have to hammer at 120 kilometers per hour average speed. No. 160 kilometers per hour. Huh? Wait, 9:45 plus. Yeah, huh? Wait, can we finish in 20 minutes? Is that even possible? That sounds also crazy fast. No, there's no way you're gonna finish in 20 minutes. It's gonna be 11:25 then. If I counted everything right. Oh, this is interesting. It turns 70, but then it turns 60 here. So we better go slower so we don't get pricks on it. Well, the other guys want to go faster, huh? Guess I'll just go behind this guy, but I still want to go a little bit faster, right? These guys are going kind of slow. $9.55. Wait, it's kind of smelly. Good. But I can't go too fast. Oh man, why do you need to recirculate so much? Those are these fossils. Wow, that Chrysler Voyager is getting old. I wonder if it's around 20 years old, maybe 25 years old. It's getting close to being what do you call it again? Veteran car. Right, 9:49. 11 hours and 5 minutes now. Shit. Might need to round down a couple of minutes because of the slowness now we deal with. We are now in Alnabru, and it's almost 10 in the morning now, Sunday morning, and the Sunday drivers are out. The left lane huggers club, Norwegian left lane huggers club is out. Oh man. Plus that we have the winter speed limit. There is a stretch that is normally 70. Limit is 60 now during winter, and there is another longer stretch that is usually 110 that is now 100. So you actually lose several minutes there. Plus these Nisse. Are you guys? Can you guys stop being Norwegian, please? No, what the heck are they doing? Oh shit. Okay, whatever. This is a bus lane. I can use the bus lane on weekends. Is bus lane coming up soon? Yeah. On weekends I can use the bus lane. Fully legally. Alone. Let's see. Yeah, yep. Monday, Friday, there is restriction. Then EVs can't use this lane. But hydrogen cars can use it. Lol. Okay. Now let's finish this. Sunday drive. Well, car would be basically altitude. I could do a 0-mile test, but I probably want to get some rest. And I still need to do, if I have time, I want to do a quick interior review, just a good old interior review. So, what else am I missing? Yeah, I still haven't had time to do a video about the Yo portable compressor thing. I want to do that too. But I'm not sure if I want to do it today because it's Sunday and the compressor might be a bit noisy. But actually, if it's just around 90 decibel and then we are at least 20-30 meters away from the neighbors, they're not gonna, they will only hear maybe 50 decibel from it. So it's probably not a big deal. Alright, 11 hours and 7 minutes. We had 962 kilometers. Oh man. We're down to 19%. Total consumption has dropped to 391 watt-hour per kilometer. Simply amazing. And then for this leg, it's 363. Okay, it's gonna go up soon, I think. 362. It's still dropping. Here, 965 kilometers, 35 kilometers to go. But there are some road works here and there. Actually, there's just a little stretch near Cleavage, and then a bit of slowdown, and the winter thingy. But I normally don't correct for the winter speed limit anyway. We'll see now if I round it down. Not. can't lock on auto steering. Man, come on. Put your lock on auto steering. Helvete. There. Wait, and then disappear. When you there, okay, there. It's weird because the lines are clear as day, you know, and then the car will not lock on or it doesn't show up as auto steer possible. When it's kind of silly. Once you see the auto steer, actually the Tesla steering wheel icon, it's white, and then you have to press and hold the adaptive cruise control button to enable auto steer every time. And then, but if the auto steer suddenly goes away, then you cannot activate it. So it's like you're struggling to see the white thing, and then you press and hold, and then if it's not fast enough, then it doesn't lock in. So you're struggling to lock on the auto steer. Kind of silly, man. Software. I feel like the roads are getting more and more clogged now. Normally, if I finish the challenge by 8 or 9, I'm still fine. Now it's like, oh shit, man. 971. Wait, shit. Flat curve, huh? I get flat 125 kilowatt until 59%, and then it drops gently. But man, we're about to hit 11 hours and 15 minutes now. We're still not there yet. Well, I did predict 11:20 initially, so why was it slower? Oh yeah. I have a good explanation. It was slower because it was around 6 degrees during the challenge, and then when I did the range test, which is based on I based the estimation on the range test, it was then 11 degrees. So of course, that makes sense when it's 5-6 degrees Celsius colder and the consumption is slightly higher, and then you charge like 5-10 minutes longer, right? Well, I'm trying to lock in there. Auto steer again. Shit, man. But I mean, the comfort is there, the towing capacity is there. It has vehicle to load, chute goes front and back and all that shit. The only minus is that it seems like you cannot use the vehicle to load as long as you're plugged in, even if you're not charging. And then the charging speed is, I guess it's okay. It could be better, but 125 kilowatt, well, flat to 60%. I'll take it. Because the car is not that expensive compared to F-150. Low battery, okay, 15% now. I don't know, these ping pongs. 978 there, 1116 now. We're still at 979. So we're possibly looking at 1125. That's probably what I'm gonna round it down to anyway. Man, we are almost done now, and there's just more and more campers on the road. You see, I'm not even tailgating like some of the guys in front. A Toyota BZ4. Okay, there's only one thing to do. We just deduct a couple of minutes, which usually means we round down. Once we 999, shave off a couple of minutes. No need to do any illegal maneuvers, because I always drive at the speed limit and I always drive legally. Finally he moved. But then there's a bunch of other Nisse behind who camps the left lane. That's usually how it goes in Norway. Shit, man. Okay, let me see. 982. We're now at 1118. Well, consumption has dropped to 389. What about the current leg? 350, 359 on the current leg now. Wow. It is still kind of high. Yeah, I'm about to flash at this mother trucker if he doesn't move soon. He's been camping since, Skedsmokorset. There. Need to block him in first, and then he might exit here, by the way. Yeah, he did. 986. Almost done. The average power is 389 watt-hour per kilometer. And here comes another slowdown because of temporary building thingy. So I need to slow down here, otherwise I might get pricks on me. There. 987. What was the time now? Oh shit! 11:21. We ain't done yet. Okay, we're just gonna settle for 11:25, right? You see here, we have a temporary 90 zone for around 4 kilometers. Of course, that also adds or slows down things. You know, like 30 seconds here, 30 seconds there, becomes minutes. I can feel like the power is actually decreasing now. I have less. I have a power limit because I'm down to 11%. $990. $11.23. Yeah, it would be $11.25 something, right? Train. It goes on Sunday. Oh, of course it goes on Sunday. 992. 8 more kilometers. It should take 4 more minutes. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Go schnell, go schnell. 4 kilometers for the... Oh, shit. I think I should have enough juice to just go flat. Otherwise, I might lose precious minutes here. Or do I turn around? Although that turnaround spot is really slow. I need to keep going. In worst case, I need to top up quickly at the Ionity before I go home. I'm down to 9%. No, that's actually good for at least 20 kilometers. Yeah, okay. 993.5. Oh, let me get the mic ready. Yeah, we get an unwanted 0-mile test in the 1,000 kilometer challenge. 994. Yeah, this turnaround spot is really slow. If I exit here, so I need to proceed slightly further down the road. But we are already at 10. Oh shit, we are at 11:25 now. Uh-oh. 995. I just need to keep going. I can't slow down and turn around now. It's gonna cost me precious seconds here. 996. Or just turn around here. It cost me a little bit of time, but I'm gonna round it down anyway. Yeah. 997. Wait, you're not gonna count down right at the turnaround spot, right? Oh shit, it might. Shit, man. Okay, we need to proceed. $998. Yeah, I'll be right in the countdown section-ish, more or less. Okay. $9,988. Yeah, I see. Okay. All right, let's do the countdown. 9990, 9991, 9992, 9993, 9994, 9995, 9996, 9997, 9998, 9999. 1,000. Time 10, 12. That is 11 hours and 27 minutes. So we round it to 11:25 then. Okay. It's not going to be 11:20, right? Okay, it's still fine. Consumption 389. Wow. Impressive indeed. But now I'm down to 6% and I still need to get home. I'm 17 kilometers away from home now. Oh, do I have enough juice? Oh. Wait, I don't think I have enough juice. 16 kilometers. I need to go to Ionity and top up. Wait, or unless I the heck do I do now? Okay. I'm down to 6%. If I turn around here, I have roughly 59. Oh, I could slow poke, and then poke over at Gardermoen. Extremely low range. 5%. Okay. Let's just hammer over to Ionity-Dal and then plug it in there. I think that's safer. If I turn around here, there's still around 10 kilometers I need to drive before I am at the fast charger. Extremely low range. Yeah. What you got, man? Freaking campers. Okay, I just need to quickly top up at Ionity. Then we'll be safe. Well, actually, I need to just charge like 5 minutes so I can get back home. I can just do my summary here while I'm charging. Yeah, that's a good idea. Can you guys stop being annoying? Yes, thank you. Those typical eTerron driver, Audi driver hugging the left lane. Typical Nissan. Like, Can you just get over there? I need to exit soon. I'm gonna go in front of this guy. Yeah? 4%, right? Okay. Now I just have to plug and pray that the handshake works. Okay, let's take this charger here.
See, the beast from the east. It made it. Yeah, but you see, the plastic is still here, the protective plastic. It stays there until the day you sell the car, like a true Asian. Oh yeah, okay. So now I need to quickly make a summary. I'm done with this camera. There, I'm just gonna go grab that camera. I'm just getting in some much needed juice now. I'm just gonna flip mode here. Quickly. What the heck is that bing bong, man? Shit, stop it. Stop bugging me. I'm gonna record a video soon. Don't want that noise in the background there. Holy shit balls. It's already past 10. Okay. I'll just finish this and go back home. I'm not sure exactly how much. I need 17 kilometers to home. So if I go around 10%, then I should be safe. I'm at 8% now. But I need to just spend just a couple of minutes summarizing. Oh, wait, huh? Interesting, it's slightly fogging. I wonder if it's using PTC heater. I'm not sure what's going on. Normally it's not fogging while I'm fast charging because that heater is off normally. Uh, 125 kilowatt. Yeah, it's something. Oh, I think it bugs me because seatbelt is unfastened. It's actually fogging a bit now for once.
think it's because it goes in a different mode while it's cooling the battery. Yeah, I think the PTC heater is running now. Well, you know, I can just kill the heater for now. Okay, let's see. So the ET90 was 13.5 hours. That was just brutally slow. 1330. Wow, the consumption was 404. Really? What the heck, man? And then I have to quickly find 1145 F-150. Okay, they're kind of close to each other. Okay, wow. Okay, before I show you guys the result, listen. Wait, now it's not doing it. It stopped doing that. Man, that's kind of annoying. Okay, whatever. Okay, no, fine. But you see, 1125. Why was it slower than my prediction? Because I estimated that the best case would be actually 1115. Well, it was based on a range test I did in plus 11 degrees Celsius, and then last night now it was around 6 degrees. So the consumption was slightly higher. We needed to charge slightly more, and that's probably why we were 5 to 10 minutes slower. Yeah, plus that I charged 70% a couple of times. I lost a couple of minutes there. But yeah, so anyway, it's still pretty good. 1125, if you look at the Ford F-150, it did it in 1145, so that's 20 minutes slower. But okay, to be fair, the F-150 was at minus 3 to 7 degrees Celsius, so the average temp was lower. But it consumed 447 watt-hour per kilometer. I still get the impression that this eTerron 9 is more efficient than F-150, but F-150 is bigger, right? But you see here, compared to the old variant, right? 13.5 hours on the ET90, and that was only rear-wheel drive, and it was a lot warmer, 14 to 18 degrees Celsius, but the consumption was 404, not found, no? But the consumption on the old eTerron was higher, despite that it was warmer outside. No, not only that, but the eTerron, no, the ET90, it could only cruise at 120 kilowatt max. Yeah. And it had no cruise control. So the way I did it was no adaptive cruise control, no auto steer, no cruise control. So I just floor it with the old ET90, and then I would hit 127 something on the speedo, and that was 120 GPS speed. That was my cruise control. So, you know, compared to the ET90, this eTerron is a lot better. You have no idea. You must have tried it like I did. I tried that old, I would say, the piece of shit car. It was so bad. The infotainment has almost nothing. The car had quite poor features. The comfort was bad because it was just regular spring, and it was tuned for maximum load. So as long as you don't have much load, like I had no load, then it was super bouncy and uncomfortable. But here with air suspension, it can adjust it and, you know, give you good comfort now also. And then the ride is just way better. It has much more power. It charges way faster. It has a bigger battery. What I'm saying is that everything here is better than the old ET90, and it's even on par with the more expensive F-150. So this is now until in 2 weeks or 1.5 weeks, I test the Musu EV, which is the Korean. It's from it's a Korean car. Need to test it, and then eventually I should also test the Isuzu D-Max. Yeah, it's called D-Max EV. See how well they can handle it. But so far, I'd say that this Maxus is the best Maxus I ever tested. And in the past, the Maxuses, or the Maxi, whatever, plural Maxus, they have been quite shitty, to be brutally honest. Like the E-Deliver 3 is just so noisy, really bare bone, has nothing. The Maxus Unique 5 was also okay. The newer ones are probably better. And then well, we have the Mifa 9. That was actually one of the better. Yeah, true. But this is the best pickup I've tried so far. I would claim that it's the best price for the money. So if these companies are looking for a good pickup truck, go check this one out. Yes, highly recommended by Tesla Björn or New Björn. Yeah, New Björn. Yeah. That's gonna be it for now. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. As always, thank you for watching and talk to you later. Okay, 22%, that's plenty enough to get back home. All right, let me see. Well, actually, the ET90 didn't show the consumption number. I had to calculate it based on state of charge, so it's not super accurate, but you see, the ET90 was actually consuming more than this car, despite that we drove faster and it was colder. So I believe that this eTerron 9 is more, now it's doing that thing, it's more efficient. Well, I can just keep it on, but okay. Anyway guys, I need to get out, need to get home. One of the longest, longer challenges I have in 2025. Okay, there. Okay, let me see. Yeah, guys. So I'm just gonna hurry now, because my family might need my assistance. Even though I would be the guy who wants to get some rest, but okay, whatever. Man, again, these tritium chargers are getting highly unreliable, man. I can't stop the charging from the screen. Okay. Now, TB go home, or NB Newbjörn. NBN Newbjörn Nyland. Wait, I can't take the turn. Dude, I'm used to IM6, IM5. This thing has a turning circle like a cruise ship. Holy macaroni. Oh, it's freaking massive. Oh, shit. Ugh. Okay. Oh, man. It's almost time for Oxen to take the midnight nap now. Usually it gets sleepy around 11:30 noon. Yeah, so in 1.5 hours. Shit, man. Oy. Well, what else? I don't have any other choices than to do it tonight. Otherwise, it won't work. I hope I will get some decent views on this video, because it's kind of expensive. It takes a long time. Well, now that we're back on 100%, because again, 26%, we should have full power, right? Let me check. 75%. Well, okay, that's still decent. Let me see. I fill up around 60% every time. So that's roughly 60 kilowatt hour. And then, I'm not sure why the heck we are fogging now. No, shit, okay then. So it might be around 60 kilowatt hour multiplied by 4 sec, around 250 sec, around 20, roughly 20 euros per session. And we had 5, right? Try to remember now. First stop, Hochtorp. Second stop, Himmler. Third, the 3 first stop were Tesla. Actually, the Ionis stop was slightly cheaper. Holy crap! Why the heck is it fogging now? I think it's because we had the heater on while we were charging. There, that was very efficient. We need to suck the hot air outside. We need to suck it out. Lower the... There, we lower the cabin temp. And now when we heat up, then we get lower humidity, or the moisture basically went out with the hot air. It was saturating a lot of moisture. It came from the HVAC system, so that was interesting. When we were how is this again? It was in the cooling mode, HVAC system, and then somehow we managed to pull moisture into the cabin, possibly because of condensation from the HVAC system. And then I don't know if heat pump was working or if PTC was working. But that was interesting. When I did the challenge, I would not run HVAC yet. I would wait until around 50%, and then I fire up the HVAC, and I did not get any moisture problem. So then I think by that time the moisture must have gone out of the HVAC system instead of getting pulled into the cabin. So I didn't show that problem. It's actually a slight problem that it pulls moisture in. But I mean, it's still not. I mean, it's more efficient than the other pickup trucks, and this is not even optimized. Would be interesting to try Cybertruck one day. Maybe also the Rivian. Oh, it's not getting moisture again. Okay, let's pull out there. AC is on, of course. But AC has been on throughout the challenge. And I didn't get any problem with AC, with the condensation earlier. So it has something to do with that last charging session, and then I had the HVAC on during the session. Or since start. Yeah, I would assume that Rivian would be efficient for how big it is, and maybe boxy. I bet they have an efficient drivetrain. Yeah, I also bet that Cybertruck is like relatively efficient for a pickup truck. I'm still getting more and more still now. I don't know what's going on. I need to pull out the hot air, hot and moist air. There. Well, okay, at least the car worked flawlessly on the supercharger. And at least when I held the plug on the Ionity, it handshake every time. No handshake problem there. Yeah, you didn't see, but it started fogging on the edges first, so you didn't see it on the live stream camera. But the side window started fogging significantly, and also the front windscreen now. Okay, let's go home. No, huh? If you're gonna turn right there. Oh, you could have taken the shortcut, bro. Must have didn't know about it, right? Or, I mean, it's not like you have to go into the roundabout if you're going to take the first right exit. Okay, now I need to get some stuff out of the car. I have EcoFlow and the microwave oven in there, so I might as well just clean up now. And then tonight I need to do the acceleration noise test. Yeah, I want to know how good the noise level is. Is it actually on par with F-150? I think it should at least be way better than the ET90. And maybe it even comes quite high up in the general list of EVs we're testing that. Okay, I'm still getting moisture problem here. And it's not on recirculation, is it? No, it's an auto. It's 4 degrees outside. I don't know what's going on. Suddenly getting moisture problem.